What y'all gonna do? I want y'all to be a man. I want y'all to be a man. Do something. Y'all gonna let a man hit me in my face? Oh, yeah.
I was one of the guys who was there that did not help her when she was getting hit with the brick, right? I feel like people need to know the whole story before they start commenting and say things they don't understand or they don't know.
Wow. Shout out to our brother MTR with the cinematography.
Right.
So we already heard her say some things. You know, why is it that people were not protecting her? Why is it that they weren't being real men? Now, you know, if you don't know who I am, mucho gusto. I am the lead attorney, a 20-year attorney down here in Atlanta, Georgia. And I will tell you guys, when y'all get married, y'all are so excited to protect a woman. All right. Y'all are always like, oh, I'm going to protect you and this and that. And to be fair, we have all seen situations in the streets where, you know, women have been in a little thing and some man jump up and go insert himself into the situation. Can you blame women for thinking that men should protect women when you have all these simps and others protecting women? You know, I think we should draw a distinction between two types of women. Women that you know and care about and love, and then women that you don't. You know, do you think that's a fair distinction, AV? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think my thinking on this is a little flawed because I went to law school like you. So I've read many cases about when bystanders need to get involved. I think that distinction makes sense, whether it's a family member, people that you love, that's near and dear to you. Because there's a few scenarios when you would get involved, right? There's like self-defense of others, right? I think with family members and familial relationships, you will get involved in those situations. But when you're a bystander and you don't know someone, you're risking a lot more than defending someone else on the flip side. So I think those distinctions make sense.
Yeah, you know, you risk so much protecting people out here, right? So it's so true. Let's jump in and see what our brother MTR has to say about this.
It's so crazy, but it's a necessity that we go over it here today, because not only does it include all of these hot button topics such as Black women being the least protected, but also the story itself also proves that there's always more than what meets the eye. Ensure that you take note of all of the themes and learnings throughout this video right here, but here are the main ones that I want you to grab a hold of as we proceed forward. The first one, hashtag believe all women, is absolutely fundamentally bullshit. The second,
dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound. And I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out there, paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, but fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make you hip hop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
Well, let me try it again. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. How about that? How about that? All right, we're doing things a little different today. I got on a little computer. I'm on my little computer today. So I don't know what's going on with my other one. I'm trying to optimize the files. Shout out to Don GQ. Yeah, I took your advice, Don. Trying to optimize the files right now. So that's what's going on with my other computer. So I'm on my laptop, man. So we might do things a little different here. All right, but anyway, man, let me Brother Eric his due. Talk to Brother Eric, Better 16 to Life, man. Go over there and check out Brother Eric 16 to Life. Check him out. See what he's talking about, man. He's got his own YouTube page. He's got stories, funny stories, clips, skits, music, man. He got a lot of stuff going on over there, man. Channel's blowing up, man. Telling them prison stories, man. A lot of them are funny. A lot of them are serious, man. But go over there and check Brother Eric out, man. Did 24 years up here in California in the penal system, man. So you got a lot of funny stories, man. A lot of funny stories. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Go check him out. 16 to Life YouTube page. Check him out, man. All right, that's Brother Eric. All right, y'all. We got to get right to work, man, because we got to talk about something, man. And hopefully, Black man, you be around, man. You got to give me about an hour or so before I actually get into the topic. But man, yeah, man. I'm telling you, Black man, if your daughter might not be under my covering, man, but I'm telling you, man, if I saw somebody even looking at her funny, bro, I would have their head. I'll have them in the headlock on the ground so quick. It wouldn't even be funny, man. It wouldn't even be funny, man. But that's me. Let's check everybody in, man. First of all, we got our resident snipers in the building, man. Risa Neal, she said smash like button on the way in, family. Yeah, man. Risa's in the building, man. So y'all know what that means, man. TJ's on the roof, man. Remember the old show from the 70s, SWAT? Remember TJ, man? He was the sniper, man. They put him like 3 blocks away. He could still pop a dude from blocks away on the roof of some building, right? Shout out to our resident sniper, Risa Neal. And we got our other resident sniper in the building. We got, y'all getting tag team today, man. So, hey, man, look, both of them in the building. You already in trouble if only one of them is in the building. You already in trouble, man. But now both of them in the building, man, M Mills is just as dangerous, man. I think I would think the difference between Risa and M Mills is M Mills probably have more mercy for you. Risa don't have no mercy, man. M Mills, don't get it twisted. M Mills will take you out of here too. But M Mills will probably try to see what you're talking about. Risa ain't gonna wait to see what you're talking about in most cases. She is gonna put it, and you go to me and say, "Hey, I was talking to one of your moderators, put me out." All I'm gonna do is say, "Hey, do you want to come back?" Right? I know you don't think M Mills and Risa gonna get in trouble, but they are not. I'm telling you, they are not. They have a free hand to move any kind of way, right? Right. So shout out to M Mills, shout out to Risa. Glad to have you, our snipers in the building, man. Both of our snipers in the building. Hold on. Who else is in the building? Oh, Brother Anderson, the great, man. My Taurus brother. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. He said we black again. Always, Brother Anderson. Always, man. Good to see you, brother. As always, man. Who else is in the building? Von Bryan's in the building. Shout out to Von Bryan. Said peace, greetings, peace, joy, and grace in abundance. Okay, that's how you enter a room right there, man. Bringing peace and grace into the building with you. Shout out to Brother Von Bryan. Who else is in the building, man? Who else in the building? Black Man Unfiltered, man. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Black Man Unfiltered, get on over there and subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered, man. Give him a shot, man. Are you gonna like? I don't know if you're gonna like him. I think. I watch him all the time, but I can't. I don't know what you're gonna do, right? My wife be like, "Is this place that you get these burritos from good?" I'll be like, "Yeah, the chicken burritos, yeah, they're good." She eat them. She like, "Ugh, I don't like that." I was like, "Okay." I don't know if you're gonna like it, man, but you know what I'm saying? I like it, right? But shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, man. Hope you can hang around, man, because I think you got I think me and you could have a good, engaging discussion about this situation. Hold on. Who else is in the building? Don GQ, who is not in the building, is here, but he ain't here. Shout out to Don GQ. I took your advice, Don, man. I put my computer, man. I'm running diagnostics on it now, man. So hopefully we'll get that straight, man. Who else is I'm in the building? I said I would absolutely drive a dude head to the ground if you looked at your daughter funny, Black man. I sure would, man. But she ain't under my covering. What was I supposed to do, brother? I'm supposed to let some crazy ass dude talk to your daughter and get at your. That would never happen, bro. Not when I'm around. He better have his shit straight, man. If he you know what I'm saying, if he coming at her in front of me, right? And I know he got to have it. How you doing, brother? You looking for something?
Yeah, I left my key. I thought you had a restroom up here.
Oh no, we don't. Not public, man.
Hello? Yeah.
All right, man. Sorry about this. I came in my office, man. Y'all see, man. You know, I'm the building manager on Sundays, man. So dude came in my office, like, and this is sunny Los Angeles, so they come in, and I'm in the hood, man. So they ain't not coming in here in 3-piece suits, right? Anyway, man. Let's see. Yeah, man. I would definitely, I would definitely do that, man. So maybe we need to talk about that, Black man. Is your daughter under covering? Is she? I don't even know her, but I know if I knew she was your daughter, even if I didn't know she was, if I just saw her getting accosted, you know, man, with the blessing of Allah, with the blessings of God, I would definitely step in to make sure she didn't get hurt. I wouldn't try to intervene in the total disruption. I don't know what's going on with that, but you're not gonna hurt this sister, man. So, you know, we talk about it later. Anyway, but that's my feeling, brother. I would do that absolutely. And if I knew she was your daughter, I would take extra special care. I would take extra special care to make sure nothing happened to her. You know what I mean? But that's just me. All right, let's keep it moving, y'all. Let's keep it moving. Risa said, snipers load up. Uh-oh. Snipers load up. All right, Vaughn said, I'm on my laptop too. I know, man. I know it said. Risa said, we got it all covered. No, man, you and them Mills, man, I don't even know. Either one of you alone could cover it, but I know, man, both on it. Woof. Man, trolls might just want to just go ahead and do something else, right? Shout out to Miss Jill, 1991. Said, hey, y'all, new to the stream. Hey, good to see you, Miss Jill. Hope you can just sit around for a minute. It's going to be about an hour before I get to the topic. Well, maybe not that much because I only got things to get to before we get to the topic. But check it out, man. We're going to have a good discussion today. Who else in the building? I think that's everybody who wants to be checked in. Everybody who wants to be checked in. Risa put out Don GQ's pad thing. So we'll go over there. If you have subscribed to John GQ, man, go over there and check him out, man. He got so many things he's doing, man. I can't say one thing he's doing, man. But, you know, definitely he's doing some positive stuff over there, man. So go check Don GQ out. By the way, he was never here, right? All right, let's get moving, y'all. Let's get moving, man. We got a lot of stuff to get to, man. Let's see. What are we gonna do here? Oh, okay. The first thing we're gonna get to is we got to do our stuff, man. We got to do the hit parade. And then we can move on from there. We'll see. Let me find the hit parade here, man. Hit parade. Here we go. All right, we got the hit parade, man. Okay, what is the hit parade, Clarence? That's when we find out that people are doing stuff that they're not supposed to do, man. And so we gotta promote it, man. We gotta say, hey, look, man, these cats are everywhere. Right? They're everywhere. CPAC urged to probe more SES misconduct claims against chair Matt Schlapp. All right, so a senior board member of CPAC's parent organization resigned as he urged more scrutiny of Schlapp's alleged conduct. Okay, Matt Schlapp, chairman of the American Conservative Union, speaks on the first day of the Conservative Political Action Conference held at Gaylord National Resort and Convention Center on Thursday, March 2nd in Fort Washington. Fort Washington, wherever that is. A senior board member of the parent organization behind the prominent Conservative Political Action Conference, who resigned on Friday, urged an independent investigation of SEX misconduct against Chairman Matt Schlapp. The vice chairman of the board of the American Conservative Union, Charlie Giro, announced his resignation on Friday in a letter to the other directors that called on them to authorize an investigation, including any additional allegations that they or staff have become aware of, according to multiple people familiar with the letter, who spoke in the on the condition of autonomy for fear of retaliation. Here this year, Schlapp was sued for alleged SEX battery and defamation by a Republican campaign operative who claimed that the CPAC leader roped his crotch during a campaign trip last fall. Schlapp has denied the claim. Yikes. In addition to the lawsuit, some board members and staffers have been told about other incidents involving Schlapp, 55, hey, same age as me, and two younger men. Ouch! Holy smokes. Multiple people with direct knowledge of the situation said. In one incident, a staffer said that Schlapp attempted to kiss him while drinking late after a work function in 2017. What is going on with the Republicans? Man, I thought the Democrats was getting down. The Republicans is just as sour, man. Holy smokes. Man. Yikes. The staffer also provided documentation from that night to the Washington Post showing physical contact that the staffer was said was unsolicited. Oh boy. Oh boy. In another incident, Slap allegedly made unwanted physical advances on someone else's employee during a CPAC business trip in Palm Beach, Florida in early 2022. According to multiple people informed of the incident, the alleged victim did not respond to requests for comment. I wouldn't either, boy. I'm gonna get paid. Slap did not respond to requests for comment. These allegations are completely fabricated. These allegations are completely fabricated and represent a blatant attempt by Mr. Giro and disgruntled individuals to force Mr. Slap to step down. Matt Smith, a member of the ACU Executive Committee, said in a statement on Saturday. Only when it became clear that he was not going to be reelected to the board did he fabricate these false allegations. Giro noted that he made no allegations in his resignation letter. I simply said there needs to be an investigation into any allegations that staff or board members are aware of. A statement released after his resignation, Giro said, I will continue to pray that the difficulties that they are encountering will be dealt with openly and honestly, and I am calling on my former colleagues to authorize an independent investigation into the charges against Matt Slap to conduct an independent forensic audit of the organization's finances. Y'all, they're going to get into the books. That's usually where you start finding a whole bunch of stuff going on when you see the books are funny. All right, to obtain a written opinion of counsel that the organization is in full compliance with its own bylaws and all applicable law, and to thoroughly review all the exit interviews of the large number of staff who have recently left. Holy smokes, y'all. Holy smokes, y'all. You know what I do? I was going to comment on this, but before I do that, let me bring up somebody who loves the Republican Party, somebody who is a staunch Republican Party supporter. Oh, Salty Rico. Let me bring him up. Let me bring him up. Hey,
No,
brother.
you ain't. You slandering me coming in the door. Why you gonna slander
I apologize. I had to bring that stuff up about your beloved party, man. I apologize, man.
I don't get 5 minutes before the slander starts. Is that it? Oh,
what
Lord,
do you think, man? Rico, what do you think about this situation as it relates to them trying to get people? I mean, if they can't even take care of business in their own house, how are they going to send reputable people down here to do business? I don't.
He was taking care of business in his own house. Republican. I'm not even going to say Republicans. Republican, Democrats, white men, black men, whoever. People who have alternative lifestyles still live in the closet, but because they're in positions of power, they still like to sell themselves as being wholesome and non-alternative. The brother should have just been living in his truth. He couldn't, he wouldn't, because whether he's a Republican, Democrat, or whatever, if he liked playing with little boys, he can't control that. He should have just been living in his truth. But, they do. The Republicans are a little bit more being, I'm not even going to say, because the Democrats do it too. It's not that they're not, they're both hypocritical. They do more of selling that family values bullshit, whether they like being in same-sex relationships.
Yeah.
And
well, see, here's the thing, Rico. Here's the thing. By the way, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so here's what happens. Okay, now I don't really think it's in particular it's same-sex or heterosexual sex because they all have it similar.
It was a guy that he was harassing repeatedly.
Yeah, but
he's a man. The guy he's harassing was a man.
But my point, Rico, is that what happens, whether there's heterosexual, homosexual, whatever, what happens is the power that they will gives them easier access to people that are not as seasoned, but they're willing to they are willing to do a lot to get to climb that corporate ladder, and so their position in the organization gives them power over the person, and they're able to manipulate that person's desire to move up the ladder with slipping in their sexual desires. You understand what I'm saying? Because I don't think it's an issue whether they're same sex or opposite sex. I don't think that's the issue, because they both are doing this misconduct. I think it's more that this person have access to people that are they wet behind the ears, so to speak. What do you think about that?
You mean as far as I just think it still comes down to the same thing. It's like, yeah, yes, power gives them more access, but minus the power, they still want to live that lifestyle. So whether it's, like I said, heterosexual, because like I said, if it was a heterosexual, say it was a man and a woman, okay, maybe him and his wife has an open relationship. You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, for me, the hypocrisy just with Matt Schlapp sticks around the fact that he's with what is it, CPAC? He was the head of CPAC,
yes,
Conservative Political Action Committee, which
correct,
is evangelicals and the holy rollers and all that. So they project this image of one man, one woman, we're the perfect marriages, and the Democrats are Satanists, and then you out there doing the very thing that you're preaching against.
Right.
That's the problem. So nobody was going to judge him if you like diddling little boys or whatever. Nobody was, but you can't. He's running CPAC and he's demonizing the LGBT community, while at the same time he's trying to undercover have LGBT like affairs. And I'm just saying that that's more widespread than what people are willing to admit. So I just think it's shitty. It's like you can't be preaching one thing and doing the exact demonizing one thing, and you doing the exact same thing that you demonize.
And we got to watch out. Like, you think that you're going to a place like that, CPAC, it's a bunch of adults, it's a bunch of different that they know what they're doing, and they're all together upstairs.
But it's not even so much knowing what they're doing; it's so much of that they're practicing what they preaching.
That too, Rico. But my point is that you like any one of us could get caught up because you think that you're dealing with a regular person, and under the cover, they actually got this kind of behavior going on, and you don't even know until they approach you with it.
I don't want to use the term regular because I don't think it's not my lifestyle. But if someone
no, I'm not even talking about the lifestyle, Rico. I'm thinking when I say regular, I mean they able to control their desires. Like a normal person can say, I want to do this, but I know that I'm risking a lot to try to do this, so it's not even worth it. I'm not going to do it, right? Whereas these predators, they don't think like that. They think like, I'm going to do it I'll put everything on the line to go out here and touch this little boy or girl, whatever.
I think it's a problem because what if the guy he was hitting on was down with it? So it wouldn't have been a predatory thing. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm saying it might probably have been the situation most of the time, Rico.
But I'm saying in this situation, the guy wasn't down with it. That's why he reported it.
There you go. Okay,
but
good point.
He could have hit on somebody that would have been like, okay, Matt, let's sneak off. So it's a hypocrisy issue because he could have been having affairs with this guy behind his wife's back. So to me,
sure.
It would have still been problematic because the predatory part of it would have been out because he could have winked at him, sent choosing signals, or his gaydar could have went on, and they would have been okay. But you still preach this pious evangelical bullshit. So whether that's the part that for me is like you're a hypocrite because the very thing that you're telling people and you're demonizing people. Oh, the Democrats, they want to do this. And they always try to make it about they want to do this in school and boys in dresses and this, that, whatever. Like, whether boys in dresses or not, you still hitting on a man and you got a wife. What the fuck is you talking about? And you got kids.
I don't think that all goes together.
So that's just the whole thing. It's like it's before it gets to the predatory nature, which I do believe exists in this case because that guy was not receptive. It was the hypocrisy. that you shouldn't even have been trying to hit on a man or a woman because you are a married man.
First of all, yeah. First of all,
period. So once you stepped out to that, you are a married man.
yeah.
I wouldn't care if it was a woman. It's still, or what if it was a woman? What if it was a woman that was receptive? People have affairs all the time. It's still fucked up.
Yeah.
Because you're preaching family values, and it's what him and CPAC preaches. So it's like, oh no, he's a piece of shit.
All right. So yeah, but my point, I just want to make sure that we understand, man. These cats are everywhere. These dudes are everywhere, man. You gotta. There's no place where you can go where you're gonna say, oh well, you know, this is not, you know, because this is what happened to Polite's girlfriend, right? She said, oh, Polite, you know, I know he's above something, doing something like that. Nobody's above suspicion, man. You know what I mean? Let us as men prove to you that we are not that person, right? You know, you let us prove it to you, and then you know, maybe at a certain point, but you should still have a little bit of suspicion. Still have a little bit of suspicion, man. All right, that's that. Okay, Rico, we're gonna go into really Nelly Fuller is gonna tell us a little bit about Black leadership, and then after Nelly Fuller, then we're gonna do the Bless Your Minute, then we're gonna be on and off to the races, man. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Okay, let's do that. Let's do this. All right, here we go. Here we is.
To say, when you ask who are the leaders of Black people, what's the truth? Yes, all of the leaders of Black people are white. Now, what we call leaders are spokespersons. I am a spokesperson. What is a Black spokesperson? A person who speaks. In other words, here's a mic, here's a podium. I walk around up here, and I stand here, and I speak. I don't produce anything. The clothes that I'm wearing and whatnot, they have a source. You know where it is. Okay? So I'm just a spokesperson. And there are a lot of people who wear the tag of leader just because they are speaking. You see them on TV all the time. They are spokespersons. What's the requirement of a leader? First of all, you got to be able to protect your followers. I don't know of any Black person on earth that can do that. Now, when I say protect your followers, I mean from the white supremacists. That's the only time you're a Black leader. That a Black person who is my leader, I get in trouble, I get on the phone. All I should have is that leader's phone number and say, hey, look, maximum leader, I'm down here on La Brea and I'm in trouble with the white folks. Tell me where you are again, and I tell him. He says, okay, don't worry about a thing. I'll take care of it. And they will know it when they hear that I'm on my way. Now, see, now you got a leader. Now I'm talking about, and they mean it. I mean, you know, and when they hear he's coming, I mean, they turn you loose and take off running. Now you got a leader. Other than that, you just got a spokesperson. You just got a person that come there and, you know, and speak for you. And the racists will say, well, I don't know. I don't know whether we let him go or not. What do you think, Dale? See, no, that's not leadership. Leadership is when you got the muscle. Otherwise, you're just talking. Now, somebody might say, by that analogy, Jesus was not a leader. Well, Jesus, according to what everybody told me, had the best leadership in the world. And that was God. Okay? So you can't argue against that one, the creator of the universe. But see, I don't see no Black person that is supposed to have that kind of muscle. Not even enough muscle to get white people, you know, to back off. I mean, where they can't question it. See, there's no negotiating. See, because the white supremacists don't negotiate. They don't have to negotiate. They just say, hey, move. Like I just want to say this about, you know, gangs and all like that. That's something I try to impart to young and old gang leaders. I say, now you're supposed to be a gang leader. You ain't even got a good medic. Right. One of your guys gets shot, you got to call for public service. Now, what kind of leadership is that? You're supposed to be the baddest dude out here. All right. Not only that, they come and bulldoze your grandmother's house. And you said it was your turf. And there's some white guy out there sitting on a caterpillar, you know, bulldozing your grandmother's house and eating a sandwich while he's doing it. He ain't even got a gun. And this is your turf. Now, see, when you're a real gang leader, you go out there and tell all them 500 construction workers, you all be out of here by noon. And by the way, leave your equipment. It's mine because it's on my land. Yeah, see how that flies.
All right, y'all. That was the great Neely Fuller Jr. And you know, he was just talking about black leadership and the core of black leadership. And I guess what he's saying is, you know, leadership ain't just being able to just talk about what's going on. It's being able to enforce it. And I've always said the same thing. You got to be able to enforce what you're saying, because if you can't, doesn't matter what you're saying if you can't enforce it, right? That's the problem that the sovereign citizen, shout out to all the sovereigns, but that's the problem they running into, man. Shout out to my brothers and Moors, but that the problem they run into in the court system is they can't enforce what they're talking about. But it looks good, sounds good, very logical, but they just can't enforce it. Okay, let me do some more shout out.
That fits also within, I think also, you know, and again, I'm not trying to demonize them, but brothers in the Pan-Africanist movement and the conscious community. So I love all their ideas and I support them. But again, like you said, minus the ability to enforce anything, you're just talking.
Right.
So I think a lot of their information is good for us to know so we can learn how to regulate ourselves better. But at the end of the day, like what sort of effect or outcome? I mean, you know, the message is good because we need to hear it. Because as much as we still lack enforcement, we're still doing a lot of self-destructive behaviors. So the message is good about, you know, the conscious community, Pan-Africanist community, and saying, hey, we need to stop some of the self-destructive behaviors because we're already battling external forces. But at the end of the day, minus the ability to enforce anything,
it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. Okay, y'all. Let's move on. We got one more thing to get to, and then we're gonna go straight to it, man. We're gonna skip the jobs today because we got this topic is very important, and we got a lot of video to watch. Okay, so let me do some shout outs real quick. Shout out to Bolo TV in the Village. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV in the Village, what is you doing? Get on over there, man. Because when we mess up these scriptures, you can go over to Bolo TV in the Village, and you can get it right, right?
And get the truth.
You can get the truth, man. You can get it right, man.
Well, I knew Brother Clarence ain't know what he was talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about all the time, man.
I tell him all the time, I don't speak when it comes to that. So Bolo, it ain't never me because I don't speak. That be Clarence. If anybody tell you nonsense from over here about the scripture, that's that guy. I don't be speaking on it. I'm like, I know what I don't know. Okay.
I would definitely take that out. I'll definitely take that out. All right, we go. We got to check everybody in, man, because we got to go. All right, who else is in the building? Shout out to Bolo, by the way, in the Village. But shout out to Sister Annie. Excuse me. I'm coming up there. Rico's up there. I'm coming up there. Shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have her in the building, the administrator. She is in the building. So, hey, man, watch y'all step out here, man, because Sister Annie will hit you with that ruler. Right on, tap you right on the hand. You be like, what? What happened? I didn't know it. Right. So shout out, Sister Annie's in the building. Who else is in the building? Brother Daryl. Shout out to Daryl Long, man. Be safe out there. We appreciate you, young man. But be safe out there, man. These streets are wild out, man. Be safe out there, man. I sure appreciate that though. That compliment, Brother Daryl. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. And I see you building your channel back up, man. So and more power to you, brother. Appreciate you, man. But be safe out here, man. Watch your step out here. Who else is in the building, man? Who else is in the building? I think that's everybody I said. Oh, OG Patrice is in the building. OG Patrice is in the building. So she may be up here, y'all. Those of y'all that fans of OG Patrice, she may be up here in a little while, man. She might be getting herself together for something. But she may be up here in a little while. Who else in the building? Who else? I think that's all the shout outs that we got right now. All right, we got to get to one last thing, and then we're gonna go, and then we're gonna get right into the topic. We got to get to the Black History Minute. Let's see the Black History Minute. Let's see. What are we talking about today? Oh, September 10th. September 10th. Alabama schools are desegregated, Rico. Did I bring that up? No, I did not. Let me bring that up. Let's see. Boop, boop, boop. Let me bring this up. Where else y'all gonna go and find out what your people been doing? Right? Who else is telling you about your people, man? Every week. Every week. All right. Let's see. Alabama schools desegregated. Y'all see that colored sign right there on that tree, right? That means this water fountain is for colored folks like Rico. Colored. I don't know. Maybe they had light skin colored it. Light skinned colored, man. But anyway, they got this thing saying that, hey, this water fountain is for the colored folks, right? And you bet not drink out that white water fountain, Rico. 20 brave young African-American students began school at previously segregated schools in Alabama on September 10th, 1963, the day before had become a national incident when a segregationist governor, George C. Wallace, had refused the demands of the federal authorities and blocked the attendance of African-American students. Highway patrolmen were ordered by Governor Wallace to block the doors of the school to keep African-American students from attending. However, amidst the standoff between the governor and the federal government, a young Sonny Hefford the fourth and 3 other students had managed to become the first students to desegregate the state school system when they entered schools in Huntsville, Alabama on September 9th, 1963. All right, y'all. The Black History Minute, man. Alabama schools were desegregated in 1963. So don't take our word for dig that, man. Go check it out for yourself. All right, Rico, that's it. I think we's ready. We ready to get into it, man. We did it, man. We did it pretty fast this time. All right, let's see. Are Black women worth protecting publicly, Rico? Are they worth protecting? I don't know if you've seen in the chat, Rico, that Black Man Unfiltered came by and he said, hey, man, he said, Black men should only protect women who are under their cover. Did you see that?
I see it now, and I totally disagree with it.
Okay, and I said to him, I would absolutely drive a dude's head in the ground, even if he looked at your daughter funny. I mean, I would, and she ain't under my covering, but I would protect her if I saw something to it. Even if I knew she wasn't your daughter, I would do that, but I would probably have a little more oomph on it if I knew it was your daughter. So I think the disconnect there. Maybe he'll come up and tell us, hey, this is what I meant by that, Clarence. So we'll see. But before that, let's take a look at what are we talking about, Rico? Are you familiar with the Brick Lady?
Yes, I'm familiar with it, and I've been completely heartbroken by the responses around it. And in my opinion, doesn't even revolve around that woman herself, but probably the lack of humanity that I feel like, Black men are displaying towards other human beings. I just think it's just beyond disgusting. But, everybody's entitled to their opinion. For this topic, I must be purple. I must not be the average Black man. Well, I'm a Black man of a generation that's so far removed from the way that these people think. Maybe I'm white. I don't know. I don't know what I am. I'm just sitting there saying is the arguments that I keep hearing around this, it makes me sick. But go ahead.
Well, what's the argument you hearing, Rico?
I mean, even if we start with the covering thing, I look at things probably from a position of a humanist, and a humanist is I'm a human being. I live in a world with fellow human beings, and we all have an obligation to look after each other's well-being to the best of our ability. I'm not talking about no superhero shit. I ain't talking about any of that. But morally, I just think that, I don't know how people can look at other people, harm done to them, and just stand idly by. It just makes no sense to me, and be okay with it.
All right. Well, for those of y'all, well, before we do that, let's bring Patrice in. Hey, Patrice, what's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing, family?
Fine, girl. What's going on with you?
I'm good, sister.
Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, everybody.
Okay, y'all. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna see. There's some people that don't really know what's going on with this brick lady thing, so I'm gonna play the news for it so we can kind of get all up to speed.
Yeah, sure, but I think most people.
We begin with a rejection that took a dangerous turn. A Houston woman is recovering after she says a man hit her in the head, in the face, with a brick. Robichaud says he attacked her after she refused to give him her cell phone number, all while a crowd of men stood there watching.
Have I ever done to anybody in my life to deserve this? Literally, a man asked me for my number. I said no, and he picked up a brick in front of so many men and was like, "What you gonna do?" And I told all these men, like, "Yo, why this man got a brick on my face?"
According to her social media, this happened over the weekend. We reached out to HPD for some information and have yet to hear back. Joining us now to talk about it, public relations specialist Bridget Holden, Latoya Lemon, along with pastor and journalist Dr. Ruth Olson. Glad to all have you here on the Fact Runs. When you guys see this, and number one, she's saying there were a group of men standing around, probably on their damn cell phones, looking to get the shot instead of trying to protect a woman. Your thoughts on this?
I feel like Black women are not being protected these days. I mean, but then I don't know if you watch social media, but then there are a lot of women on here who are saying, well, I don't need a man and I don't need this and I don't need that. So we kind of have to take accountability. If we're out here saying that, then are the men going to protect us? But I thought that chivalry is dead.
Dead.
Yeah.
And buried. Latoya,
right.
Your thoughts about this? Number one, first of all, someone hitting her with a brick because she refused to give their number, if all the facts are correct.
Absolutely. So I understand rejection is hard, right? But my real issue here, of course, I don't condone any violence and I don't like it. But the men that stood around and watched, people are no longer getting any type of help in situations that they need help in. Mm-hmm. People are not being decent. People are making everything a joke, everything a moment to go viral. And this is this lady's health. You know, this could have went even worse and she could still be in the hospital with severe damages. Mm-hmm. And so to see that nobody helped her, I mean, that's heartbreaking.
All right. Thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. Thoughts so far.
You want to go, Patrice?
No, you could go, brother.
Oh, no, I mean, again, my thoughts are the same as it was from the get-go. I agree with what they're saying, that people have become more callous and uncaring. I don't know what has made us become that.
Well, she said, Rico, she said that the women are saying, I don't need no man. She said it.
So, I mean, irregardless, to me, it's a separate issue from what anyone says. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, at no point, so you're going to sit there and say, so if I know 10 women that say I don't need a man, but I know 10 women that do, how are you separating the two when you see a woman in need of assistance? Because you don't know, well, is she one of the ones that says she don't need one, or is she one of the ones that did? No one in the moment is thinking that. So that's just a silly argument. That's just an overall argument that people want to use. Yes, I know there are women out here who say that, but it ain't all women. So do I neglect all women because, say, 30% of them or 40% of them say they don't need a man, but I'm going to neglect the 100%? That makes no sense. And there's no way that the ones who say I don't need a man, they're not walking around with a t-shirt, I don't need a man t-shirt. So you just don't know. It's like, how do you neglect the totality of a gender for what a small percentage, Say it's 50%. We know it ain't 100%. We know it's not 100%. So if it's not 100%, how do you justify ignoring 100% who may need aid? And
here's how they do it.
Have no, I don't need a man goggles.
Well, here's how they do it, Rico. They say, hey, look,
they throw them all out.
I'd rather stay away from the ungrateful, and to stay away from the ungrateful,
I'm gonna stay away from the grateful as well.
And there you go.
But that's what I'm saying. You're throwing the totality in the trash because of a minority. But when we flip, when that argument is flipped and say it goes on race, we don't want it looked at that way. All black men for the minority percentage of black men, I don't want to be treated like them. Definitely. Or black people. So that's the problem. It's like sometimes we get into the space where we're accepting to throwing everybody out, but when white supremacy say, "Oh well, these few niggas did something, so we're gonna throw all y'all in."
All of them, right?
And it's like,
right.
Of course,
yeah,
because we know
these few are breaking into stores, so all of y'all criminals, right?
And we all don't want to be looked at that way. We fight against it, justifiably so. Like, no, don't blame me for what all black people do. That's bullshit. So I can't blame women for what some women do.
Right.
No.
We got, there's more to the story, y'all. There's more to the story. So
Go ahead,
keep
Patrice.
that in mind as we go along.
Let Patrice jump in.
Yeah, I just want to say I see both sides, right, of the spectrum. I understand that there are a small, like you said, Rico, there's a small minority of women that's on that I don't need a man attitude type of situation. And just like there are women out there that still feel, yeah, where is the chivalry? So I get both sides of the spectrum, and that's the truth, that when we tend to hear a small percentage of women or men say something, we tend to lump everybody in that percentage, unfortunately. Now, if men feel that if there's a certain percentage of men saying, hey, I'm only going to protect the women that are under my covering, meaning my wife, my daughters, my nieces, my female cousins, or something, cool. That women need to know and be expected to understand that there's a certain responsibility that you're going to have in protecting yourself nowadays, because there's men out there that feel that way, that they are not going to protect you if they see that you are in a compromising position and they don't feel that they have a right to step in. There's a lot of people that feel that they don't have a right to step in because it could end their life, because that is happening as well. So we have to take into accountability of all sizes, but the where it gets convoluted is that everybody lumps everybody in that small percentage, whether it's a small percentage that of men that still want to ship, because there is still men out here that I do believe that absolutely would have stepped in, but they are a certain percentage, small percentage of caliber of men that still live under that chivalry tutelage, as where there are men now that's like, nah, I'm only covering my own, you on your own, sis, with that. So it's both sides of the spectrum, and that's why women have to move accordingly, have to know how to read the room and perspectives when they are in compromising positions and they are by themselves. You not knowing as a woman if you're going to be protected or not. That's why OG Patrice chooses to absolutely have some protection for herself. My two friends, Smith and Wesson, it's always with me, just in case there are men around that may not protect me. I'm going to die trying to protect myself first.
Sister, you knocked it. And let me say this too. Up until recently, I have been an avid, like, basically, y'all in the Second Amendment community, y'all are winning me over with this bullshit. Because I have just reached the end of my rope. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. If you can't beat them, join them. You know. But my thing is, and what I wanted to say in particular was around the notion of the men who say, I'm only going to protect women under my covering. Then my point is, how do you like the women that are under my covering? I can't be there to protect them 24/7. We know that that's not a practical position to take.
And bro, Rico, that is the part where if something happens one day to their loved one and they're not there to protect them, then that there's going to be that in the back of their head that they wish someone would have been there to protect their loved one. See, that's the flip side of that situation, right? So that is why it should be the accountability of both the man and the woman to know your situation, read what's into the situation, just like the brother that lost his life in Chicago with coming at hitting the woman. Listen, we see these incidents happening live and in living color because somebody is videoing. You got the people that would rather video and watch it, and I'm not saying that they bad people.
Right.
But they'll rather video and watch it than to jump in and save. And then I've seen videos where men have absolutely stepped in to help protect the woman. So it is both sides of those spectrums. We just have to know how to, as women, to protect ourselves within their environment. Period. That's why I'm a big advocate for women getting trained, getting certified, go to the range, trying to get your target practice. Do you accordingly to the state that you live in, because just know you may be in a situation where there is no men around to protect you.
But I think about situations like this, Patrice. I send my 18, 19-year-old daughter to college. I can't go to the university with her, and a fucking school shooter comes in.
That part.
Or someone with a knife.
Well, that's why I say the whole thing about learning how to protect yourself. Carry some mace, have you a stun gun, have you I'm in an open carry, y'all know that, so I literally can open carry anywhere I go here in the state of Arizona. But
I'm thinking about men who take the position that I only take care of the ones in my covering, but you sent your 19-year-old daughter to university.
Exactly.
You're not there. And
to protect them.
In there, some deranged person coming there with a knife or whatever. You want the men, because she's not under their covering, to not render aid. That's insane to me.
Yeah, but a lot of times those are the parents. Unfortunately,
a 19-year-old kid in most states, they can't carry a concealed handgun because you usually got to be 21. So they're not even old enough, but you can't keep your children locked up with you. You can't put them in bubble wrap. I would hope society would do. I'm not asking nobody to die for them. I'm asking you to assist them and not just stand around and do nothing and feel okay about that shit.
Okay, here. Look,
we see that the parents of these children in the schools, of course, they regret that they wasn't there to protect their children, right? We know that when there's no one there in certain situations to protect them, that guilt is going to always come back on you as the parent to say, God, I wish I could have been there to protect my child. And that's something that you will never get over as a parent if that happens to you. But that's something that is unfortunately beyond their control. So the attitude should never be, well, I'm only protecting mine when I'm covering. But if it's another incident where you would have wished that somebody else would have covered your child in certain incidents. So it's like I said, it's both sides of that spectrum.
Because I always say that protect my child. I'm on my way, but until I get there, please protect my child or my wife or my woman until I get there. Because the bottom line is in the reality, in the real world, we can't. You say your covering is not 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We know that. That's a silly notion. Because unless you're walking around with your woman and your daughters in your fucking pocket, and if you don't do that, it's like, so I feel like if I see any woman needing aid or assistance, I feel an obligation to offer aid or assistance. Now, again, I'm not telling nobody to jump in front of bullets. I'm not telling nobody to.
And Rico, and here's the thing, Rico, most of the time when women are not being protected. Men, their men, husbands, boyfriends, brothers, they're not around when
Right.
women really need to be protected anyway, for the most part. So yeah.
Thank you. So if a woman gets snapped in the parking lot, women are assaulted usually, like you said, the overwhelming majority of the time, unless it's a partner assault, they're being assaulted where their partner is not around. Who the fuck is supposed to help you? People scream. I see men screaming out for help for other men. That's just a normal thing. People run and knock on the door. So if a woman runs up and knock on your door and say, I need help, you're not going to let her in because she's not under your covering? What kind of ridiculous shit is this? So when you make a plain blanket uninformed statement, only the women under my cover, but someone runs and knock on your door and they're being chased, I can't let you in because you ain't under my covering. If something happened to my wife and I found out she knocked on your door and you ain't let her in, you got more to worry about than that. Because that's crazy.
All right, I think that position needs to be looked at better. But here's a real issue for most men. Here's a real issue for most men. There's a risk you are taking. So
Absolutely.
They have to, but there's a measurement of the risk versus can you do this safely? See what I'm saying? Like it might be a situation where the person that's looking at the situation says, and I don't want to confuse the two, so I'm gonna separate them. But there's some situations where guys are not getting involved because they feel like the risk is too high to their personal safety to get involved and safely be able to try to help this person with their own, of their own volition, right? It's safer to just pick up the phone and call 911 and get the people that have all the equipment that they would need to be safe in that safer in that situation, right?
Right.
As opposed to now, I think what we're all are talking about, we're talking about situations that are probably not that severe. It's just a situation where you could see that it's a heated situation, and maybe someone, if without getting in, if you as a bystander don't get involved, somebody might get seriously hurt. And you can do it safely, just intervening, then I think that's the situation we're more talking about. Would you guys agree?
Most of these guys, let me tell you this. What's been going on all week behind this situation? I didn't see an ounce of risk. I smelled nothing but bullshit cowards. People who just literally, I haven't seen a single situation where people are supposing you can in any given day. I can walk out this door and a piano fall on my head, but it doesn't keep me from walking out the door. There's an inherent risk in everything we do. When I get in my car and I get on the highway, it could be a car crash. I could be dead. It doesn't stop anybody from getting in that car. There's an inherent risk to breathing, but we still live. So this notion that men are excusing cowardice as risk, because for it to be risk, you need to see the risk to be able to assess it. So the only thing I saw in this situation was, I'm like, they said he hit her with a brick. You cannot tell me that your mind leapt from, well, what if he got a gun? If you believe everybody has a gun, then you're just coward. And I don't have a gun. And I believe that everybody could have a gun. But nonetheless, that fear of knowing any confrontation I get in with could be with an armed assailant will not allow me, because here it is, man, I told you earlier, the definition of cowardice and bravery is two different things. They are symmetrically opposed. Everyone has fear. All of us, 100%. Cowardice is when you're so frozen by fear, you can't do the will to act. Bravery is overcoming fear and having the willingness to act. That's it. There's absolutely nothing else different. There's nothing else different. So everybody is afraid. all the time. But
Okay.
either you overcome your fear, which, like I said, I can get in my car and I know I can get out on this highway and I could be in a car crash. I could be dead. I could never see my family, just that, whatever. So what do? Do I stay in the house and never go outside? Or do I say, hey, you know, the risk, again, assessing the risk. So in this instant, you saw a guy with a brick hit a woman. How did your risk evaluation take that all the way to he might have had a gun?
Even if he might, man. Rico, there's people out there that don't know how to fight, man. They don't know how to defend themselves.
Okay, then you're just a coward, and that's fine.
Wait. Does that make you a coward because you don't know how to
It
defend
makes you a coward if you refuse to step in and render the
Okay, agreed.
cowardice definition. Pull up the definition. Is the inability to act. I'm not saying you gotta fight. Why is everybody jumping to the fight? It's the I'm not gonna do anything. That's what cowardice is. It's not, you don't have to fight. You can call the police, you can record it, you can yell.
Of course, everybody should call the police. Everybody should call the
Remember,
police.
I told you about the Kitty Genovese, the bystander. It's literally that. You can't be so frozen that you do. And you know what? This goes for women too. Because I believe that if there were women on the scene, they should have also stepped in and tried to help her. The same as I believe a man should have stepped in to help a man.
Okay, now I got some new information for y'all. Patricia, you want to talk on this before I get this new information?
Yeah, because unfortunately, this new information on this sister is going to fill up the whole script. So I already know where you're going with it, bro. But again, it leads back to the like we come up in a different time, right? You guys, like, so we're speaking from an older generation of time when men definitely stepped in to help protect women for the most part. You know, the chivalry was there and things of that nature. Now we're living in a time where these young people, they got weapons. They will listen. We saw what the brother in Chicago did to the sister in the restaurant, and unfortunately, he didn't know that sister had her pow. You know what I'm saying? So we are put in predicaments, you know, where we're living in times now where we don't know what people are capable of doing. So again, that's why I say we have to be able to be in certain situations and read into certain situations and act and respond accordingly. For the most part, if it's things that you can avoid, because you don't have to sit there and argue with the man as a woman and put yourself in the predicament as well, especially when you know you out here, you by yourself, and it's a possibility you have no protection. And especially if you know you don't have none on your person. Right. So it's so many variables to this. Right. Again, I agree. I'm one person that I'm from the old school. If I'd have saw my fellow sister, you know, been put in a predicament, and I'm reading the situation, and I carry. So I would have been more prone to have said something to try to calm the situation down, de-escalate. You try those things within reason as you're reading the situation, right? As it's happening. If you can do that. If you're not in a position to do that, then you have to act accordingly depending on what happens, because I know people personally have lost their life when they have intervened trying to help. My cousin was one, but see, he was cut from a different cloth. He served in the Marines. He's old school Southern boy, and he going into a McDonald's. He goes and he sees a guy jumping on a girl. He intervenes, come to the girl's rescue. The guy goes back out to his truck, pulls his gun out and pows, and he deleted my cousin. This happened years ago. My cousin lost his life. This happened in Mississippi years ago. But see, he cut from that cloth. He come from that era of chivalry, and being a Marine is knowing that anything I do, I'm risking my life. See, it's men, but it's men out here that are not cut from that cloth. See, that's the thing. We got to understand that too. It's men that are not cut from that cloth no more, that's saying, I know as a man, anything I'm doing out here that has honor and chivalry to it, I can risk my life doing it. Men, it's a lot of men, especially the younger generation of men, they ain't cut from that cloth. And that's the difference.
And that goes to what you said, Patrice. You can get killed defending a woman you covering. You're not gonna defend her. So we talk about this covering.
They got a little more.
Well, the men that's saying that are saying that those are the only women they are going to be willing to die for. Is their wives or their girlfriends or their daughters or family members, female family members.
The problem with that, though, and I told Clarence earlier, but other people are willing to die for your wife or your daughter. First responders, whether it's a police officer, firefighters that run in the buildings. All them people put their lives on, military members. They put their lives on the line for people they don't know about. They have families. They don't care.
The reason for that and what men are going to say about, well, that's what they get paid to do. That's what that response is going to be.
That's the nonsensical, and I get that.
That's their job.
But here's the reality. Here's the reality. Those are jobs they volunteered for, so you can't diminish the bravery and the fucking heroism. And when they signed up for the job, they knew that they would possibly put their life on the line because nobody made them do those jobs, right? They could all be sitting at home, and we could be living in a society that has no first responders, no fire, no military, and we all would be fucked. So thank God. So thank God that there are men willing, because we didn't make them. There's no draft for the police.
Well, here's the thing: men are not doing it to other men out here. So I definitely don't. It's not an expectation for me. I'm self-sufficient in myself, knowing that I have to be put myself in a position to protect myself because I see men not helping other men out here. So I have the mindset as, hey, look, I'm on my own in this fight. So guess what, sis? You better do what you need to do to protect yourself first, because there's no guarantee that another man or woman, for that matter, is going to come to your rescue.
Or the police. Or the fire.
Listen, most of those people come after the crimes has been committed. Let's be real.
Yeah.
When we calling the police, we're calling the police after the fact for the most part.
Listen, y'all. Listen. I don't think we can blame people that say, you know what? I'm the type of dude that if I see something, I'm not getting involved. I may call the cops. I'm not getting involved. I don't think we can blame them for that in today's society. What we like it to do, we would like that any woman, especially women, but men as well, but especially any of our women and our children, if they have a problem or issue that violence is coming up, that somebody would at least step in and say, hey, bro, what's going on?
I disagree with that. Again, I would not use the term that I can blame someone for not doing anything because what?
Let me finish.
Oh, okay.
Let me finish. Okay. And so in this situation, I think it's a situation where you as a person have to assess the risk to you and decide whether you're going to get involved physically. That's I think what we're talking about is physically getting involved, right? So I'm saying as a person, you have to assess the risk to yourself as a person get involved physically. Should you call the police? Absolutely. Every time. You should dial 911. But now when it comes to physically getting involved, that's a decision you're going to have to make, because that's you have to assess how well you're able to defend yourself if something goes faulty with you coming up to the person and questioning them about what they're doing, right? Or like Patrice and Risa said, you a little something fall, maybe you might be more willing to go out there and take that risk because you know you got a little more help to defend yourself, as opposed to somebody who doesn't know hand-to-hand combat, who doesn't have a firearm, who doesn't have no mace, doesn't have no weapon to maybe have a health condition where they can't move that fast. Should you expect them to jump into that situation? See, that's what I'm saying. They may not be. So what I want to say is that we We should do something if we see something. Do something. That's my point. And what do y'all think about that? And then we gotta go to this video.
I think it's utter bullshit. I think it's utter bullshit. I think niggas got a 40-page list of reasons why not to do shit. They literally do. I'm like, it's utter bullshit. It's rank fucking cowardice. That's just all there is to it. We're trying to prettify fucking people being cowards. Yes, the risk existed. And all the things that these fucking cowards say could happen. And that's fine. And if you freeze, that's fine as well. But that's textbook definition of fucking cowardice. So don't be a fucking coward and go, well, I'm being brave. No, you a fucking coward. Fine. You don't get to redefine that shit. You don't. So in that
here's the thing for me. I wouldn't get upset if at this day and stage in society, I wouldn't get upset if a man or woman didn't jump in and help me. It wouldn't, because it doesn't surprise me, right?
Yes.
But I would have a problem with the fact that they would see and witness something and they wouldn't at least call the police. At least call authority.
That's my issue.
Now that I would definitely have a problem with that. And I may say something to them about, hey, damn, you didn't even call the cops. Like it's bad enough you didn't help, but you didn't even call the cops. You sat there and you just took your phone out like it was, you know what I mean? Because people would rather actually take their phones out for shit to go viral on social media than to actually do something actionable if they saying, look, well, I'm not going to jump in and help from a physical end, but at least I can call the police or go somewhere in nearby or tell somebody to call the police or something. That part would be my issue. But honestly, in this day and stage and age, I wouldn't get mad if didn't nobody jump in on a fight that I just happened to get in, because I'm almost expecting it.
What I'm saying, Patrice, to piggyback on what you said is, I do not think they have an obligation, nor do I have an expectation that they will. That's fine. They don't have to jump in. However, don't sit there and say you're not the very thing that you are, because that's the textbook. It's like people want to be afraid and then say, I wasn't afraid. No, motherfucker, you were scared. Don't say, I didn't jump in. I didn't just say you're fucking scared. That's fine. That's it. But don't pretend like, it's like these men, I want to be a leader and I want to submit, but yet in the face of danger, you want to do what? Be a fucking coward.
Rico.
That's it.
That's not, I understand what you're saying, but
that's it. They don't have to do anything.
If you put it all the way out there, if you multiply out what you're talking about, we should not have to. We should not be forced to.
No one said any force.
No. What I mean, force socially, because that's what you're doing by using the shame that you're using the shame to say that you should. You're not directly saying, oh, you have to do this. But you're shaming a person by saying, if you don't do it, then this is what you are.
No, what I'm saying is, no, there's no shame. What I'm saying is, you stood there and you watched a woman get bricked to the fucking head and almost killed. Terrible. Why am I shaming you? Why you should not be ashamed of that yourself?
Agreed.
And if you're not, that's really okay with me.
Okay.
Again, don't pretend like you wasn't afraid.
Okay,
because
I get that.
You watched a person damn near attempted murder, and you stood there and you watched it. Society is not shaming you. You have to look in the mirror and say, was that the right thing to do? Yes or no? And if you're okay with not doing anything, fine. Just say, I was afraid. That's what it is. Either I'm afraid to act or I acted. But there's no fucking middle. Well, I was scared to do anything, but I'm still a tough guy. The fuck out of here. That makes no sense.
I agree with that. Okay, hold on. Before we move on to the video, let's let Vaughn say something, then we're going straight to the video. Vaughn.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I can hear you, brother.
You sound great. Brother, how are you?
All right. What's going on, everybody? Well, listen, I will definitely say this. I'm not putting my life or my family's life at risk for someone who is putting themselves out there and they're purposely putting themselves in harm's way. I'm not doing it. I'm me personally, I'm just not doing it. And some of these young ladies need to learn how to stay out of these men's faces. You see what I'm saying? Because they're doing too much. So, you know, you can call me a coward or whatever you want. It's a decision and a choice that I make. Listen, I got a few crackheads in the area. You come blamming on my door, I'm not letting you in. I'm just saying, you know, all of this talk about, well, you know, well, if you don't act, then you're a coward. No, man, you got to use wisdom. You know, there was a brother that lost his life from defending a young lady at Walmart, and he had a little baby girl who he's not even here to this day to be able to raise because
one of y'all's in trouble.
Because
one
he
of y'all
got killed. He got deleted. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, I get what Brother Rico's saying. I do get it. I get it. You know what I'm saying? There's a time and a place, you know, and if the situation permits itself to provide protection, then I'm all for that. You see what I'm saying? But nowadays, you never know what you're going to get.
But my
I
question,
mind my business. That's what I do.
Hold on,
I
Rico.
mind and my business. Yeah. So
okay. Before we move on for that, but Sister Annie, please hold on. Let me introduce this new information. Then we're gonna go straight to you. Okay. All right,
Oh no, go ahead and say, I'm just sitting in the back in the cut.
all right, we're gonna play this new information. Now, y'all remember the brick lady got hit in the head with a brick. All these black men were standing around, didn't do nothing. Okay.
let me just say this: my conversation doesn't even revolve around this woman. I could care less about her. I don't care if she made it up. I don't care if she's lying. I'm talking about a hypothetical and what men do in a hypothetical. I'm not talking about the perfect victim. I'm not talking about the most fucked up victim. I'm not talking about any of that because it really doesn't matter. Do I believe her? Hell, I don't even know her. I don't know if she's making this shit up or not. I'm just saying in the past week, the conversation has been about men standing by and coming up with 4 million pages. So I'm like, if you got the perfect victim, you motherfuckers are not going to defend them. And that's a problem.
Rico, we're gonna get to that, Rico. This is relevant to the reason why a lot of them guys are making those comments. So this is relevant. Okay. All right, let's take a look at the TikTok here.
News, man, I'm sorry to report. We may have gotten bamboozled, muffled.
Turn the volume up. It's low.
Oh, it's low? Okay.
She didn't just pull the wool over her eyes. She pulled the whole damn sheep on our face. So we all know this lady, right? The brick lady, aka Road Reacts. Now it seems like she has a history of doing this sort of thing. Basically, in 2020, she actually, once again, the victim to actually.
What happened?
Yeah, because I don't hear anything, Clarence. So I was thinking maybe it's just me. I think the volume was low and then it stopped. You're muted, Clarence.
Hold on, y'all. Let me see what's going on.
The sound's not working.
Okay, let me see what's going on. Okay, let me see what's going on.
Hey, drop the link for Risa, Clarence.
All right, yeah, she's here. I'll bring her up here.
Yeah,
I'll bring her up.
Bring her up. Yeah,
I got her. Let's see. Okay. You know what? I'm having trouble with my TikTok. Okay, now let me see if I can do it now. Oh, here we go. There we go. We're gonna share this. But I want to share the audio. What's going on? I want to share the audio. So that's what's happening there. And can I share the audio on this? Okay, you guys tell me if you hear this.
Where'd you go? And man, did the story get crazy.
Yes.
Can you guys hear that?
Yes.
It's low, but we can hear it.
Yeah, it's too low. It's very low,
It's
right?
low.
Okay. I can't seem to raise it any higher. It's not giving me a setting so I can do that.
Okay.
But basically, what the guy was saying was that he was she had scammed a GoFundMe. She had made a scam of a GoFundMe maybe 3 years ago, and she got some money off of that doing the same thing. And then this time, the same thing. As you guys saw when I played the news coverage of it, that they were there is no police report. There is none of that. She didn't file a police report. Now, and then let me say y'all this. Y'all know, I mean, those of us that have been in the street, we know you hit somebody with a brick, there's gonna be a laceration. There ain't gonna be no big bump on the head. There's gonna be a laceration somewhere, right? That was the first thing that I saw. When I saw her, I said, man, wait a minute. I seen people hit with bats and bricks, and I don't see no cut nowhere. What's going on? It's just a bump. Kind of find out that bump was allegedly a reaction to something she ate or something, instead of actually being hit in the head with a brick. This situation was allegedly a hoax. So with that information, I want to play something else. I think this will come out better. Let me bring Risa up, but I think this is gonna come out better. This is Rico and his favorite, the lead attorney, and he's gonna be reviewing.
God, not the shady attorney, not the.
He's gonna be reviewing MTR. MTR did something on this, so he's gonna review that.
When bystanders need to get involved, I think that distinction makes sense. Whether it's a family member, people that you love, that's near and dear to
Fair use of this scamming motherfucker. Fair use.
There's a few scenarios when you would get involved, right? There's like self-defense, defense of others, right? I think with family members and familial relationships, you will get involved in those situations. But when you're a bystander and you don't know someone, you're risking a lot more than defending someone else on the flip side. So I think those distinctions make sense.
Yeah, you risk so much protecting people out here, right? So it's so true. Let's jump in and see what our brother MTR has to say about this.
It's so crazy, but it's a necessity that we go over it here today, because not only does it include all of these hot button topics such as Black women being the least protected, but also the story itself also proves that there's always more than what meets the eye. Ensure that you take note of all of the themes and learnings throughout this video right here, but here are the main ones that I want you to grab a hold of as we proceed forward. The first one, #BelieveAllWoman, is absolutely fundamentally bullshit. The second one,
that's true.
Only certain types of women are worthy to be protected. And lastly, men today should only be held responsible to protect the women that they're accountable for. Without further ado,
What have I ever done to anybody in my life to deserve this? I never did anything in my life to hurt anybody. Literally, a man asked me for my number. I said no, and he picked up a brick in front of so many men and was like, what are you gonna do? And I told all these men, like, yo, why this man got a brick on my face? And he's holding a brick. And all these niggas is watching.
Oh my God. See, her vocabulary to me is
You on mute, Clarence.
Wow.
All right, y'all. All right.
Well,
Can I
here
ask
we
a
go.
question
Here we go.
about what they say?
Now we got to let Annie and Risa get in, but we can ask a quick question.
I just got one question. How is the risk higher because you're defending someone you know? I mean, how is the risk higher because you're defending someone you don't know than someone you know? So my question is this:
I can answer that.
Let me say, if you're defending your sister from being assaulted by a man, or you're defending a stranger from being assaulted by the man, the risk is the same. In both, your motivation is different. You're more motivated to help your loved one. but the risk to your ass is equal.
Okay.
In both instances,
Agreed.
you lose your life.
Agreed.
Your motivation is different. But to claim that the risk is higher for a stranger is abject bullshit.
No. I didn't say that the risk is
No,
higher.
but I'm saying is that's what they said. So everybody conflating this. Oh, you could get killed defending a random person. You could get killed defending your fucking family.
No, yes, Rico. But you have an inherent
motivation.
There you go. Motivation. You have an inherent motivation to protect the people that probably you have a connection to by family, by blood, or whatever, right? This is something that you inherently have, right? Okay, I don't have an inherent responsibility to defend someone else. And so I think that's that's the leg they're standing on, is that, and so since it's not inherent, therefore
it's acceptable to not act in the face of danger.
There you go.
Which the textbook definition of that, if you want me to pull up the textbook definition, people may not like it. All I'm saying is it is what it is. You won't have any motivation. You have no obligation or responsibility. But the definite, if we're going to stick to the definition, then it is what it is. If you're afraid, say you are. I'm fine with that. I'm not going to make or shame. I'm not making or shaming because I'm afraid too.
Okay.
I'm afraid too. But just as I'm afraid to do something, I'm ashamed not to do something.
Now that is the critical difference. That is the critical difference between. Okay, but Rico, we got to put that on the table because that's a critical difference. Now, some of us would be ashamed to have been involved in a situation and we didn't do nothing, right? Like Spider-Man, right? Spider-Man didn't do nothing.
And please don't make about no superhero because these
niggas. No. I'm giving an example. Listen, Rico. Let me finish. I'm giving an example of he didn't do anything. He saw this robber earlier in the day and didn't try to stop the robber and interrupt what he was doing. And that same robber came home and killed his father and killed his uncle, or grandfather, whatever. So my point is that that's what. But a lot of these people are saying, well, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not, and because of a lot of the rhetoric that's been going around about how Black women I don't need no man and this and that. This is the legs that they're able to stand on. Now, the shame, they should be ashamed, right? Shame is for people that's right thinking. Right thinking people can use shame. You can't use shame on a drug addict because they're not in their right mind. Shame ain't gonna work on trying to help them change their behavior, or a person that's has sexual, addictions. They're not going to be able to use shame to change it. A right thinking person can say, wow, yeah, that looks bad on me as a person for me not being involved in that situation. Now, before I go further, I want to get Sister Annie and Risa in here and let them say their little piece on what's going on. Sister Annie.
Oh, sorry, I have muted.
Excuse me.
First of all, hey y'all.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey,
Try to let me finish my whole thought, okay?
All right. Go ahead.
There's some level of expectation that I have when I see a man if something is going on with me. There's just a natural expectation. I'm not sure if it's valid, but it is. If something happens with my car, I'm looking for a man. If someone is, threatening me, stalking me, bullying me or whatever, I'm looking towards a man. So in my heart, I have an expectation of that. That doesn't mean that I have seen in my life always men step up and do that. Now, I'm not somebody that's out here reckless. I don't go out. I'm not fussing all at people all up in their face, just being reckless. So I don't feel like any behavior that I exhibit that I have, in some people's eyes, been a reason to get the reaction that I get back. So anything that would be coming my way, at least from my perspective, and it could be different from an onlooker, but it would not be something that's warranted. So I would be expecting that. I know that there are some men that may not do it because they don't feel they're physically able to step in. There's some men that, honestly, there's some men in my life that I wouldn't tell because all they need is a word, to step in. Like, I know y'all, I know if something happens, or you find out something with me, I know exactly how each one of y'all are going to react because of how much y'all care about me. I don't know if necessarily because of how much I care about each one of y'all that I would feel so good about y'all doing the same thing for everybody else, because then if something happens, then it pulls you away from your family, or could potentially pull you away from your family. So I'm kind of torn, and I'm probably being a hypocrite in this because I'm expecting it from y'all. But I don't expect it from everyone because all men don't show up the same way. And whatever their reason is, it leaves me vulnerable, or it leaves women vulnerable. Now, if I'm around OG Patrice and Risa, I feel like, I'm just as good.
You already know I got you, sis. Know that, no doubt.
They know if it's me, I'm either gonna be stumbling trying to figure out how to use it or calling the cops. But we all show up the best that we can. But I'll just be honest. A man that would not stand up for me and see me in harm's way, I would look at them a little bit funny. So that's just my thought. That's all.
All right, Sister Risa.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm gonna piggyback off of Rico. Rico, I'm gonna go on and just admit I would be a coward because it's no coming back from what I would have to do because I'm not a big person. So in order for me to even attempt to step in, I would have to use my firearm. And I say I'm a coward because, see, I'm not only am I an aunt, I'm a great aunt. I love those babies. I kind of want to be in their life. So, with that being said, I do understand the covering of the people who are around you and the people that you immediately love. Everybody on this panel, I got your back. If we go out to eat and we get robbed, just duck and, or like I said in the chat, just call me Patrice and shake till we get there. We on the way. I just can't lay it down like that because this lady, to me, if she saw she didn't have any help, Lord knows you got help. You got 2 feet. Run to safety. Just like y'all tell us to drive to safety when we're being pulled over, drive to light. We have to start using our heads for more than hat wrecks and stop expecting men to come in and help us, and they don't even know us. And then what we give to them from YouTube and TikTok is nothing but buffoonery and, pardon me, fuckery. You don't lay down everything for stuff like that. We have to be ready to defend ourselves. If it's nothing but mace and long nails, you get to safety, you make that call. Like I said, I'll have to be the coward, but that's how I'm feeling right now about that. That's that. Respectfully, my mic is muted.
Can I just say this, because I don't want anybody to take offense to me saying
I'm offended.
that.
I'm offended.
Okay.
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
No, because we gotta be honest with you. It's not meant to be an offense, but it is meant for us to truly think about it. Because we're coward about it. People are afraid of a lot of things in life. So I'm not saying it to offend or to insult anyone, but the reality is that is what it is. And I want us all to think about it, because I don't want everybody to be brave. I mean, I think we have to have bravery in this world, in this life. This is a nasty, wicked world, but we can't. You got, like, Brother Von, you have a great deal of faith, an unshakable faith. At some point, because we live in a dark, wicked, nasty world, it's just like to get in it, we have to rise up to some sort of measure of bravery. Again, for me, this story is not about this woman. I don't care nothing about her. I mean, I'm not saying that in dismissiveness. When the story hit, I obviously believed it like everybody else when it first hit. But and now obviously I hear all this questionable stuff about her, and maybe so. But what started registering in my heart was hearing the responses from men, because they're not talking about just her. I'm like, you guys are saying, when they're saying, if she's not under my covering, I'm like, so all these black men, there's going to be plenty of perfect victims. Somebody leaving from church, an elderly woman leaving from church. Y'all just gonna watch her get bashed in the damn head because she's not under your covering? I mean, it's just so many examples of women that is not her that they're saying things about. And I'm like, these are people you talk. There are perfect victims out there that will be victimized. And it breaks my heart to think that men, especially black men, will stand by and do nothing. For, as what Martin said, the only thing that's required for evil to prosper is for good men to do nothing. If we do nothing, we are allowing evil to grow. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm not telling anybody to be a superhero. I'm like, measure and do. My message is do fucking something. I don't know what I'll do in the moment. I'm not going to always say I'm going to fight. I know I probably will. But to sit there and say, and I'm hearing men say, I ain't going to do nothing. I'm just going to watch them get bashed in the head. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? That's my message. When I speak of the cowardice of that, I'm not speaking of what to do. I'm speaking of the cowardice to do nothing. That's all I'm saying, because that's what it takes for evil to prosper in this world, is for good people. You know you're good. Now, granted, maybe these pieces of shit ain't good, so maybe it's okay for them not to do anything. But I'm like, if you're a good person, you got to do something. I mean, or am I just crazy? Am I just crazy?
Hey, may I ask you something, Rico?
Yes.
If there was a situation, let's say if you walked by and you saw a woman and a man arguing, it's getting a little heated or whatever. Nobody's hit anybody or anything, but just it's disrespectful on both parts. And then let's say you went in and stepped in that situation because you're thinking, oh, wait, it looks like they are too close talking or something like that. Would you agree that, let's say that tense moment that they're having, that argument, it may be not so cute to look at, but if you now come in as some more male energy and you come to protect, that it could intensify that particular situation and may cause some aggression that he may have at like a level 5 to now go up to 8 or 9, because here he has this other man stepping in. Do you think that sometimes when men step in maybe too early, that it could maybe make the situation worse than maybe it was going to be? It's still like,
yes,
okay.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. You need to assess every circumstance, every situation. You don't get involved in anything in a circumstance like that. Only if I truly believe that there was the threat of physical violence. If I've had women cuss me out in public. I'm like, that's just how sometimes some sisters talk. So I don't and I don't insert myself into everybody's business. I would have to assess the situation, and if I was under the fear that physical violence or assault or risk of death or injury was imminent, to step in. Other than that, I think most people should mind their business. But I'm just sitting there saying, watching someone already be bricked to the face, I'm like, we've already passed that level.
So what would you say if you see that there's now been some physical action, what would you say?
I feel we need to step in and try to stop it. I'm not stepping in.
But tell me what that stepping in looks like. Are you going in, grabbing the man's hand to pull him off? Are you separating the woman?
If it's a man assaulting a woman, yes. I'm trying.
No, which one? I said a few things. Are you physically touching the man to have him stop, or trying to distance the woman?
If I assess the situation, what am I going to grab the woman for? If he's pummeling her. So if I see
I said remove her. I'm saying like to push. So like I'm thinking about a scenario, right? So like say a man and woman, they're fighting, because you're going to try to separate it, right? So you're touching both of them at that time. once you separate it, because now I'm
Now
thinking the guy is now the physical is coming to you.
Yeah.
So are you now it's just you and him,
I
or are
have
you
to feel
still
right.
trying to make sure that you're aware of where she is in the situation? Because
The initial is to try to step in and separate and stop the combatants. The
Okay.
initial is to try to get the woman out of harm's way. But I know the minute we step in, I know going in, there's a large likelihood that this motherfucker gonna turn on me. So I'm literally stepping in, not with the intention to be a combatant with him, but with an expectation that it may go there. So I'm absolutely ready to pivot.
And then when you're there, right?
I gotta deal
You're
with it. Yeah,
expecting it,
because
and
now
very
I'm
likely that it will. Are you prepared that because you've done that with the expectation that it could get a little more aggressive, that you could potentially end up in a hospital?
Yes.
And have physical harm done to you? You're
Yes.
prepared for that, and you're prepared to have your wife and your family come visit you in the hospital and see you like this, and now maybe whatever that physical thing is, it causes you to not be able to work or to not be able to function in some way. You're prepared for all of that in that stepping in?
Yes. Let me tell you why. Because I
Okay.
have to be prepared for that anyway. Just in life, period. Everything that you just described that can occur from that altercation can just happen anyway. There are a million things we do every day that we can end up in the same predicament as a result of an altercation just through ordinary. Like I gave the example. I got to get out here and go get in my car. And I can end up on the side of the highway and end up probably worse off than just getting my ass beat in a fight. That's going to happen. That's probably going to happen 1,000 times a day all across America.
Yeah, but there's a difference between you walking out in your car because you have to get to your car to go home, and you getting in your car and you turning off the lights. It's dark in the garage, and you just saying, "Hey, let me go 60 miles per hour." So there's a difference in what things and how we allow ourselves to be placed in situations that can go to the extreme measure. So I mean, listen, I applaud you because you're the kind of man that, like, if something was happening to me, that you would be very beneficial. What I don't want to have happen is, I think it's just the awareness of the people around you.
Right. And
I know
here's the thing I'll say to them. I have no desire to go into any altercation for any harm to come to me. I don't want any of that. I don't want any of that. But what I cannot do is I cannot, as another human being, knowing of all the things that you say could happen to me, that I stand by and it happens to you. So now I'm watching this guy pummeling you, and I don't do anything. I fail to act. And everything that you described, my fear of happening to me, happens to you, and I watched it. Because that's just the paradigm. That's just that's what life is. It's just, if something, you know what I'm saying? If the intention is this guy's gonna pummel me and put me in a hospital wheelchair, well, I don't want it to happen to me, so I'm gonna stand there and watch it happen to you.
I get it. I'm gonna definitely be praying over you.
Alternative as well.
Be safe. No, I mean, trust me, I get it, because I'm overprotective of you, right? So, like, I'm just not wanting that to happen to you.
That's just my thought. I just want people to think about
somebody messing with Rico. I'm coming up there.
What I'm saying,
I'm coming up there.
I don't want people to jump out there and put themselves at risk of that happening to them. I'm just saying the failure to act. If your action is more measured than mine, fine. Just don't do nothing. If I run into it and get my ass beat, then that's what I'll do. If you're going to call and yell out and tell a person, you better stop this, I'm calling the police, do that. These guys are telling me she's not under my covering. So I'm like, so you guys are going to do nothing?
Absolutely nothing? Just
that's the impression that I'm getting. Because they've said things like she deserved.
Shout out to the poor black man.
Right? They've said she deserved it. She should have gotten it. You know, she was yelling at him. I was like, that's no excuse for nobody to bash you in the face with a brick. What the hell is wrong?
Yeah, I mean, to me, even to me, the brick aspect is very extreme.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, when it comes to a female,
Right.
And you're a man, you're a male,
Yes.
right? The more stronger vessel, So for you to have to go to the limits of actually using a brick, that's extreme to me. So I would definitely say that in this hypothetical situation,
But
because
my issue is
it sounds to me like possibly this is a whole skit and a scam,
Right.
but it does bring up a good topic.
Right, but my only thing is, why are men saying that? Again, like I said, I completely threw this woman completely out. I'm concerned about the things that men in this space, in this time, how they're saying, this is what my behavior gonna be. I ain't doing nothing and I don't care. That's the thing. That's the only thing that's bothering me. I care less about this one. It's like, so all these men that you guys are just going to just, this is okay. And you got 9 million. Okay,
well, Rico,
she's the perfect.
It's always okay. It's always okay until we start talking about their daughter, their wife, their
she's
family.
a perfect woman. She's coming from church. She's married. She's perfect. And your answer is, she's not under my covering. What if he got a gun? But she's the perfect victim, guys. I make the most perfect victim in the world. And listen, and then you go through the list of all of the excuses they have to not act. And I'm like, well, God damn, it's easy to point at this woman because y'all can find all these fault with her. I'm saying every woman is not going to be her. And y'all giving the same solution for every woman. This is crazy. She's not under my covering. Maybe he's got a gun. I'm like, oh, so you just stand there and watch it? Because all that stuff that can happen to a bad woman, all that stuff can happen to a good woman, a great woman. That woman could be the salt of the earth. She could be the best woman in the world. And all of those things can happen to her. I'm not going to stand there and just watch it happen. And because I can't victim vet in the moment, I choose to err on the side of stepping in and do my damnedest to make sure it doesn't happen to me. But I got to defend it.
But now let me ask this question, if I could, real quick. And I know that Brother New Growth just popped up, and I want to give him a chance. But I just have a question. Say that the scenario permits itself to where, the young lady's arguing with her beau or her husband or whatever it is. Right. And they're getting into it and he's slapping her and she's hitting him. You see what I'm saying? And now you step in to defend her. And now she turns around and jumps on you because she says, well, don't hit my man. This is between me and him. You have a lot of shit like this going on as well. So, I mean, we have to use wisdom in these situations. You don't always have to be Captain Save everybody. You really have to be led by God. And I want to throw that in there because you need to be led to step in. Don't just step in unaware, So, I just wanted to add that.
All right, New Growth, what do you think, man?
Hey, peace, y'all.
Hey.
I can see it from both. Like, I can hear what Rico was saying because honestly, I think y'all came from a different era of the way you raise is what's gonna come out of you. The soil you planted in is what's gonna spring up. But unfortunately, a lot of like from my generation down, even the Z's, they haven't experienced this. This stuff that we're talking about is TV, almost of them. So it's kind of like when you have turmoil, you can't expect somebody who's constantly going under some type of turmoil to spring into this person that he's supposed to be. If we haven't taught our young men how to be men, they're not gonna stand in there. If we haven't taught our women how to respect men, it's not gonna be we're not moving cohesively. Put it together. So you can't have two group of people who have two individual mindsets who will argue all the time, F men, F women, and then in the situation where we supposed to have each other back, automatically do it. That makes no sense to me.
Well, I think right, and unfortunately, that not only the men are different, but the women are different as well. Well, I won't say most women. I think most women are looking for a traditional situation most of the time. I think, unfortunately, all women get lumped in with the small number of women that actually are saying this whole I don't need no man, I could protect myself, I can do myself, I don't need you, I don't need and so that's just the thing that and it really boils back down to sexual rejection. That's where really most of this is coming from. And most of it's coming from, in my opinion, most of it's coming from a huge and toxic rejecting process that a lot of, well, not a lot, but many of our women use to, especially in their 20s, when they don't not understanding that men also have feelings, right? Because men have put this facade out there that, oh, I'm this hard, super hard G. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no feelings. You can tell me no, and I'm gonna keep on rolling, right? But most men, the rejection is, and the way they reject you is horrible. Back in the 70s and 80s, women will, especially black women, they will reject you, and you was able to get over it in a few, couple hours or whatever. You was able to get over it. Now they reject you so harsh, just to make fun of you, just to ridicule you, that unfortunately those few people, plus the sexual rejection that a lot of men receive from desirable women, unfortunately ramps up, that gives them another reason why that they want to just pile on with the whole I'm not going to do nothing for no woman. So that is also, do you guys agree or disagree with the fact that, well, first let's answer the poor black man's question. Would you incentivize, or would you encourage your child to get involved in something that life might be taken at an altercation or a scuffle that they would view? Anybody could start, and let's just go down the line.
Listen, I definitely would not. You see what I'm saying? And even my son, he's 18. He knows, because me and him have talked about this. You see, there's no reason for you to lose your life senselessly. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you really have to use wisdom. And so that's what I would like to instill in my son is use wisdom. There may be a time for you to step in, but make sure it's because you've used wisdom. You just didn't rush in. Fools rush in.
Anybody else?
Yeah, that's a hard question. That's a great question, because it depends. I mean, I would raise my kids with the mindset of getting back to that era that y'all were raised in. So yes, in that sense. And hopefully that other people in the community would do the same, and we won't have the discussion. But like the Bible says, you raise them up in the way you want them to go. And like Rico said, I don't want to raise them to be cowardice, but at the same time, we know the world we live in. So, damn, that's a hard question. I don't know.
Any of the ladies?
What was the question? I'm sorry. What was the question?
Would you, let me put it up there. This is the poor man's question. Would you want your child? Would you want someone to help you? Or no, that wasn't the original question. The original question was, would you encourage your child to intervene in a altercation that their life may be taken? They may lose their life intervening into this altercation with people they don't even know.
Well, first of all, I would, definitely, because he used the word child, absolutely not. He said child. Now, if he'd have said, and I'm thinking he's speaking in general, maybe that child is an adult.
Right.
So I'm gonna take my son, for instance, who's a grown man adult, but because of the way I raised my son, and my son served in the military, again, he has a different mindset. So I know my son would intervene, no doubt. that's just his military backing and the way that I raised him to protect women, because he was a protector of women first in his family, because it starts at home. And he has also have protected another woman, because again, he come from a different cloth. He's cut from a different cloth. He's cut from a different era. But he also understands now that it depends on the situation and assessing the situation, because we're living in a different day and age now, right? Like he's in Illinois and he have children of his own. Now he may be raising his children differently accordingly to the way it is now in society. But my son was raised, he's a Gen Xer, so he was raised in that era of, you making sure first your chivalry starts at home. Number one, I raised them that way. Your immediate family, the women in your family, my brothers are the same way, right? But absolutely, he probably would be called to judgment accordingly to the situation, what's going on. If something is happening in the streets or something, he assessing the situation. He have to make sure that it's that he's protecting. If there are women and children around, this is just my son. He's going to assess it. And that's military training too, y'all. So it's a difference in the way these young men were brought up as opposed to the way the young men are being brought up now. So I'm just speaking from that perspective, but I also know he see what's going on in society too as a whole, and how some of these young men are just coming out of the blue being very violent with women just because a woman may talk back to him or say something. It still does not negate the fact that a man should haul off and hit her and beat her just because she's mouthing him. That's still no excuse for a man to use violence against a woman. So when I hear when I hear that excuse, I have a problem with that, because it seems that this is the excuse that the men are saying. Well, she shouldn't have not. You want women to be silent and to not have a mouth or a voice. And to me, when men do that, now those are the men that I'm side eyeing. And for you to say, I'm not going to protect her because she should have shut her mouth. What? I'm sorry. That part for me is where it becomes problematic. Now, should a woman know how to move and read the room and know if she's in a compromising position with a man that she know can absolutely overpower her? Absolutely. But I'm not going to negate the fact and say if she does speak up or say something to her, she deserves to get her brains beat out. I'm not going to say that either.
Yeah.
But then, you also have this whole scenario of this question that's being asked. And I don't like the way the question is being poised. I don't like the way we're asking the question. Is the Black woman worthy of being protected? Why? Of course she is. I have a Black mother. I have a Black wife. I have Black cousins.
Why?
You see what I'm saying?
Wait a minute. Why is
of
the
course
Black
she's
woman
worthy of being protected. I think anyone is worthy of being protected.
Why?
Especially if they befall some type of danger.
Why?
What do you mean, why? I'm not understanding.
Why should I protect Sister Annie? I see Sister Annie on the street, and she's, she done got one of these pookies, man. She done pookie picked, and I said, is that Sister Annie in there? Coffee shop? And she in there with this pookie, right? And she telling him, hey, look, man, maybe this ain't gonna work out because I see that you got a wife and a girlfriend, and you got a girlfriend to the girlfriend. This probably ain't gonna work out with me. And the guy's like, no, we can make it work. And I see an altercation starting. Why should I go in there and help her?
Okay, well, here's the thing, man. Each thing I think should be specific to its case. It's case by case scenario. Do you know what I'm saying? But to group all Black women together and to say that none of them deserve protection, that's where I have an issue with that. Yeah, and that's what I'm seeing in these spaces. And these brothers are going way, way to the left with it. You see what I'm saying? They need to pull that back in as well. You see?
Okay.
Because what you're doing is you're putting a whole group of women in one sector, and you're saying all of them don't deserve to be protected. And I disagree with that concept.
Absolutely. And so let me answer my own question. Why should I protect Sister Annie or any other woman I see that's out there? Well, first of all, I don't want to, because I really shouldn't have used Sister Annie because I know her. I have a relationship with her. But
let me ask. Can I ask a question?
Rico, okay, yes, Rico. Go ahead, Rico.
Good, thank you. Because my question gonna be better than his. If to the fathers that have daughters, because I know in these spaces they always cry about leadership and submission. Do you want your daughters to submit to a man or a so-called leader that would not protect? And the protection, I want my daughter to submit to a man, because to be honest with you, in these scenarios, I would expect that if a woman's being attacked, I expect a woman, to the best of her ability, to step in and try to protect another woman. I really do. So if in this instance this happened, there were only women around, and a man was pummeling a woman, and it's 3, 4, 5 women, I expect all 5 of y'all to jump on his ass. I figure, hey, 5 of y'all can equate to, I know women who would do that. So as much as we talk about this conversation about men stepping in to protect, I know women that would run into it to the best of their, even at risk of injury and harm and loss of life. So if women would do it,
oh, y'all really in trouble now.
I mean, that's the God's honest truth. There are women who are in to try to help and defend women, men, or child. Look at how many women where black men are being assaulted by the police, they jump on the damn police. So I'm like, come on. This is where I'm struggling with the reach of not doing anything. So I'm like, men, when you guys are crying about submission, so this week, when they talk about submission and they talk about protection, I mean, submission and leadership, like, y'all won't even protect no fucking body.
But isn't that like, Rico? Isn't that kind of like the chicken and the egg? Go ahead.
Why would a woman that's not that you're dating, because they want to be, I'm dating you, you should submit to me and follow my leadership, but I'm not under your covering because I'm not your wife and you ain't even gonna protect me. Or that's what I'm just saying to people who have said these things.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to get them to think about. God, if you're not willing to protect nobody, then you shouldn't be looking for leadership and submission. Because you already said it ain't your woman, so you don't care.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. But go ahead, Negro.
Right. Now, I was just saying that it's just like a chicken and the egg theory. Like, who's going to give in first? Like, it's going to be black men. I think we should, right? But a lot of black men saying, hey, I don't trust that the black women going to reciprocate. Because, in all things in life, you give something to get something in return. So after a certain amount of time, that if we're not getting something, if black men aren't getting something in return, not saying we're the best black men, but certain voices like, hey, well, if he, like if you take, for example, like I know my mother's generation would always say, I don't get no homeless man no money, right? I take care of a woman because a man can take care. And that always fuck with me, excuse my language, when I was growing. I'm like, he's a person, right? But nah, a man should be able to take care of himself. So when you put this image in it separates. So kids grow up with a separate, okay, it's me against her. It's us against them. And I think we at a horrible point now because it's us against them. I'm going to protect me before I protect. And we as a community, as always, I'm going to look out for the perfect example. Let me give you this. Remember that boat ride? I think it was in Alabama, and all them black folk, because the white guys jumped on the black guy who was trying to stop the boat from getting it. And all them black people gravitated to protect. Oh man, that's like, what has happened that we can still protect each other like that, but we can't protect each other as sexes from different sexes. So I agree with you totally. I'm just saying, I don't know who's gonna break down first, because we both stubborn as hell, black men and black women.
So let me ask you this: if in Brother Clarence scenario, if you found out that Brother Clarence had an opportunity to protect me and he didn't, what would you think of Brother Clarence?
You couldn't get a kernel of salt through that hole. It would be so small. It would be that small. My lack of respect would be nil. It would be nil if I knew that he could have helped you or assisted you in any way, measure, and stood idly by. I would think of the same thing of Sister Patrice or Risa if they didn't try to assist you, or vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have, I mean, like, how do we all just stand by?
Man, look, I have came in chat to help my brother when they come, when them darts coming at. I be in the chat shooting them chat like listen.
Yeah.
So I get it.
That's all. And I'm not saying you're gonna be successful. And I'm not saying you, but it's like, it's like we to stand by and say or do nothing, then that's like complicit. They say silence is complicity. Or either I'm saying, hey, I see a man bust you upside your head, Annie. I don't do anything, then I'm okay with it.
Okay, let me ask you this. My real quick question.
Somebody trying to come up and it's saying it's full. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, whoever that is, we are full right now, but let me try to bring somebody down.
I thought I saw M Mills. Was that M Mills?
She was.
Yeah, she was already here. She was already here.
Yeah, she went down though, so maybe she need to come back up.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
That's what it is.
Question, she could come back up, right? So
there you go.
My thing is, Rico, Clarence, Vaughn, we all got kids, right? But y'all have sons. So if your son, you told your son, stop hanging out with them knuckleheads, stop hanging out with them knuckleheads in Berry Farms, on all these places, because I know what they gonna bring, and they hanging out with them. Next, you get that call, hey Dad, I got locked up, right? But I didn't do it. Are you gonna let him stay in? Or are you going, because a lot of guys say, I'm going to teach him a lesson. I told him, don't call me. Or are you going to take him out?
I've gotten that call, brother.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the circumstance to me. Now, I'll just be honest. For me, it depends on the circumstance. You see what I'm saying? Because if you had fair warning and you're out here cutting up doing the fool,
mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So now at that point, after good teaching and good, advice, and you rejected it, you see what I'm saying? And now you find yourself in this position.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, guess what? You might have to soak in that for a bit.
Exactly.
Maybe that will bring you around.
Exactly. I'm just using that as a comparison to this because, hey, if I'm telling the woman, stop running your mouth with these guys is different. They out here on drugs. They don't have respect for themselves. They fighting to live. Stop getting into it with them. Walk away. But she keep on going. And bang, is it my responsibility? Like you said, Vaughn, it depends on the situation, but maybe she had to take that. I'm just using that connection in that way.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I definitely believe that there are a lot of women and men out here unruly that just be asking for trouble and they get it and so on and so forth. I really do. But again, for me, it was just the statements that men have been making since this occurred. They were making blanket statements about all women. And in particular, let me take it back.
Exactly.
All women. They was making that blanket statements about all black women. Because they wasn't saying that about all white women. Because you got unruly white women. You got unruly Asian women and Latino women. But we also know in this space, they were extra excited because it was a black woman. That's not lost on me either. It's just like we're so dismissive.
I saw that. I saw the same thing, brother. I saw the same thing.
A black woman get beaten. For me, it was like they're giggling. They're giddy. They're excited. It's like I think all these men that spoke these things, they wish they had picked up the brick and did it. And I could hear that in their language. And that's why it so bothers me is that I hear niggas talk about this and I'm like, they wish they had the brick. They wish they had been the one who did it. It's not that they didn't believe it happened. They were like, that's what she deserved. That's what she gets. They didn't even know, people didn't even know the story, and they automatically wrote this whole narrative about she shouldn't have been. I was like, all kinds of crazy. And yes, I'm like, she was not doing things to protect herself. So what? How the fuck does she deserve to get hit with a brick? What are you guys talking about? But that was what I heard. And that, again, I don't care. I mean, I gotta stop saying I don't care. I don't know this lady. I don't know if her story is true. I don't even know her story. My concern is hearing men celebrate and revel in the fact that any woman, black, white, blue, or green, man, woman, child, dog, could get so assaulted, and they all believed it. Now we're questioning whether or not it was true. But in that moment, when it first came out, everybody believed it because they were celebrating it. So you had to believe it if you were celebrating it. And that, to me, speaks to the mental, some sort of sickness in that collective. And it's not all black men. I think it's men of a certain generation. I ain't picking on the X's or whatever, anything like that. And it's only a certain segment. But that grouping, if it's 10 or 15% of black men that celebrate in that, that's some sort of psychosis that needs to be spoken to and broken, because nobody should be celebrating that at all if you believed it was true. That's what I'm concerned with.
Okay, y'all, we gotta get the people that haven't got a chance to speak in to the group. So that's gonna be M. Mills, Jay, and then Bolo. So first we're gonna have M. Mills, then we're gonna go straight to Jay. Rico, no questions, be quiet. And then we're gonna go to Bolo. And then after we done with the Bolo, then we'll go around the room again. All right, so let's start with M. Mills. M. Mills.
Hello, can you hear me?
Of course, you sound beautiful,
Yeah.
sis.
Hey, sister. Everybody, first of all, I'm gonna tell you that I normally don't come up on panels. But for this, I felt I kind of needed to. Because as a woman, I have been in situations like that where I could be, and this is the craziest thing for me. I don't understand what goes on, but for some reason, and this has been, I'll say, within like maybe the past 5 years, I've noticed that if a man sees a woman in the car by themselves, they start messing with them. This was the reason why I finally got to the point where I had to start packing. Because, I mean, just a couple of months ago, I pull up in JCPenney's minding my business, JCPenney's parking lot at the mall minding my business. 2 young guys pull up in front of my car and start hollering some crazy stuff out the car. So, I mean, luckily I hadn't moved from my car. I was still in my car. So I reached down, got my friend Smith & Wesson, took my position on top of the hood, and they went on. But I'm just saying that I have been in those positions where I have just been minding my business, not even bothering anybody. And it's for some reason when they see a woman by herself, it's like they feel like, okay, she's by herself, let's try it. And if you look halfway friendly, because I'm friendly, so I will smile and talk to people, hey, how you doing? I'm friendly. So if you look halfway friendly, oh, they're really coming for you then. They will really come for you. So that's why I'm saying that in some instances, yes, you do need somebody, a male, to intervene, because that is what that is. They see a woman by herself. To them, you're an easy target. And my thing is, I have a daughter, and my daughter is now that she's gotten older, she's kind of filled in a little bit. But my daughter was always a very tiny woman. So even when she got married, we had to search for a size 2 wedding dress for her. Wow. So that was always my concern was, okay, her being somewhere by herself, and she used to work different shifts when she was going to college, and she worked, as a restaurant as a greeter. And we would always be concerned about, her getting home safely, making sure she got in her apartment and things like that, because she was a tiny woman. I'm a small woman. I'm only 5'2". So, like I said, when people see small women, the first thing they think is this is an easy target.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm former military, so I'm not going to be your easy target. Everybody's not. And that's just my thing, that sometimes we have to think about that. My other thing, because I'm not going to keep going on about this, is as a Christian and a serious believer, I could not in good conscience live with myself if I stood there and watched somebody get deleted and I did nothing to help them. Now, other people, you might could go on, oh, it didn't have nothing to do with me. Oh, well, in my heart, I would always remember that in my mind. It would play over and over again in my mind that I did nothing to help that person. I couldn't live with it. Some people can. Some people are harder. Some people are more callous. I cannot live with it. So that's all I've got to say on the subject.
All right. Appreciate you, M. Mills. That was good stuff. All right. Let's go over to Jay Takashi. Rico, shut up. Let's go over to Jay Takashi. All right. Jay, what you got to say, man, before Rico gets started?
I can go last. Let Bolo go next, honestly, because I might have a few more things to say. Go ahead, brother. Brother Bolo TV, it's your talk, brother. Go ahead.
First off, I'd like to say blessings to everybody on the panel. I hope everyone's having a blessed weekend. How you guys doing?
Peace and blessings, brother Bolo.
Good afternoon. Blessings.
How's everybody?
What's
All
up,
right.
sir?
So, I'm here, Vaughn Bryant. Man, there's a lot to unpack, so I'll try to be short. We do know that this chick has a history of slapping people. Do you know that?
We do know that.
Okay. So you do know that she slapped somebody that night. Did you know that?
We do know that.
Okay. I'm not risking my life for someone that puts their life in jeopardy constantly to gain views. Period. I don't care who it is. Black, white, Chinese, checkerboard. I'm not doing that. Period. I'm not doing that. Now, at the end of the day, this is a certain situation, like Vaughn Bryant said. We have to compartmentalize and look at every situation for every situation. If I see a name my sister, absolutely. Whether she's my wife or not, she's under my covering, period. Covering doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be my wife or my daughter. We're talking about a community, right? So you're under my covering. Innately, when you're dealing with a man, because a lot of these cats that got penises are not men. So let's put them to the side, right? Because again, you have a lot of these dudes that have, image issues with themselves that cry for submission and all that. So, those dudes, let's put them to the side. Let's deal with the men that we know that will go out there and risk their life. I'm not going to risk my life for someone that uses my covering as their ticket to just do nonsense. I'm not doing that. Okay, because there's a lot of men and women that rely on me. You dig what I'm saying? Now, again, compartmentalizing, not seeing the whole situation, that's a different issue. But we're dealing with this situation specifically. This chick has a habit of saying she don't need men at all. Did y'all see that video? Where she says she don't need men, but she needed men that night. See, you can't have the authority of a man. See, women are the only ones that do this. They want the authority of the man. They want the responsibility of a child and the acknowledgement or the acceptance of a woman. They're the only gender that can do that. With men, we can't bounce around. We have to take accountability, usually, most of the time, when it happens. You can't sit there and say, I don't need a man, and then when something happens to you, I need a man. You got to pick. And you have to strategically put yourself in a position to be protected. Understand that. If I see a woman putting herself continuously in a situation where her life can be taken, what is it? What do I think of my life by laying it down? Again, we're dealing with this situation. We're compartmentalizing it. We're not talking about in general. In general, You know what I'm saying? Because if I see a kid about to get hit by a car, not knowing what that kid's background is, I'm going to do my best to try and get that kid out of danger. It's innately in us to do that. But if I see someone slapping somebody and acting up, and then we have to deal with acknowledgement, acceptance, and application, right? To every action, there's a reaction. It may not be equal, because you can't slap me, and then when I pick up a chair and hit you with it, you say I shouldn't have reacted that way. You have no right to tell me how to react or respond to you hitting me, to you putting yourself in that position, and then you expect me to respond how you want me to respond. You have no right to do that. Now, when we're looking at that man that was being attacked by those white people, and you seen other brothers and sisters getting involved, this dude was doing his job. He wasn't in a position where he was, disrespecting someone. He was doing his job. This is what he's supposed to do. So at that point, hell yeah, I'm jumping in. He's only doing what he's supposed to do. But when you have someone putting themselves in a situation where death is potentially the answer, because you don't know what someone's going through in their life that will make them crack. You do not know. So I tend not to put myself in these positions, because I know that if I'm having a conversation with Brother Clarence or Rico, I know the propensity is men speaking to each other. We understand that violence can happen real quick. So we have to have lines drawn where we don't cross, so that we can get our points across and leave safely. But unfortunately, in this world that we have, women habitually cross that line. Habitually. And we're not talking about those women that are doing their thing, and these men like Emil was talking about, these men that are just out of order. Then that's a different issue. In that situation, Emil is sitting in the car and two dudes come out of nowhere and start disrespecting. Absolutely. She's under my covering. Absolutely. You have to do right. You have to. But she puts herself in a situation, dogs. I mean, I may lose subscribers, I may lose friends, I may lose people that they respect me, or whatever the situation is. I'm not putting myself in a situation that someone habitually finds. And then I'll end with this. There's a reason we all seen The Lion King. There's a reason why Mufasa said to his son, "Where there is light, I rule." What is he telling them? Don't go into darkness, my G. Now, there has to be times when we do go into darkness, and darkness finds us. I get it. I understand it. But compartmentalizing and looking at this situation, she was slapping people at night, my G. So where do we get that, every woman deserves protection? I get it. Every woman should be able to dress the way she wants to dress in this world, but it's not like that in this world. We got to deal with the truth and what reality is. Let's stop trying to make things what it isn't and what it is in reality. I'm not covering everybody that doesn't deserve my covering. Word. And it's just, and if I'm privy to a point where I see something that's unfolding and she is putting herself, maybe I'll try and pull her out of it before it gets to that point where it becomes violent. But if I pull her out of it and she goes back into it, I don't know what to tell you.
All right, brother. Thank you. Good stuff. Rico, hold tight. Hold tight. I know you got a response to that. Hold tight. Jay Takashi, if you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, get over there and subscribe to Jay Takashi. Jay Takashi, what say you about this situation, sir?
Brother Bolo, this is why I wanted you to go first. You hit almost everything on the head. I'm gonna add a few extra things, and I'll be really, really quick, and they have to kind of shorten it like you did. And the first part, you're right. No one, listen, unless you are my wife, someone important part of my family, or even part of my brotherhood, like, I'm not covering. But guess what? I'm not gonna go out of my way to freaking protect someone who's disrespectful, bad mouthing someone, and thinking they can just get away with just putting hands on somebody. Because and like I said, I'm gonna be looking in a different light when I say this, but let me just say this. Anybody disregard my advice to keep you from throwing yourself in the gutter in the ring, I'll let you become a victim of your own vices. That's how I am. That's what I've learned. Just by watching, I'm like, listen, don't listen. If I tell you how to do something, you come back and Jay and call me like, Jay, I did this. And I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna help you because I already told you not to do that. I gave you a friendly suggestion. If you disregarded the advice that came with it, oh, so be it. I don't care at that point. Because you should have talked to me, and you should have, talked to me, and you should have freaking put me with no, you should have came with the ear to actually get some input. But to this situation particularly, somebody going around thinking they can just do whatever they want, hit people, slap men willy nilly. It reminds me exactly of what lead attorney said. It cannot be the case that any woman can go on and slap a 6-foot man or any man in general and not get some type of reprimand behind it. I'm not saying kill the person, pardon my French, to self-delete, sorry. Delete the person, I'll never say that. But a lesson has to be learned. And like I said, I don't condone any woman, I really don't. But guess what? There's a time and place for everything. And Brother Clinton has heard me say this multiple times. Defend yourself, do what you got to do, but at the same time, do not risk your life at the expense of someone's bullshit behavior. I will never penalize anybody, any woman just because she's a woman, therefore she doesn't be covered. No. All the ladies here are under my covering. Anybody who I don't know who is disrespectful, you're not under my covering and you don't deserve it. I got family members who worry, who love me, and people that I love to look after. This lady is not one of those people. Now, a kid, of course, I will help that kid through any problems. Like if he's like somebody I didn't know he's about to get maybe beat up or something. Like no. I'm gonna come over and I'm gonna help particularly. But there's context to every situation, and you can't go in blind. That's the one thing I think I want to point out to you guys. Context matters. Now, for example, if I just see this happening, like somebody trying hitting up on my sister, I don't know what the context is. Regardless of anything, I'm about to be like, yo, whoa, what the frick is going on? Yo, man, Jay, yo, bro, she freaking hit me with a chair and shit, and I try walking away. Now she what? Coming at me with a weapon. I'm like, all right, bro. All right, man. You should have called the cops, number one. Number two, I can't blame you being mad because how you feel is how you feel, and that's fine. But at the same time, I don't know. Like I said, like situations like that are always like, what's the word I would use? They're touchy and they're like iffy. And that's something that you shouldn't get involved in. You should just let the cops handle that crap. But this idea that you can be the most disrespectful person and nothing will ever happen to you is weird to me. Like I said, there are lessons. Like I said, your parents always taught you to keep your hands and feet to yourself. And if you're still not, and listen, if you were taught this at 5 and you're carrying it till you're 30, well, you need to be in a straitjacket. I'm sorry, because something's wrong with you. And help. And like I said, at that point, that's where like there's something wrong with your psychosis. But that's all I really have to say. And to the men out there, I want to rephrase it. I want to really repeat this before I let Rico go, because I actually want to respond to Rico. He said something. Listen, man. Do your best to walk away from situations if you can. Listen, do what you got to do if a weapon is brought upon your life. I don't care. I will not call you evil, deem you a man beater, whatever. I don't care. I will not deem you that way, because I don't give a damn about society. Like to say that labeling is toxic as hell, and for people, just to keep taking it is dumb. It is stupid. Go seek help and do what you got to do to defend yourself. That's all I got to preach. Oh, by the way, shout out to my man, Brother Clarence, for having me back on after so long. I'm sorry I've been gone, y'all.
Well, I could see him. You can't hear me?
We got you now. You was low.
Yeah, you were very low.
What
Couldn't hear you.
Guys hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you a little bit.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. You sound fine now.
Good. All right. I know Rico has something to say to Jay, respond to Jay and Bolo. So we're gonna let Rico respond to him, both of those guys, and then we're gonna go around the room. I got a question for you guys. And even though Rico didn't let me answer the question I asked previously, was why should we protect Black women? Okay, he said a better answer. I don't know. His question wasn't better than mine. Okay, whatever. So we're gonna let him answer. He's gonna respond to Bolo. He's gonna respond to Jay, and then we're gonna go around the room. And we're
I
gonna try
want
to
to
see if we
say
can answer
something
that
after
question.
Rico right quick
Go ahead,
before we
Rico.
go out around the room. I want to say something after Rico, please.
Okay. Look, Bolo, and again, like I said, this is not pushback, but and I kind of like the way that you brought into the conversation because, and it made me think about it while you were speaking. So when I think about the situation with the Alabama riverboat brawl that we're all aware of, and I think in that situation, I even think about like I totally get everybody's position about this young lady, her and her foolish behavior, her being a provocateur, her being an antagonist, all this and that. Again, for me, it's outside of her. It's the position that that men are saying about all women universally. They're not going to protect. So when I think about the Alabama Riverboat guy, right, the guy who threw the hat up, no one in that moment knew anything about this man's background. This man could have been he could have been anti-black. He could have been all sorts of things. But what we did as a collective, and I know because black people do it, was we saw white people attacking an innocent black man. And I think they did the right thing. I absolutely think they did the right thing. But I think it was for a different reason. And that's why I don't necessarily think the correlation applies, because I know collectively as a group of people, if we see a black person being unjustly, especially assaulted by white people, we rally up. And they did exactly what they were supposed to do. But what I wonder is, they would have done that even if they knew how anti-black this guy was. If they knew what and in the instance of the young lady, they didn't know any of her background. So they stood by. But I'm saying in that instance where that black man was attacked in Alabama, if we all knew how he sat there and was anti-black, was a conservative, niggas need to be locked up, just that, whatever, I think collectively, racially, we still would have rallied, because black people are hesitant to stand by on the side on issues of racial injustice. When we saw it, look at them white people jumping on that black man, and that's the first thing that came to mind. So I think even if this black man had a problematic history, the result still would have been the same, because let's face it, some black people can't wait to run up and hit a white person. We've been itching to do that shit all our lives. Give us a reason to go bash a white person in the heat. And he gave us that reason. So my thing is, I worry about us being in the space of looking for the perfect victim or the perfect person to rally behind. So that's my only pushback with that, because again, I'm not saying that this man had any questionable past, but he could have. Nobody stopped to check for it. And one second. And they instantly went to his aid, and that was the right thing to do. I'm saying, for as far as the sister, hindsight is 20/20. So we see perfectly how problematic she is. But in the moment, I don't think anyone had that knowledge, but yet they still chose to idly stand by. And that's what's problematic for me. But go ahead.
Okay, so
sorry.
I understand everything, and I agree with you. I totally agree with you. This is where, we need to be more. We seen video, and they recorded. So regardless of whether this dude, let's say if he was anti-black, he was doing his job. We know that, right? And you're correct. There are black people or black men, black women that want to do such and such to white people, so they wait for the right opportunity. I agree with you. For black men to take this situation and generalize it, it only speaks to who they are as weak men. Period. For them to generalize and say all black women, it shows the weakness in them. So let me get that out. So I agree with you on that, right? So again, what the video shows is a lot more pertaining to what that gentleman was doing. You have to understand that you had other men saying that, she's been acting up all night. You had different men come up on YouTube and say, I would have stuck up, but I've been seeing this shorty act up. And this is not just her. She acts up on a platform. She acts up in the street. And now she comes here and acts up. And I find it so crazy how, you know, in compartmentalizing, the same way black men are quick to say black women, it's crazy how black women are quick to say black men. It's quick to how they generalize black men and say black men don't protect. But yet you don't want us to generalize and say black women put themselves in situations where they need protection. So we have to compartmentalize this situation. That's why that was the first thing I said, that at the end of the day, to broad brush this is off and wrong. But the scriptures also tell you the righteous are with the righteous, right? Your vibe attracts your tribe. The vibration you put out is what you're going to get back. So you have to understand that this is not something that we don't know. But you know, this YouTube sensationalism where they just continue doing things to get clicks and views are gonna get cats deleted. And this has happened. This has happened to a white kid. He got deleted, playing pranks. But this is what it is. Cats don't want to get up and go to work. They figure, let's do YouTube and get the clicks and the vote and the likes. And when it goes backward and when it turns wrong, they blame everybody else opposed to looking in the mirror that this is what you set up. So I totally agree with you in that instance. Yes, there are black people looking to get into something and they're waiting for the right opportune moment. You're absolutely right. However, when we look at this situation with my man at the boat, he's doing his job. So whether he hates black people or not, he's doing his thing. Now, again, I can't tell you what's on the heart of those men and women that jumped in. Maybe you're right. It could have been that, and they were waiting for the right opportune situation. It's the same thing here. Like I said, if I was there in that club, you know, her acting up before it got to that point, I would have stepped in. That's where my covering would come in. Ma, you need to chill. Because at the end of the day, there are men out here that don't like to speak. They're straight emotional. We talk about emotional animals all the time. They're going to react opposed to respond. You need to chill. Now, if she continuously puts herself in that position, I'm not risking my life for a woman like that. I promise you. I promise you I'm not at all.
Okay. You done, Brother Bolo?
I am, sis.
Okay. All right. I just want to say, because I think when we were talking earlier before you guys came up, we were kind of generalizing. We really wasn't, or given a perspective from our personal, you know, experience and using examples. So now, when it comes to the reason why I have an issue with this sister is because of the things that I've found out about her, as far as some other TikTok videos where she has came at black women as a Somalia woman who is an immigrant here that feels a certain way about black Americans, and especially specifically black women. I have a problem with that. Some things that she has said regarding coming from the LGBTQIA plus community, being a lesbian woman, and having her on her TikToks talk about heterosexual black American women who's jealous of trans women because they're taking our men, and they are the ones that taught us how to do our hair and makeup. See, that's, for me, that's problematic for me, right? First of all, you come over here to America and you feel a way about us, but you're using our resources and you want to have something to say about black people here in America, but you use blackness when it's convenient for you. I don't know if y'all know of some of the other videos that she has posted talking about how trans women, and calling black American heterosexual women cis women, or black women in general cis women, because she comes from that community as a lesbian woman, and speaking on behalf of trans women and telling us that that our men are being taken by trans women and we're jealous of them, and they're the ones that taught us how to do our hair and makeup. I have a problem with that. And you, as a Somalia immigrant coming over here to America, benefiting off the back of said black Americans, but having the vitriol that you have, and then wanting our black men to come to your rescue for your falseness. See, because now it's come out by one of her best friends that she has been pulling these pranks to get money for years. She done it before, and that's how she got her whole body done, you know, her whole BBL and all of that, like, right? So you're off of the saying before that black men had jumped on her before, when it was actually women she had got into a fight with. So to come over here as someone that is an immigrant from Africa, a Somalian, you only want to be black when it's convenient for you. And then you feel a way about Black American people again, and you want to have something to say. So me, that's where I have a problem. And she even did a skit where she smacked the white man, talking about this is for me being black and you being privileged, and I want this is my reparation. That's a buffoon for me. See, because I take things like that for my people seriously, because I fight for things like reparations, and you guys know that as a member of ADOS and sits on and have been fighting for years for our people forever. I'm offended by that shit that she did. I'm just gonna keep it a bean. So I know other things about this woman that has come out about her, and that this is absolutely a farce, and to be offended as a fact that she would even use the back of black people to gain monetarily the money that she has gained, over $40,000 in a GoFundMe, and it's all false. And now she done cashed out. She done took the money and ran. So it's an advantage that she comes over here and do, which is what a lot of them do. Not all immigrants, but a lot of them do that, and they have a disdain for us a lot of times. But it's convenient for them to be black when it's time to be black. But other than that, they don't want to be black. And they want to talk about the American way and how we are and this, that, and the other. But they take advantage of us. So that's the problem I have with this sister right here.
Well, OG, I have a question. So, and if I just cut somebody off, I'm sorry. I think we said it at the same time. Sorry. So my question would be to you, and let me get the whole thing out. You saying that, does that mean that because of what you've learned since, that you feel like, so it's two questions, that you feel like in a normal situation where you may agree that a man should have protected her, that because of those things that you learned, that now you feel like they shouldn't? That's the first one. And two, in the same way that we sometimes hear about, like, say if something happens and it's with a black man, and then they go and then they bring up their old record as to justification why the thing that happened to them in that moment was what they deserved or whatever. I mean, if the thing is that, to what Rico is saying, that a man would protect or should protect a woman, does it in that moment, in that very moment, because you're not going to have access to the resume, right? So in that moment, the things about her not liking whomever or talking about, that wouldn't matter, would it? It would just be what's happening in that moment. If a man that comes up that doesn't know what's going on, and they see a situation that in a normal day they would protect a woman, they would just protect her in that moment.
Okay. And no, that's not what I'm saying, Sister Annie, to answer your question. I'm saying no, because when I first found out about it, I actually was definitely like, wow, if this is the case that went down with her, then yeah, shame on this, on the men in this situation. So no, that's not my perspective. My perspective is not about the fact that, even if, just say if all of that is coming out to be true about her, my perspective on it is as the fact that she used this for clout and clicks and views, and to gain money and resources from our community on a farce. It is not true. First of all, that's number one. But I'm not using that as to say why she shouldn't be protected, because I still believe if it was true, then yes, I would have had a problem with that. But it's not true in it. That's what I'm saying. The whole thing was a skit. The sister made it up. Her best friend has exposed her and said she did this before about a few years ago and got like 20 grand by saying that black men jumped on her. And it wasn't black men. She got into a fight with some black women, but she used it black men and got $20,000 off of it. And it was so she has a track record of lying. That doesn't mean because of the way I feel, I'm saying black women shouldn't be protected. It's two separate things.
But
So I don't.
Y'all in agreement, because that's what Annie's saying is that
Right.
Yeah, you actually, when I just heard, you're actually, I know what you're saying, Patrice, but you're actually in agreement, because like Annie's saying is that if it was true, she deserved protection.
Annie asked me the question, so she wasn't sure if that's where I was going. So that's why I had to answer and say, no, I don't mean just because she did all this nefariousness that she shouldn't have been protected if that's what's the case. That is absolutely not what I'm saying. I wanted to be clear on that. But now that there is a new light shedded on this situation, and it has come out that it is false, that she made this crap up, and the list of reasons why she made it up, it's been on our backs. She has benefited. She's gotten clicks and views and clout. She got over about $40,000 from this very incident that is not true.
Can I just say one more thing? Sorry, and just be real quick. So one thing that I would say also is that people that are quick to donate, this may be something that they may want to think about and being a little slower to just make sure that they understand everything too, right? Because now the people that donated, there's no way for them to get their money back.
Yeah, because you would think if this was true or happening to this sister, why didn't she the first thing she did was got on social media to try to bash and go at black men instead of calling the police with your face all sitting out swollen like that. Like, why didn't you call the police yourself? And there's no police report, you guys. That happened in Houston, Texas, and she never went to police station after she so-called went to the hospital when she was on her TikTok. There's no police report.
Let me just say this one thing, because this is what. Now I'll be honest, I have a lot of problems with this woman. I have a lot of problems with her as an individual, because in particular, it brings to mind to me about the young sister, I believe a couple of weeks ago, that faked her kidnapping. Remember? I can't remember.
Yeah, Carly.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
And we all remember
Carly girl. Yeah, the Carly girl.
Right. And the reason why I have a lot of problem with her is because, this is what they say, where women give out fake accusations of rape or fake accusations of kidnapping. Then what it makes is that when it really happens, people are less likely to believe them.
That's the problem I have.
Right there.
That's the problem I have with what she did.
Right. So you see where I'm going. Exactly. And that's where it really resonated with me with what you were saying, Patrice, because now, if in fact it comes out that she made this stuff up, the next time a sister credibly and honestly is assaulted, we are all collectively less likely to believe them. I'm trying to make sure that I don't get into that space, because I know that just because someone makes it up, still the overwhelming numbers of women being raped, domestic violence, whatever, is true. But I also know that there are women who make shit up and they make it harder. So that's the dichotomy you get. It's like, oh my God, because guys are sitting there, they just licking their lips. They just want
that was the point, Brother Rico, because there are real women that are victims out here. There's a real woman over in Africa that got hit in the face with a brick, and they put up her picture against that girl's picture. And this girl over in Africa, same thing. It was the same situation. She rejected a man. He threw a brick at her for real, and this woman lost her eye. So exactly, when we talk about real situations where we're not condoning violence against women, I'm absolutely for that. But this woman used all of those scenarios and blamed black men, for being the culprit of it. That is problematic in and of itself.
That's wildly problematic. But what's even more problematic is that I'm trying to tell black men, yes, We got demonized for something that did not happen. But do not be so quick to become dismissive of it, because the next 5 or 10 instances
Absolutely.
might be real.
Absolutely.
So don't be sitting there doing the Birdman, licking your lips, because you're going to bring this up the next 5 or 10 times, because then you re-traumatize and re-victimize women who it really happened to. Don't have a knee-jerk reaction because she made it up. Make that about her. Don't make it about Black women as a whole. Make this about her. She lied. All Black women are not lying. But you
I agree.
do that knee-jerk shit. And
I agree.
5 women that credibly is assaulted, you want to dismiss and re-victimize and re-traumatize them because you want to go, oh, she probably lied like the last one. And she lied like the last. You can't do that. You can't. I'm begging Black men. I am not blaming you guys. I'm begging you guys. Please show some compassion and some empathy for the next story. I'm not saying you got to believe it. I'm just saying don't re-traumatize women with your bullshit, because this woman, this one person, was a problematic person. She's trash. If you want to throw her out, fine. Throw her out. You can't throw them all out. That would be wrong.
Brother Rico, let me respond to you on that, and just because, yes, I do agree with you. We shouldn't, and I agree, because it's the same thing with cops. How I feel. Not all cops are bad people. There are a few bad eggs in there. Those are the motherfuckers that we need to G-check, and hold them motherfuckers accountable. But here's the thing: by the good cops being not saying anything or doing anything, they're guilty by association. So crazy. So here's the thing. It's like the whole listen and believe. It's she says shit, but we will automatically take the woman's side because she said it. But the thing is, for me, is every time you cry wolf, it lessens the credibility. And for me, because when I was young, I used to believe, I'm not saying believe all women, but I used to be a relationship. A girl said it, so she must be telling the truth. Wasn't until certain cases started coming up of brothers being accused and things of that nature, when they really do it, okay, I can't just go off the word of anybody anymore, because that don't make no sense. Like, people out here are lying and actually ruin people's lives with this shit. So for me, the more you cry wolf, the more I'm less likely to believe it. Now, I'm not saying I believe it all for both, but right now, our society, it's guilty before innocent. You do know that, right? Nobody believes. Now, the very few here may believe in innocent before guilty, but the whole majority of the world, or at least just I'll say the United States is what I'll say. It's better to say that. We are in a perpetual, you're guilty before you're proven innocent. And even if you do get proven innocent, you still have a negative connotation on you with you being accused with it. And that's not a good feeling or a good head to have on your shoulders, walking around with that. Because now you have a kind of a target on your back. But I would say this, but people who keep, like I said, to all the people who are actual victims out there, because I know one of them, so I know it does happen. I'm more likely to believe her words because I've known her longer since childhood. This chick, I would never believe her. She has a lot of negative things going. She has a lot of negative acolytes surrounding around her name. So something happened to her, I wouldn't even help her. Even then, I'm like, no, you cried wolf too many times. Why is this one time should I believe when you've lied so many other times? So that's just something that we as folks got to be up on our toes and about, because when you tell me something, and I'll use an example for me. If I have a daughter, I'm going to believe her, because that's my little baby girl. And I told her, like, one thing I'm a teacher is, you tell me straight up that this happened to you. Some girl put her hands on you, or some dude. You tell me, and you look at me in my eyes. If you look away, I'm not gonna believe you. You say straight to my face, I will believe you. Hold no holds bar. I'm gonna get the information I need to get, and then I'm gonna handle that shit. But like I said, not everybody's gonna be me and do what I did. So I want to encourage all people here to not come in jaded, But look at the context for every situation and handle business how you gonna handle business. And then that's the best thing I can say. Given what this lady has done. So, and LG Patrice, shout out to you for what you said about that, because I don't like anybody profiting off the hard work of people who had to struggle to get housing, all that stuff here, and then this person comes in here, takes advantage of, I guess, whatever, all the advantages of any person who's in America here, and then start shitting on people. And that's not how we roll over here. That's not what I would do. Even I went to Japan, I wouldn't do stuff like that. That's stupid. They're disrespectful to my grandmother and my parents. So I never do that.
All right, y'all. Thank you for that, Jay. I want to get Black Man Unfiltered if you're still here.
My man Unfiltered, where you go, man?
Yeah. Oh, he's down there. He's here. Let's bring him back up. Okay.
Yeah. Where you get, Black Man Unfiltered?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. Are you
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Yeah, what's going on? I just had this conversation with my wife yesterday. I think it was yesterday. And I told my wife these words. I said, me personally, I did a short a couple of days ago that says men have to make it home. When we were kids and growing up, our fathers and our mothers told us, when your police stops you, give them anything they want, give them everything that they need so you can make it home. Now I'm saying the same thing about women. When you're out in public and a woman is going through something, or she's in a physical altercation with a man, or you see that she's fighting or getting something happening to her, the best thing for you to do is get in your car and go home, call the police and say, hey, listen, I'm over here on 114 Boulevard. There's a woman getting beat up over here. Y'all need to come get her. Because what happens is, and especially a big dude like me, I'm intimidating. 6'1", right? 6'1", 300 pounds, coming up saying, hey, bro, what's your problem? And he pull out his gun and say, oh, I ain't fighting this big nigga. Pow, pow, pow. I'm dead. And I'm leaving my wife and my children because I'm trying to protect a woman that ain't under my covering. See, so I think you should protect what's under your covering. My wife, my mother, my aunts, my children, right? Those things. But I'm not going to jail. Neither am I going to lose my life for a woman that I don't even know. That I'm not even going to put myself in that position. So in 2023, fellas, I understand the old days of chivalry and trying to protect the woman and being Superman. Okay, you can do that and end up dead. But I'm telling you right now, if it ain't under my covering and ain't under my tutelage of leadership, I ain't going to jump in it. I'm not going to save them. I'm not going to protect them. I'm not doing none of it, because half these women today will punch a man in the mouth, run around the corner in front of the camera, the man punch her back, the police come, she'll lie and say he hit her first. Right? So I'm not going to put myself in those positions. I'm not.
I have a
and
question.
I land my plane there.
Okay, I got a question, Black Man. Okay.
Yep.
I'm at the store. I've got all my groceries. I'm putting them in the car. Your wife pulls up. Let me not use your word. A woman that you're very familiar with pulls up, right? At this time, I see her getting accosted. Now, I know she's close to your heart. I say, should I keep that same understanding?
You don't
know. I say a woman I don't know. I say I don't protect women I don't know.
I don't
now
know.
If I know her, now
you
if
know this woman. I don't know her.
Right.
You know her.
Right.
And
right.
I know,
It is your.
I know that you know her, but I don't know her.
Right. Right. It is my responsibility as her husband. That's. Let me back up a little bit. It is my responsibility as her husband to not put my wife in any position that would give her that type of thing, like the situation with the young man who shot the guy at the hot dog stand or something in Chicago. That wouldn't have been my wife, because my wife's not going to be out at 2 o'clock in the morning buying no hot dogs. You see what I'm saying? So it's right. So you want to put your women in position to put them in harm's way. Now, if my wife said, baby, and right now, my wife said, I'm going out to the store, or a woman I'm familiar with, hey, listen, I'm going to send Earl with you. Earl, hey, come go to the store with TT. This is what I do all the time. Hey, TT, going to the store, she need a man to go with her. I'm barbecuing. Go to the store with TT. I'm always going to send a male figure with the women when they go out in public, period. Right? And so, because I think
is it possible that one day you wouldn't be able, that person won't be available? Is it possible?
That's right. If they're not available, I'll do it. Hey, hey, ain't nobody here. I got you, baby. Let's go. But I'm never, like, even my wife, I'm not sending my wife out in this world to no store, to no grocery store, to none of that by herself.
That's a
I'm
good
gonna be with her.
That's a good practice, brother. I'm not telling you to abandon that practice, but let me get because this dude Rico, man, he will just
I got
leave me alone.
I got a perfect question because
You always keep interrupting me. Go ahead.
Because it has everything to do with what we just said.
Man.
No, listen to me, guys. Listen. Uvalde, Texas, right? The state of Texas.
Yep, that's where I'm at.
Texas, right? And we do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what happened in Uvalde, Texas?
Mm-hmm.
People stood by while a classroom full of the guy couldn't keep his wife under his covering because she was a school teacher. She was a school teacher in a classroom full of kids. And they stood by while a motherfucker went in there and murdered them. Her husband showed up at the school and said, "Let me in."
Shout out to the Seds.
He said, "Let me in," because my wife called me and said this motherfucker's in here killing us. And they kept him out because of cowardice.
Okay.
Some of the cops was even cowardice. Some of the cops
let me say this.
Let me
say this.
Because the
go ahead.
Letting people go out, and I'm gonna make sure they're not every woman that gets assaulted or lose their life is not out at 2-3 o'clock in the morning. They're not in the sketchy area. People have workplace violence. People are accosted on the streets during the daytime, and so on and so forth. Good point. You guys are saying you don't want no fucking body to help your loved ones.
Okay, now let me say this. Let me respond to that. The first mistake, and I'm gonna get real raw and hood with you. The first mistake that was made in Valdy, Texas, is the fact that he asked the police. If I drive up to a school and my wife is under attack by a man with a semi-automatic weapon, and they're sitting outside laughing and talking, I'm going to shoot everything moving until I get to my wife.
No, you're
so you crazy. You're crazy. I had an AR-15 singing like a motherfucker.
If you're going to do that, you will step up and help someone else. Fucking
you
wife.
Crazy.
If
you crazy. Listen, man. Hold on. First of all, hey, hold on, Rico. You gotta Rico.
Wait.
Rico,
take it back a bit.
Rico, chill out, Rico. Hold on, chill out, Rico. Because you gotta understand my skill set. I'm not going in as no amateur. You think I'm playing? I'm not no amateur.
Then why
I'll take a motherfucker head off in 200 yards. I'm not an amateur.
Another woman that's not your wife.
Because I'm not
your skill set ain't what you say it is.
Bruh, I'm not, listen to me. If it ain't my wife or my children, aunties under my covering, fuck them.
Cowardice.
How's that count?
All right, can I say something?
Let me say this real quick, guys, and I swear I'm gonna land my plane. Let me say, Rico, it's not a coward. Let me tell you about me, brother. I'm married, a wife, and 6 children. What the fuck do I look like jumping in front of a man and to protect a woman and die and leave my wife and kids here with nothing? Are you crazy?
Okay,
You lost your
can I say this?
Okay, let's
you crazy as hell. I'm not a coward because I want to make it home to my wife. You crazy, man.
Hold
on.
You lost his fucking mind.
A bit, gentlemen. Pull it back a bit so that we can have the conversation. Just pull it back just a little.
Hold on. I got it. Thank you, Vaughn. All right, y'all. We got to calm down just a little bit.
I brought up parents or husbands.
Man, you brought up an extreme. You brought up an extreme. That's what you did. You brought up an extreme.
I got it.
You would get through the Texas Department of
Rico, I got to mute you, brother. I got to mute you, man, because we got to pull it back just a little bit. I want Bolo to jump in here. We got you. I know you're a black man. Understand? We got other people on the panel, right? so we want to get Brother Bolo in here, and then we'll let you guys cool out a little bit, and then y'all can get back to it. All right, Brother Bolo.
Yes, sir. So
Yes, sir.
I've been quiet here listening to you guys, and the conversation's been moving. Rico, I love you, you my brother, and again, I can be blunt to a point where it's offensive. You know what I'm saying? So to call the man a coward, it's offensive. You know what I'm saying? Because even if you have a good point, when you use that word, he's not going to hear what you're trying to say. He's going to go in defensive mode. That's automatic. You could have used a different word or a different approach. I understand your point, and I understand his point. Now we have to try and meet in the middle someplace, right? So I understand what he's saying when he's saying, yo, listen, if it ain't my aunt, my mother, my wife, I'm not putting my life out there. But then we have to sit there and really contemplate. That's not what Christ teaches. Christ doesn't teach if it's just your wife. Christ talks about community. That's what Christ talks about. So again, but hold on, Rico. Hold on. Again, like I said to you earlier, I'm not risking my life for someone that habitually puts their life in a situation because they know that they're under my covering and that I can risk my life. That's foolishness, right? The Lord is not an author of confusion. So again, if I have enough information, again, like I said, if I'm walking down the street and I see a kid about to get hit by a car, I'm gonna do everything in my power to get that kid out the street. And that might mean risking my life. I've done it before. It's not like it's never happened. You dig what I'm saying? However, I'm not going to risk my life for someone that habitually puts themselves in a situation that can risk their life. I'm not going to do that. You dig what I'm saying? So you have to respect his position in the aspect of he knows what his family is about. So in other words, his family, most of them, I guess, will not put themselves in that situation. Now, we have to understand that pride is a big part of men when we have conversations. It's a big part. I learned that from Anae. It's a big part of our conversation, and we got to leave that at the door. So when BMU is saying that if that was a situation in Texas, him rolling in, you ain't rolling in like that. I understand that that's your thought process to roll in and do what you need to do. But then you said something before that if my wife is in that situation, right, and Lord forbid, her life is taken and you're coming in there and you're rolling. If you come in there hot, blazing, then at the end of the day, you're going to leave your children wanting because they're going to take you. Because there's still laws that we have to operate by, right? There's still laws that the Lord tells us to, render to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. So again, we need to put our emotions and our pride to the side because this conversation isn't going to be prosperous because it's just going to be a bunch of men having a pissing contest. That's what it's going to be. And that's what we don't want to have. The point that we want to push and that we want the overwhelming majority to understand that this is a compartmentalization situation. This is not a situation where black men don't protect black women or black women do not feel protected by black men. This is something that happened specifically. Because again, I know that all black women don't put themselves in that situation. Period. And I know all black men are not men enough not to protect their community. So we have to understand that what Christ teaches is community. That's what he teaches. He teaches community. So at the end of the day, if OG is in an issue and I'm there, understand as my sister, not my wife, not blood, as my sister in righteousness. If she needs me, I'm there. Every day that we go out, and my wife has to understand that. Your wife has to understand that. When Brother Clarence comes on this platform, when Rico comes on this platform, and they're talking truth against the general consensus of what this society pushes, their life is at risk. Their life is at risk, and their wives know this. When BMU goes on his channel and talks truth, your life is at risk. Anytime you talk against what the world is kicking, your life is at risk. So they understand that they know the type of men that they're married to. They know that they're not good. If a man sees something going down and he assesses in his mind in that split second that this woman does not deserve what's going to happen. So at the end of the day, whether we want to accept it or not, some people deserve what they get. You put yourself in the position, understand you play stupid games, you're going to get a stupid answer. You're going to win stupid prizes. It is what it is, whether you want to agree with it or not. The point of the matter is it's my job to assess the situation and say, is this worth my life?
That's the
point. I have every right to do that. I have every right to do that.
point.
So I disagree when we say if it's just my wife, my aunt, my grandmother, such and such. I disagree with that because the 12 disciples weren't related. They weren't related. And these men died for you and me. They weren't related at all. And they died for us. Some of them were dipped in hot oil. Some of them were beheaded. So at the end of the day, it goes beyond blood. It goes to the mission and trajectory that we are both on. I will die for Brother Clarence. If there's a situation where he needs me, I'm there. He's not my.
But Bolo, I got a question, Bolo.
Go ahead.
My question to you is this. I said under my covering. So let's say, for instance, let's take Brother Clarence's wife. And I meet Brother Clarence, I meet his lovely wife. Hey, how y'all doing? Whatever. I automatically go into protection mode if Brother Clarence say, hey, I'm headed to the store, or let's say for instance we all met somewhere. And Brother Clarence said, I'm gonna step away for a while. I gotta go to the store and go pick up something real quick. I will automatically go into defensive mode. His wife automatically comes under my covering because I know her. So anything comes for Brother Clarence's wife, somebody's gonna get their ass. Somebody got to deal with it, right?
Agree with you.
So the same thing goes for Bolo and your wife. So the covering is spread to people that are related and non-related.
But here's where the road turns. Here's where the road turns. In direct alignment to that woman that was a whore, right? He didn't know her at all. He said, he who has no sin cast the first stone. He didn't know her. In fact, they stoned him instead of her. So the point of the matter is, I get your point. Now, if I have enough information, like OG said, to see this situation with Shorty, right? Like I said, with Shorty, I would have stepped in way earlier than where it got to the brick situation, if it was a brick. You know what I'm saying? If I see her acting up, Shorty, you need to chill because, again, you don't understand how cats move over here. Cats is different. That's the length that I would have went. Now, I did my portion. If she continues moving the way that she's moving, whatever comes after that, that's on her. If she lives to tell about it, hopefully she grows from it. You dig what I'm saying? Because the best teacher is experience. There's nothing better than experience. Nothing. Because you're going to learn forever on that. You're going to remember it. So again, we have to extend it. It doesn't just stop at me knowing BMU's wife, me knowing Rico's wife, me knowing Anae, me knowing OG, VB, Bro C. There's women out there that I don't know. That at the end of the day, the righteousness in me, if I see something about to happen in the moment, I'm just gonna jump into the situation. Depending. If a car is coming, I'm running after it. Now, if I have the insight to be able to see and check out the situation, then that's different. But that's not every situation. You know what I'm saying? Again, remember, the scriptures tell you.
Right, but see, all those people are in the Bible. All those people you talked about are in the Bible. I ain't in there.
Listen, at the end of the day, I do understand, but you have to understand this, brother. Christ died for you. He didn't know you. You dig what I'm saying? He died for you because he loved you, not for anything that you did. So my love for you is not. I don't love
but
you.
You know what? But you know what, Bolo? We have to continue to think, though.
Let me finish my point. My love for you is not predicated on you reciprocating. It's not based on that. I love you because Christ loved me and I did nothing to deserve it. I did nothing. When we come on these channels and we speak and we put our faces out there and we put our information out there, listen, Brother Clarence was giving out bags. The dude was only trying to raise up $3,100. They were saying that he's going to steal it to go get himself a damn Lamborghini.
Maserati.
Come on. Excuse me, Maserati. So we do.
If you can find a Maserati for $3,100, let me know what dealership you're going to.
What I'm saying is, when you do what you do, and people come at you, you're not doing it for them. You're doing it because of the love that Christ showed for you. That's the example.
Agreed.
That's the example we do our best to try to live by. I don't do it because I want it reciprocated. It would be good if it was. Believe me, it would. But I do it because my Lord and Savior loved me and I did everything wrong and continuously do it, and he still loved me. Now again,
Now, Bolo, let me ask you this. Think about this. I have 3 boys, 3 girls, right? And say, for instance, I'm a very intimidating fella, right? Just by looking at me, right? And if I involve myself in a situation, that intimidation is going to carry some weight when I'm walking toward a man trying to break up a situation between him and a young lady. Now, if he see me, he knows immediately. I can't fight this dude. I can't wrestle with this dude. I'm going to have to put him down, right? And so if he decides to do that, we also have to look at it from the other side of the aisle. When my daughter walking down the aisle by herself, my son.
Absolutely. But you know what you do that in that situation?
Need his daddy to talk to him. I'm not there.
You know what you do in that situation? I agree. What you do in that situation is, again, you're saying you're an intimidating dude. It's up to you to present yourself in that moment to say, Duke, I'm not here to try and fight you, whatever. What I'm here to say to you, dog, is a bigger picture. And that bigger picture is the anger that you're feeling right now in the moment. I'm not saying it's not justified or not. What I'm saying to you is, in this moment, what you're creating is not going to fit the time that you're going to serve. The 30 seconds in you hitting this woman is not going to fit the 21 years you got to do. It don't make sense. The math don't add up. So if you come in very bravado, you know what I'm saying? Yo, then he's going to meet your energy. Absolutely. But my job as a 5'11 and a half man that weighs over 230 pounds, I'm going to have to come in there and be like, yo, Duke, just chill for a second. I'm going to make sure that he understands that I'm not no threat to him. I need him to understand that he's a threat to himself. That's my job at that moment, to assess it and say, Duke, you need to chill for a second. I understand whatever happened, it got you pissed off. But understand, when this moment clears and the all of the dust is settled, you're gonna go to jail. And it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Now, again, I'm not saying that what she did wasn't worth the slap. It might have been. I'm saying to you that, dogs, in this world that we're living in, you're going to get the worst of it. Period. My job is to try and snap him out.
But isn't that but what you call that a damn if you do, damn if you don't? Because watch this. If you do this, if this man walks over and hits this woman in the head with a brick, right? Damn if you do. And if you don't, and I come over and intervene, it could be the same thing for me. Either way it goes, right? Because say, for instance, we run into a situation, and this, I'm not going to use extremes. I'm going to use everyday stuff, right? There's plenty of videos out there, plenty of people who have experienced it, right? There have been men who have gotten arrested. There have been men who have gotten arrested for protecting women. There have been men who have, the woman turns on them. Hey, I know this me and my man, this ain't got shit to do with you. Why you jumping? There have been women who have jumped the man with the Honda man jumped the guy for jumping in. So you don't know what situation, like Brother Clarence just said. It's a case-by-case basis. Now, if it's an 85-year-old woman, 70-year-old woman out there, she deserves to be protected. But if a woman's out here jacking off, running her mouth, punching a man, hitting a man, being aggressive with a man, I'm going to call the police. Hey, listen, I'm over here at the Quick Trip. Please come and get this woman. They're about to have an altercation.
But that goes into the extreme, as you were saying with Brother Rico, that goes into the extreme. If it's a situation where a man got a pistol or whatever the situation might be, it's beyond your scope. Absolutely, I agree. Call the police. Again, it's a situation by situation. It's not something that is generalized. However, what Rico was saying, that we have to understand the vibration and the spirit that we push out. Again, I say this all the time and I get called a simp, and it's cool. It's all right. It starts and stops with us at the end of the day, right? We ask our women to submit. We ask these women to trust us. We ask these women to do all these things, but we're not giving them a reason to do that. It starts with us, right? We have to understand sin wasn't sin until Adam did it. So if I'm asking these women to trust me, I have to give them a reason to trust me. And again, I fall short of it. There's times I do fall short. You know what I'm saying? And when it's brought to my attention, I do my best to try and correct it. So when we're pushing out this vibration of I only protect my moms, my wife, my aunt, and this, I'm only protecting blood. There's a vibration you're putting out. So that woman that's not your wife, that woman that's not your aunt, that woman that's not your mother, then why should she be obligated to the community? Why should she not say what they're saying out there about black men? This is bigger. This is bigger than you and I. This is about Christ. That's what this is about.
But
At the end of the
Bolo,
day.
let me cut you
All
off
right,
real,
all right.
real quick.
Hold
Let me ask you
on
this.
1 second,
Go
y'all.
ahead.
Hold on 1 second, New Growth, because I do want to get back on the topic, man. But and you guys have some good things to say. But I do want to get back on the topic, which was are black women worth us protecting, right? And we kind of talking about it, but I want to go into it now. I wanted to talk about what Black Man was talking about, where I'm only going to protect the women that's under my covering. Well, brother, it like I said, we're all each individuals, and we're gonna have individual codes of conduct of how we address certain situations that we have out there. Now, as a community, it would be better if we thought more of our women, where we protected them no matter what no matter what's going on, as long as we can do it safely. Let me say it that way. As long as we can do it safely. I'm with Rico. I don't expect nobody to jump in front of no bullets or nothing like that, or take a sword in the chest or nothing like that. So what I'm saying is, if you can safely do it, and you can do it in a safe way, and it's something where somebody may get severely injured or even death, and you can just step in and say, hey, brother, you can just put a word out there or just put your hand up. Maybe you might want to do it. Now, it's an individual basis. Now, you said, hey, some of these brothers go to jail doing this. This is where the separation again is going to come in, right? Because some of us have a code of conduct that's above what we doing now, what we living in now, right? We have an internal code of conduct does whatever out of the universe. For us, we feel that there's never going to be too much to ask for us to step in. And if we step in, we step in. And if something happens, but we know we honored the covenant that we got with this person that pulled us out of the situation, all of these crazy situations we was in. We're going to always honor that covenant. We have a covenant with this person, so we're going to always honor it. Even if peril is there, we're going to always be trying to trying to honor that covenant. So I think that's the difference. I think a lot of guys don't have that covenant. They don't have that relationship with the Creator, so they don't have to. There's nothing to honor, or they willing to dishonor it. For whatever reason. But some of us have that connection.
Brother,
yes, sir.
Let me say this to you, because I think I agree with you. And let me tell you why I agree with you. I want to add a little something to what you said. I think that we're in a position now because a lot of men don't want to do this, right? A lot of men, to use the word that Rico used, cowardice, right? Because a lot of men don't tell women what it is, right? My wife knows you at a certain time of night, when it gets dark, you ain't gonna be in a certain place. You ain't going nowhere, right? And men need to start saying that, and stop being scared and walking on eggshells and not being able to tell the women in your community, the women who are in your life and your covering, at certain times of night, it's a cutoff period. You ain't going nowhere. My kids ain't gonna be out at 2 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock in the morning. This lady that's got hit in the face with a brick, just imagine if she had a man like you, Brother Clear, and say, hey, listen, whoa, it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. No honorable woman, right? Because my grandma used to say, ain't nothing open after midnight but legs. Right? Ain't nothing. My grandma used to say, ain't nothing open after midnight but legs. Right? And so, when you got an honorable, when you get an honorable woman and that's under a covering or under her, even if she's not married, her father, her brother, she knows I'm not going to be out at no club by myself, solo, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, where a lot of men are around drinking, drunk, out of their damn mind, acting like damn fools. Why would a woman who is single by herself be in that type of position? Right? And so we need to start getting back to being men and saying this is not what we're going to allow. Right? Because then now in this day, women say we're being controlling. You're control freaks, y'all controlling. No, it's a difference between controlling and taking control. And men have not been taking control of their women and letting their women know, listen, I am here to protect you. God holds me responsible for your protection, and you're not going to be out all wee times in the night, neither are my children. And when we establish that as men and get out.
There's a problem there. And I want to get to that in a minute, but it's a problem. I'm going to let New Growth talk, but I'm going to just start it on the Black Man so you can start thinking about it. But there's a problem.
Okay.
what if this woman doesn't follow your cut? What if they don't follow your teaching, advice, et cetera, et cetera?
I can't protect what don't listen to me.
Agreed. But that's the inherent problem is that you can't enforce a lot of what you're saying. What you're saying is she has to be with that same mentality. What you're saying. But let me New Growth talk, and then we'll come back to that. And we'll come back to our topic. New Growth, you got something you want to share, brother?
Yeah, I mean, just basically what you're saying. You're on point. It's just saying that a lot of times it's a lot of internal work as a community we have to do. And all of us, sports analogies, football season, right? If a team is struggling, you can't just fix that with, hey, we need a new quarterback, or the defense need to play better. The offense ain't putting up no points. The quarterback keep throwing interceptions, right? We as a whole have a lot of work to do. So when I see Rico Wright, when those guys responded to that, to me, where I was raised up, that's cowardice. Not saying you are, black man. I'm not saying that. But those things like that are cowardice. But at the same time, who taught this guy to be a coward, right? Who allowed this to happen? How did our community get to this point? And at the same time, why is this woman out here feeling as though she must know that we cowards as well? Because why is she going at us like this, right? Why are these black women coming at us to a point where they feel it's no respect, or even the fact of no repercussions?
Exactly.
Something is seriously wrong for us to be in this situation. That's all I had to say.
Can I say something? Can I interject?
Yeah.
I just want to interject. Okay, because I want to make a real analysis to this situation. I'm a single woman. I live by myself. I'm also in the entertainment business, so I do shows. I come and go at night sometimes by myself, right? And I know I'm not protected and covered by a man at this point in my life, because guess what? My family live 1,800 miles away. But that is exactly the reason why I carry. That is exactly the reason why I know I have to take extra precautions to protect myself as a single woman out here right now. Because if I'm not in the company of a man or males in my surroundings and environments, I have to do whatever I need to do as I'm coming and going. Most of my life, I'm coming and going by myself. I'm at the grocery store. I go to and fro from work. If I got a show, guess what? More than likely, it's at a theater or in the club. So I'm out there at night because I'm making extra money to get paid, doing what I love to do, and that's perform. I'm in stage plays, all of that. It is all times of day and night. And if I'm not in the company of other people, crowds of people, or a male of the male persuasion, I'm coming and going by myself. And this is why I am so adamant about women getting protection, protecting yourself, getting trained, getting trained to carry and conceal, going to the range and things of that nature to be able to protect yourself. Because men, whether you married or not, your husband is not going to always be there to cover you. Not 24/7. You're not there 24/7. What if she's in a church setting? People ain't safe in church no more. What if she going to the mall? People ain't safe in the malls no more. What if she go to work? People ain't even safe at work anymore. And these are at school. These are places where most of the time your spouse is not there to cover you. So again, I stay on this situation as a single woman, moving and coming and going in society as get yourself protected, get trained. You have to protect yourself. If you're afraid, I used to be afraid of guns. You understand? And now I got mace, I got a taser, I got whatever it takes. And as I'm coming and going to my car, if I haven't got a male man, a guy to walk me to my car, which is what I try to do for the most part, but that's not always the situation either. And my hand is right on mine. When I'm coming and going, we have to protect ourselves as women out here that don't always are in the covering of the male persuasion. And I digress. I'll lay my plane there for now.
OG, can I ask you a question, OG Patrice?
Sure.
I have a question. So, and I understand that because you're in the entertainment business, right? So you're not out, all willy-nilly for no reason. You're doing what you love. You're employed by this. This is what feeds you and takes care of you and your family, right? So that's that's an understandable thing right there, right? So that's a unique situation. What I'm saying is this: this young lady who got bricked, she, if you go back and just pay, because sometimes in law, and everybody up here knows law for a little bit, maybe if you don't know a lot. Everybody knows when you're in a case, people dig up your past to make you relevant or irrelevant in court. And what this woman has done, if you go back and watch her previous videos, this is not the first situation she's been in. She has a GoFundMe account that happened 2 years ago in the same situation, right? No police call, no police record, no nothing, right? And and also she's a feminist for the lesbian community. So she's online all the time.
Black man, I said all that earlier. So they know because I spoke on it earlier. Yeah, but you're right.
Right. So the point I'm making to that is, dudes, you online constantly saying niggas ain't shit, but now you're looking for the ain't shit niggas to protect you. You see how that works? You online all the time talking about what niggas ain't this nigga, but now you're looking for those. At the end of that video, she said all these black men out here ain't helping me. But 2 weeks ago on your live, you said niggas ain't shit and you hate them all. So now we have to figure out, man, what do you really want? Do you want to have selective femininity because you want to use it when you only want to use it, right? But I'm gonna land my plane there. But I want to say this last
black
thing
man. Just to respond back, yes, you're right. I absolutely spoke on that. I spoke on the fact that she uses her being from that community. She uses her from being an immigrant to say, disparaging things about Black Americans. But now, conveniently, she wants to say Black men didn't come to protect her. But and it's coming out even more, black man. You wasn't here earlier when I said it. It was all untrue. She didn't get hit with a brick. So that was the problem that I said I had, is because she's using our experiences as Black people in America to benefit off of. And that's the problem I have, because there are real victims out there, right? There are real victims, ladies, that's unprotected, that this is happening to. So for her to do this is what I find problematic.
All right, I want to get.
Let me ask Rico a question, then I'm gonna land. Can I ask Rico one question?
Ask Rico a question.
Can I ask Rico a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Rico, let me ask you a question. If you didn't know me, and I was out in public and I was arguing with a woman, and I grabbed the woman by both arms and started shaking her, you mean to tell me you'll come up to me 6'1", 300 pounds and intervene?
Yes.
And get your ass beat up?
Okay.
That's what you'll do? So you come with an angry big man like me. I'm asking a question. An angry 6'1", 300 pounds. You gonna come up to me and tell me to get my hands off my woman?
Black man unfiltered. A man is not fearful of being beat up. I mean, make something like this. A real man is. A real man.
Again.
At the bottom line, in life, you're gonna probably lose more than you're gonna win.
Rico, you are not going to approach me and stop me from knowing that.
Maybe you won all yours. I'm not going to tell that lie. I ain't won every fight that I was in. But
Rico.
Yes. Let me finish. I have not won every fight I've ever been in, but I was fucking in all of them. So when I walk away, let me finish. When I walk away, you may have whooped my ass, but you're going to know you was in a fight. So I'm not, this notion of men believing that they're going to go through life unscathed, unbothered, unassaulted. Y'all just different, because I've never been the entirety of my life since I was a little boy. That's a rite and passage of manhood. You go through struggles and tough times, and you take losses. Physical, mental, emotional.
Exactly.
But if it is your intent to go through life in a bubble, unscathed, untouched, unbothered, I get it.
Rico, how many kids do you have?
I got 5 sons and 2 daughters.
What would their world look like if I took you out of it?
Their world would go on the same.
No, you're missing the point. What would your children's world look like if you, because it's 2023, niggas ain't fighting no more.
It would be minus me. The same as my life is minus my father. Right. The same as it was minus my mother. everybody who loses a parent, it alters their life, but their life goes on. We're acting like all of a sudden everybody doesn't grow up with their parents all of their life anyway.
Okay.
It's a silly notion.
Uh-huh. So what you're saying is, I'm gonna say this, and then brother Clarence, get back to work. So what you're saying is that in 2023, women like let's just for I'm gonna say names that everybody knows, so everybody can be familiar with the conversation. So women like Cardi B and Sexy Red and all these women, they deserve us to intervene. Is what you're saying?
To me, yes.
So we should intervene for women who promote that you, yourself, and myself and our sons ain't shit.
I'm not in favor of what they promote, but to me, those women also deserve a measure of protection from harm and loss of life. Now, I am not in favor of anything that they do, and y'all can virtue signal with all the bullshit that they do, and I will agree with you there. I will agree with you that they are problematic, but that does not remove my humanity to say that they don't deserve fear from harm or loss of life. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about them being good people. They're horrible women. I think this woman was a horrible woman. It doesn't deserve loss of life or potential loss of life, because a brick to the face, if it really happened, is attempted murder.
Okay, and also let me respond to that as well. Let's respond to that because Rico's a little biased, right? Rico's a little biased. He's, signed up for the military to protect millions of people he never met, right? He's a little biased. Jumped out of airplane.
I didn't get to my part, but go ahead. I answered this question though. It's honestly.
But Rico's biased. He jumped out of airplanes to save millions of people he never met. Good people, bad people, people in jail, people not in jail, whoever, right? He signed up to do that. So he might be a little biased. I'm probably a little more biased too. I signed up for something that, man, was absolutely crazy, right? It's just like you got to be a lunatic to sign up in the Nation of Islam.
Right, all the people you told me
crazy,
you drug out the gutter. All the bad people you told me you drug out the gutter, right, Clarence?
Man, yeah, man.
That was unworthy, and nobody
Set
wanted
up,
to throw away.
Gave them suits, gave them clothes, gave them money, gave them that card, gave them. But my point is this. My point is this, black man. Everybody, I think, in everybody deserves a certain amount. As a human being, they deserve a certain amount of protection from the wicked people that's out here, if we can protect them safely. Now, this is what Vaughn was telling us earlier about wisdom. We got to use our wisdom because it's a case-by-case situation, right? I'm not telling you if you see somebody in a pool of alligators to jump in after them. I'm not saying that. Maybe you got to go get a boat, maybe go ship, or go to stick or something. But you have to use some wisdom. Can I finish what I'm saying? Where was it? Okay. So you have to use your wisdom. Same thing with Bolo says. You have to use your wisdom because each situation is a case-by-case basis, right? If there's a guy, we pull him out of the lion's den and he goes back and opens the cage and goes back in there again. We pull him out again and he goes back in there again. Maybe the next time, man, we won't be so quick to pull him out. You know what I mean? So that it depends. It's a case-by-case basis. I think at the purest level, obviously, if we see somebody, and I know black men, you talking all this, but I know if you saw somebody about to do something crazy, I know you. If you could safely just say, "Hey, bro, maybe not hit the sister like that." I know deep down inside you like that. But
brother Clarence, you're right.
I'm gonna let you go ahead and push this narrative, right? But anyway,
but brother Clarence, hold on, brother. Let me respond to you, brother Clarence. I'm gonna tell you something. I was raised to be that guy, right? But over the years and watching the progression and the failures in our community, I don't care what nobody's saying on this panel. People have become numb. People are numb now. Why should I protect a person? That's just like a white man saying, "I hate niggas. Niggas ain't shit. I hate niggas. Niggas ain't shit." I don't know no black man on this panel to jump in front of a situation for a white man that hate niggas. There are black women out here right now that said, like, let's take somebody everybody know, Ebony K. Williams. Black men are nothing. I'd rather go to a sperm bank and get a baby than to have a baby with a black man. And then she get into a situation with a guy. You somebody leave her alone. She don't want me. She don't want me to exist. So why am I here?
Okay, let me stop you right there. Let me stop you right there. Is the black woman worth protecting? If all that's going on, is she worth protecting? Is she?
Case by case basis, like you said earlier.
Can I ask a question? This is a question because this is what I want to know because, and somebody tell me if you've heard this in these spaces when they said things like, "Oh, black women would be like, oh, I don't have to listen to you. You not my husband. Oh, see, that's what's wrong with it. They should listen to every black man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Remember, we've heard this in these spaces.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm literally saying, if black men, if it requires your covering, then, bro, Clarence, you don't need to be talking to no woman but one, your wife. The only one I need to be talking to is my wife. Who else up at? Vaughn, you're married. You should only be talking to your wife. You black man, you're married. You should only be talking to you. What I need black men in these spaces to be doing, if they're not willing to protect women of the community or the collective, they need to shut the fuck up talking to women who are not their wives and they don't cover.
You missed it. Hold on, Rico, you missed it. I said covering goes beyond. Hold on. Covering goes beyond blood. I said people who are under my covering. You can't say just my wife because it's a lot of people under my covering.
Okay, but okay, well, I'll tell you this. When you come up here on this YouTube, you're talking to women well beyond your covering.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So what I'm saying is
that's two different things. Physical altercation and making sure.
But
right.
So, man, that's what I'm talking about. People get up here on this YouTube and they start opining and they're going to tell all of the black race how they need to behave, how they need to function, how they need to act. Oh, but I'm not going to protect your ass. Do what I say.
But hold on. But if I teach them how to behave and how to act, I don't have to protect them because they're in their lane.
But you
see what I'm saying?
But go ahead. I'm not talking about just you. I'm talking about you. I am talking about you, but I'm talking about all these content creators who will opine so deeply and so thoughtfully about how all these women need to conduct themselves, behave, move, whether they should do this, whether they should do that. But in the next breath, you ain't my responsibility. Am I the only person that's seeing the hypocrisy?
Okay, Rico, let me say this. Me personally, as a content creator, I'm the condom. I'm not the baby. So let me tell you something. I teach to prevent. I don't teach after it happens. You see what I'm saying? So I'm telling women, stay in your lane. Don't be out all time of night. Learn how to respect me and learn how to talk to me. If you do that, then you don't have women up in me in face. You don't have men being women being aggressive. You don't have women out all time of night. You see what I'm saying?
Unfiltered. You just said these same men. You just said these same men that you're demanding that these women learn how to respect and talk to are not going to cover or protect them.
I said yes. Oh no. I said case by case basis. That's what I said.
No. If that woman is not under these men's covering that you're saying they should respect and listen to, why would that woman do that? It goes back to what Bolo said earlier. So I'm telling you, women, if he ain't your husband, fuck him.
Rico, hold on, Rico. Now, hold on, Rico. So you mean tell me if I'm out and I see, and if I'm out and it's a woman that says she is under my covering, I know her, don't know her, just met her, and she's a nice person, and I say, he got a gun, get down. And she said, you're not my fucking husband. I'm supposed to jump in front of the bullet when it gets shot?
No, you already said you're not going to do that. You already said you're not going to do that.
No.
So I'm not expecting you to do anything because she's not under your covering. So I'm not expecting you to tell her or do anything because when I talked about that and said that, everybody said, well, I'm not doing nothing for nobody that's not under my covering. So again, you can't say you're not under my covering. I'm not going to do anything for you, but in the next breath, shut up and listen to me.
No, it should be a respect.
I don't think that's the next breath, Rico. I don't think that's the next
No, it's
breath.
not.
I think
it's
that's
not
the consequences.
I think that's there you go. Who is that saying?
It's the consequences.
There you go. That's it. There you go.
I think that's what they're talking from. I don't know, but it's the consequences. Hey, if you don't listen to me, if you don't play your position, when you get into a situation like that, I'm not obligated to help you, and vice versa.
But
So-
it goes back. But it goes back to what you said earlier, and
Right.
the reverse of it is they're saying, "Why should
Right.
I listen to you
Right.
if you're not protecting me?" And you said
Right.
both sides are stubborn, and
You're
that's
right.
what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
I'm like,
listen. When you keep saying that, because right now the argument is what came first, the chicken or the egg.
Yeah.
We got to take a step and say it starts with the men, bro.
Yeah,
It
and that's
starts
what
with
we
us.
talked about, and that's what I agree to.
Bolo,
But
you talk about the word of God, though. Bolo, you talk the word of God, Bolo. If we all followed, if men followed the word of God and women followed the men who followed the word of God, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
But black man, there was a time when you didn't. Hold on. But there was a time when you didn't, and Christ still died for you. Hold on, brother. It's not about our job is to go into the darkest places that light don't shine, my G. That's our job. Our job is to go in those places, bro. Our job is not just to go into the places where light is conveniently accepted. Our job is to go into the places. Listen, man, I deal in the hood all day, every day. My job, I deal with drug dealers, gangbangers. Hold on for a second, please. Our job is to deal with them dudes. That's our job. My job isn't to go to the cats that just got light. They already got it. They don't need healing. They're healed. My job is to go to the dudes that need healing. That's our job, bro. Now, again, I get it. I understand in certain situations, you don't want to put yourself in that. I get it. You have to be moved, and hopefully discernment moves you in different places. I get it. But we have to understand that our job, when I say it starts with us, it starts with us in the aspect of, I'm tired of telling brothers, stop telling women to submit. When they see that you're something to submit to, they will. Period.
Bolo, I don't know about that either. It's 2023.
Hold on, please. I'm gonna let you rock. I promise I'll be done in 30 seconds. Maybe a minute. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, 2023, 2043, it's the same thing, man. Cats keep thinking shorties is different. Shorties are the same. Is there more madness on the earth? Absolutely there is. But we do the same thing to get to know these women that we did in 1923. You got to take them out. You got to get to know them. You got to have a conversation with them. You got to do these things. The problem is cats is reaching out to chicks that they know they can't afford. They know they can't deal with. That's the problem with the internet. You reaching out to shorties that you know their appetite of millions, and you're only worth 1,000. Leave them alone. If you got 50 cents to your name, you go into the candy store and you look for 50 cent candy. You don't look for dollar candies. But these cats are trying to become things that they're not on the internet. And these women are predators just like we are. Just like we are. So the point of the matter is, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, my
Bolo, let me ask you a question. You're a Bible man. So let's go to the Bible. The Bible says, and if you go in the beginning of the book of the Bible, it says that Moses went to Pharaoh and said, what? Let my what go?
People go.
Did he let them go?
No.
Now, okay, Moses was trying to tell Pharaoh, I'm trying to teach you that my God is bigger than everything that you know. And I'm trying to give you direction on where Egypt is headed, and those slaves are leaving with me. But if you don't want to listen, God said, go back and ask him again. Moses said, let my people go. He said, these people will not be released. He said, okay, then the consequences, like New Growth was just saying, the consequences of them not listening was the plagues. He took their children, the firstborn sons, turned the water into right because they did not listen. It's several books in the Bible who talked about hard-headed ass people who did not listen and suffered the consequences.
There's a point you're missing. God told Moses he's going to harden his heart.
Exactly.
You're missing that point. All right,
Okay,
hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Let you
ahead.
rock, New Growth. Hold on. When you read Romans chapter 9, verse 13 specifically, there's a reason why the Lord told Moses that I'm going to harden his heart. That's why Moses never flipped out. He told him, I'm going to make him say no, my G. I'm going to make him say no. Why? So that my name is declared throughout the world, because at that point, Egyptian was paramount. It was the epitome. So again, the Lord pulled back the curtain so that we can see into his world. We don't know who the Lord's heart he's hardening. I don't have that inclination to know that he's hardening Brother Clarence's heart. So I have to go into that situation with the grace and the understanding that the Lord is going to work to open up his heart. This is why Moses didn't flip out. The same reason why Christ told Peter, you're going to deny me 3 times. Why? Because if he didn't say that to Peter, Peter probably would have took his life too. I just denied God, G. I might take my life too. So he told him, listen, you have to understand that this is bigger than you. I need you to deny me. Because if you die here, the gospel dies. And I need you for a bigger purpose. The point that I'm making is the Lord, listen, I had this conversation with Anae. Discernment is so important. Our pride is not. And when we open up this book, we're so quick to put ourselves and insert ourselves into the book. What would I do if I was there? Who cares what you would do? No one gives a damn what you would do. What did they do? That's the point. What did that man do in that situation? What did that woman do in that situation? So again, when we go into this, again, I'm man. I'm gonna sin. I'm man. So I don't want you to think I got it down pat. What I'm saying is our job is to go into this without no pre-notions of how it's gonna go. So I don't know what Brother Clarence is he's gonna do. So I'm gonna go into this as if I don't know. I may already know his character, but I'm gonna go into this so that I give it my all. Because if I go into it with the pre-notion that he's not gonna listen, I'm not gonna give it my all. So the point of the matter is, we as men, it starts with us. The scriptures does not say, there's a few chapters on how wicked women are. It's a few chapters. There's a whole book on how wicked men are. That's why the Lord don't give chapters on men, because the whole book was about men.
Right.
Well, hold on.
And I'm glad you brought up Peter. I'm glad you brought up Peter. Okay, go ahead.
So the point that I'm saying in that is,
coming up next.
we fall short. We all do. And it's crazy that we don't extend the grace that Christ extended to us. But when our head is on the chopping block, we want everybody to extend that same grace and have that same understanding and have that same peace. But when it's time for us to extend it, we don't. And I fall short of that too.
Now, Bolo, you know that's not true, Bolo. You
what
know
I'm
men,
saying
come on now. Men ain't getting no grace. Come on now.
What I'm saying to you is, the scripture says through Adam we all die. It doesn't say through Eve we all die. It says through Adam we all die. So what does that say to me? It says that to me that it starts with men and it ends with men. So that means that when we set up this situation, when we set up the platform, when we do it, and these women come to see us and they have no other choice but to be right, it's either 2 choices they have. They're either going to go left or go right. Period. Those are the choices they got. They have no other, there's no third choice. There's only 2 spirits to worship on this earth. 2 gods. That's it. So if I present to this woman me being a Christ-like man, there's only one answer to that. And that's Christ-like submission.
All right, y'all. We gotta let Sister Annie. She needs to get in and tell us something. So, Sister Annie, are you there?
Yeah, and respectfully, if I could just ask everybody to just mute up, because I think when we're not muted, there's a temptation to not allow a person to get their full thought out. First of all, Rico, you are just a rare breed, and I appreciate you, okay? Because it takes a lot to just step in like that and put yourself in harm's way. And it's not something that everybody can do. But you're a rare breed. What I would say is, to any man that would not feel like any particular woman is not worthy of protecting her, just don't. Just don't. You don't want to, just don't. I think that sometimes we, as a believer, sometimes I have to do things that I don't necessarily want to do. But I can't pick portions of the scripture and decide which ones I want to follow and which ones I don't. I either got to be about God or I'm not. So what I would say is, if you are not led, if you're a believer and you believe in the Holy Spirit, allow the Holy Spirit to speak within you. Whatever your other belief is or thought is, if you don't feel gully and you don't feel like protecting somebody at that moment, just don't do it. I know that I have been very thankful for the men that have stood up for me. Very, very thankful. Because they stepped in when I felt very vulnerable. And there's only so much that a woman can do. And there's only so far that I would take feeling threatened or stalked or something like that, that I wouldn't want to go reach out to the police, which would now create a record for a man. And to try to avoid that when a man has stepped in to intercede, I've appreciated that. So I pray, and like I'm just even listening to this panel. This one was different today. It's not what I'm used to, just being on a panel. And it's a little bit disappointing. It's a little bit disappointing just hearing like the head wrestling and the brain wrestling to just figure out if a woman is worthy. If a woman is worthy to be protected. We're not talking, all women aren't trifling. All women aren't instigating situations, placing themselves in harm's way. Crimes don't just happen at night. They happen during the day too.
Right.
Things are happening at your job. You go to the grocery store. I told y'all that day when I went and that white van was parked next to me, I didn't feel comfortable. And that was around noon.
Right.
But a man stepped in. He didn't have to come and just look around and see if somebody was coming out the van. You know what he did? I asked him, can you just stay there to make sure that I get out of harm's way? That helped me. That made me feel safe. So I appreciate him for that. I pray that God gives him something enormous for him doing that because he didn't have to. So I thank those that have stepped in and intercede because everybody can't. If you don't feel that you are able to, like I said, don't. Because then if you step in and you're not ready for the consequences, you're not going to be ready for the consequences. Because it could be something physical. It could be jail time. If you ain't ready for it, don't do it. So that's all I would say. And I hope that in this conversation, because there's some really important points from everybody that need to be made. And if we're talking over each other, we can't hear them. And then to interject when we don't agree in certain spots, we got to be patient. We got to be patient. There may be something that I want to hear that Rico is saying, that Black Man is saying, that Brother Clarence is saying, that OG, I can't hear it if we're cutting each other off. This topic is very important. It's very important to me. So I'm just asking that we show some grace, just even on the panel, of letting everybody get their thoughts out. So that's all I would say. Sorry.
All right. Nope. Needed to be said. Needed to be said.
Hey, let me just say this, bro, Clarence. I'm about to drop down because I got to drop my grandson off and then head home. I just want to say this. Look, I apologize. Black Man Unfiltered, I apologize to you if, me. I wasn't calling you a coward. I was discussing what I saw as a trait of, and that's the way I see it. So no, I do not think you are a coward in any way, and I apologize. And I'm going to say heartfully, I'm sorry if it was taken that way, because I do not look at you or think of you that way. I do not. But
now, Brother Rico.
I just want to say that.
I want to say this to you, bro. We've been doing this too long. We can go back and forth. I think a lot of people in the audience and maybe on the panel don't understand how men delegate things and do things. Me and Rico, we done did this a whole bunch of times over the last year and a half, probably 2 years, and we come right back to the smiling and laughing and get right back to it. But just because we disagree don't mean we hate each other, right? Just because, and I've learned that over this year, a lot of people take this stuff real personal. And I don't take it personal. When I get off of this live right now and I see Rico, I'm going to speak to Rico. Rico, what's up, baby? Look, how can we, so it's not like that ever with me. And so you don't have to worry about that, Rico. Yeah, you have to say, I apologize. You had your point. I had my point. We good.
Right. I wanted to say that because, again, like I said, sometimes it comes off that way. It gets misunderstood. So I was, and in the moment I was trying to speak to, because when I was having this conversation, as I told Brother Clarence, is for me, the conversation isn't even about this woman role. It's about the collective. So everything I was trying to say that I want everybody to think about that. Yes, I think exactly like you think, black man, but I also know that I have to do something. I have a duty to intervene, to step in, for my humanity. I can't live with myself, as Sister M. Mills said. So again, I'm no fucking hero. And I don't throw away my life willy-nilly, nor do I want to. But my life means nothing if I stand by and I do nothing. So I want everybody to think about that. Just say to yourself, as much as you love your loved ones, would you want, you would want someone to be there for yours as I would want someone to always be there for mine. And I just can't. And I think, like, for even the worst of us in our communities, they deserve some sort of protection, even from themselves. Sometimes you got to step in and protect people from themselves. So oftentimes, if I do see a woman being very antagonistic with a man, I usually try to step in and get the woman first, because I know that she's going to antagonize a man to take it to the next level. So I'm trying to prevent that. I'm usually like, sis, before it gets physical. But if I didn't get there in time enough, I'm not going to stand idly by and watch her be pummeled, whether she says something to piss this guy off or not. I'm not going to stand by and watch that. And I may agree that, like, hey, she went too far, but there's no justification for that. So that's not okay. So again, that's all I wanted to say was that. And I wanted to just take this moment before I drop down to say that, hey, I meant no offense to anybody on the panel. I think it was a great panel. As Sister Annie said, it was a great conversation, a great topic. And I think we need to think about this topic and other topics about this, because this situation about this woman, this plays into the protection of our children.
Good point.
Because we've had incident early in the week. Bro Clarence Well, Brother Polite. I think also that's also a case where I don't know, but I believe men were aware of it and stood by and did nothing. And I just want us as a collective to start thinking about, when we see things, why don't we do anything? Why don't we speak out? Why don't we call the authorities? Why don't we step in? Because, my kids are grown, but whether it's for my grandkids or Clarence's grandkids or Vaughn's future grandkids or your future grandkids, black man, I'm like, I just want us to think about these things. That's it. So thank you guys for your time. I love you all. God bless. And again, if I said anything that offended anybody, I sincerely apologize. And I'm sorry, but it's a great topic. Keep it going, Brother Clarence. And I'll see
I love you too, Brother Rico.
I appreciate it, Rico. Hey, can I respond to what Annie said too as well? If I may.
You're muted, Brother
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I said I don't know who that was. I don't, and what they do with the real Rico, right? I don't know what's going on. But we apologize, man. So let's just fix that. Okay, okay. Black man, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. This is what I want you to do, man. I need you to give me a minute, because I got other people that want to get in, because you guys have had a lot of time to go back and forth. But I got other people on the panel, and I want to give them a chance, if they so have something to say about the things we've been talking about. Now, Vaughn was next. Sister Annie went, and then Vaughn, and then whoever else wants to go, man, just let me know, and then you can go. Then we can just eventually just go around the room, because we're about to wrap this thing up. But I want everybody to say before we start closing remarks. So, Vaughn, if you got something that you want to add to the conversation, then New Growth, then Jay, then who's that lady up there? Oh, Patrice, and then we can go.
Yeah, well, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, listen, I appreciate all of the perspectives and everything that everyone has said, as far as their remarks are concerned. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? I can understand each individual perspective. Now, me, on the other hand, I just don't believe that it's for me to protect everybody. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I have to be led to do that.
Okay.
You know, the Bible says that a good man's steps are ordered by the Lord. You see what I'm saying? And so I just don't want to lean to my own understanding, but I want to acknowledge God in all of my ways so that he can what? Direct the path that I go. So I just can't jump in all willy-nilly into every scenario without consulting God. You see what I'm saying? You know, even David took that in account when he would approach different types of battle. He said, well, Lord, should I go up? And the Lord would say, no, don't go up. So he didn't go up. He would say, Lord, should I go up? And the Lord would say, yeah, go up. You see what I'm saying? So you have to use wisdom, you know, and the conversation is very passionate and I get it. I love it. I love the passion that's involved in the conversation, but we do have to definitely use wisdom. You know, every battle is not for you to jump into. Every situation is not for you to get involved in. You have to really be led by God. Now, me personally, because I try my best to follow after the Spirit, and then I don't fulfill the lust of the flesh. See, when I'm trying to make my way about following the Spirit, I'm directed by him. But in order for one to do that, you have to be in tune with God. You know, that goes without saying. So I'm just saying, you know, hey, you know, should women be protected? Of course they should. You see what I mean? But it's case by case scenario. Because listen, you're not going to be out here doing the fool, and I'm going to jeopardize my family's safety over that. You see what I'm saying? So you have to use wisdom. Got to use wisdom. You know, and I appreciate I'm speaking about the patience in these conversations because, you know, I had a lot to say. That's probably why I'm so passionate right now, because I've been holding it in. But you see what I'm saying? But we do have to be patient and not talk over each other, because it you know, it doesn't set well for good listening. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But yeah, you know, listen, you know, I would just say again, every battle is not for you to involve yourself in. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, I'll just leave it right there.
All right, big brother. Thank you for that, man. Beautiful words. Anybody else that wants to go follow after Vaughn? We want to go New Growth, Jay, Patrice, Bolo, and then back to Black Man Unfiltered.
I'll go. I'll say something real quick. Okay. I understand and respect everybody's perspective, you know, how they feel. I know that I come up in a different time in a different generation and cut from a different cloth, right? I know it depends on whatever you feel your morals and values of how you were raised. If you served in the military, or if you have some form of service in your heart, period, you're going to be cut from a different cloth, because your perspective on how you feel about protecting people is going to be different from, you know, someone else's, and even maybe the younger generation that didn't come from the generation I come from, right? So I have to say, you know, putting things in proper perspective that's why I move accordingly, right? We have seen a lot of times where Black women are not even protected on social media in these YouTube streets. We have seen some of the most disrespectful things that have happened to men and women, and they're not protected. Nobody comes to your rescue. I learned that myself, my own experience. I had only a certain handful of community of men that did have the gall and the nerve to speak up when they saw disrespect happening. But for the most part, it doesn't happen, right? And I know that. And I'm okay with that, because I know I have to live with protecting me regardless, whether it's on social media or off social media. That's why I have the attitude and momentum that I do have. And I want to say to Sister Annie, because I felt the brokenness, and you was about to cry in what you were saying. Because I know when you told us that story about that man coming to your rescue, how thankful you were. And I have had men to do that, right? And I think women have to absolutely, you know, read the room, so to speak. They, like, you felt comfortable enough of going up to that man and asking him to walk you to your car, see you safely, and tell you drive off. I've done that with with men if I'm coming from a gig and it's nighttime or whatever. But when I know it's a difference when I got to get out my car and get into my door. So that's a difference in it. Nobody's there to walk me to my door or whatever. So we have to just absolutely know that we have to use good judgment as women, first of all, and be able to know the scenarios and read the room when we are in spaces, because it's a chance that we're taking that we are not going to be protected. So again, protect yourselves, because the life you save may be your own.
There you go. There you go. Good point, Patrice. Good point. Okay, we got New Growth and Jay. Either one of you guys want to go ahead, or all right, both of them sleeping, so we're gonna swing back over to Bolo and then Black Man Unfiltered. Okay, Brother Bolo, you got anything else you want to add?
Yeah. I mean, this conversation it's been a good conversation, and I think that again, everyone, how you feel affects how you see, and through your experiences in life, traumas, triggers, if they're not dealt with, if you don't seek therapy, if you don't close that chapter, and some chapters are hard to close, it will have an adverse effect on the proceeding of your life. Again, and this is why we talk about discernment, because sometimes the spirit will move you and you don't know why it's moving you. It's just moving you in a certain direction and you have no other choice but to obey, and you move. This is what we should pray for. I can't impose my thought process on any man or any woman. What I can say is that I hope and pray that the grace and the mercy and the temperance and the patience and the time that is offered to us, we offer it to one another. And I think that, I know in this world that we live in, we are so quick to condemn. We are so quick to, judge wrongly because of our experiences, our anecdotal experiences that we've gone through. We got to get past it. We got to go through it, grow through it, become better versions of ourselves, and surrender ourselves. So, open up your heart and let the Father into all compartments of your heart and not compartmentalize any from it. So.
Wow. Okay. Good stuff, Bolo. Good stuff. All right, Black Man Unfiltered, man. You got anything you want to add? Start wrapping up.
Yeah. Something Edie said that really, that really kind of moved me a little bit.
We can hardly hear you, brother. We can hardly hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
okay. Yeah, something that Edie said that kind of pushed. I had a little pushback when she said that.
You back away from the mic again.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
It's a little
bit. Something's wrong. We can't.
Yeah. Hold on.
Can't really
down. Yeah, that was good.
That's better right there?
Yes.
Okay. So let me say something real quick. Something Edie said that kind of I had a little pushback. She said to
Bro, you're doing it again.
It's not. It's not working.
I'm on the road. So hold on.
Yeah.
Now? Is that better?
That sounds much better. Much better.
Okay. So a little pushback I had for Annie when she said, Rico, you're a rare breed because you're willing to jump in front of a woman, any woman, to help any woman. And the pushback I had for that is what Von Bryant said. That was so eloquent and so beautiful, Von. You spoke like the bishop. Because Von said something that the Bible says. And I'm going to paraphrase what it said. It said, any man who moves without the discernment of God is moving foolishly. You are not, without God's guidance, you are not able to jump in front of anybody to save everybody. And so when Von Bryant so eloquently put that together, he took what I was going to say right out of my mouth. We have to study the word of God when we talk about it. God don't want no man moving. God may say, you know what? God may have a plan for that woman and that man that's in that argument. And you're intervening without God telling you to intervene. right? There's consequences to that, right? If God is saying, hey, listen, no, you sit still, be still, right? Be still. Don't you make a move, right? Because this circumstance today, I don't want you in it because this circumstance could take you from what I have for you tomorrow. So you sit still. So Von Bryant, you did an amazing job of breaking down what it is you broke down, because I don't think it's when we say we're gonna jump in front of every woman, that's foolish. I'm not calling anybody foolish. I'm talking from a biblical standpoint that it's foolish for a man to jump in front of everything trying to save everybody. And so to say that Brother Rico is a rare breed, that's not that we can't say that's a rare. Now we'll say that that's a rare breed, right? But we're gonna say a man married with children, nuclear family, all these great things are a rare breed. I consider myself that. All my kids are in one household. I'm married, right? I go to work every day. I provide for my family. I'm a rare breed. I can say that. Ain't nobody gonna be more confident than I am about me. But at the same time, we'll say a man who moves foolishly, right? Not talking about Rico in particularly, but I'm saying a man who moves foolishly is to be honored as a rare breed when God is totally against that when he says, you wait on me to tell you to move. Because God ain't going to tell you to jump in front of every woman. And also, I'll say this and I'm going to land my plane. When you talk, the way you talk is so eloquent and so sweet and so your voice, you can tell that you are a woman who was raised right. And if you go to any man for any type of protection, you're going to get it because of your aura and who you are as a woman. Agreed. Now I want you to take any, and I want you to take some other ratchet female. Any, look how she just said it. I went up to a guy and I told him to look out for me. That man gonna be like, absolutely, I got you. But then take a ratchet woman. Come here. Can you bring your ass over here and watch this? No, a dude gonna be like, I'm not finna do that. It's all about how a woman presents herself. With men are visual. Perception is reality. If you walked up to me, I would protect you all day long, not even knowing you. But if a ratchet woman walk up to me with pink hair, attitude, snapping her fingers, I'm gonna be a little reluctant to do anything for her.
May I respond?
Of course.
Okay. So one, I do stand by what I said about Rico in the regard of what I was talking about. Because that is rare. And I think that you actually are agreeing with me that he is rare in the way that he thinks. I'm not taking away from any other capacity that you are rare. It was that I was speaking on that since we were talking about protecting. What I would also say to the point that you just said that that God's wisdom and the Holy Spirit should speak in Rico, I would think that the Holy Spirit would also need to speak in you to make a blanket statement that you wouldn't do it, because maybe the Holy Spirit would actually speak to you one day when there was that, what you're deeming as a ratchet person. The Holy Spirit might speak to you and say, hey, I know this is not your norm, but I need you to step in, black man. I know your height. I know what you can do. Your presence is going to present some kind of humility in the man that's speaking disrespectfully to that woman that has that ratchet type activity or behavior. And you coming up and stepping in and on her behalf, you know what it may do, black man? What it may do is it may let her see, you know what? This is the way that a man talks to me when I'm speaking this way. And this is the way a man will come protect me when I submit to him coming in to protect me. So you can be used in either one of those situations. So if we're going to say, that's why I say I can't, as a believer, just decide which ways that I want to speak and the actions that I want to perform, because sometimes it's not ways that in my flesh that I want to do it. My flesh has struggled a lot. I'm saying you're bigger and better and greater than any situation you think that you can interject and protect in. It may not be everyone. I'm no better because first of all, thank you. I heard the compliment. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you saying that you would step in. And I believe you when you say that. I'm just saying I'm no better than anybody else. I'm no better than the need for somebody to protect me. I pray over the spirit of a person that has a ratchet behavior. I pray for the man that can be in her presence and cause her to calm down just by his presence. That might be you. That could be you. To match energy sometimes doesn't work in a situation. And I just go back to the point that I was making earlier. And I'm sorry, Brother Clarence, I know you said you want to get ready to get off, but I go back to my point that I said earlier. I don't think that stepping in is for everybody, not just men, women too. Because there's sometimes that I step in for a child and somebody else may not. So we are all charged differently. I don't think that Rico is better than you or you're better than Rico. You know, I just think that y'all move differently. And in times like I said, I know, like I almost like, you know, like BA say, I pity the fool that would ever say anything disrespectful to me and OG, Patrice, and Risa, because I think Rico would flip out. You know what I'm saying? So I know, but I wouldn't want him to. I care too much about him for him to go too rogue, but I know he would, and there's comfort in me in knowing that. It is, because I can step out. Just because I'm who I am, it doesn't mean that it's going to be met with somebody that doesn't care how I speak, doesn't care how I carry myself. They're going to treat me the way that they want to treat me because they're in their own thing. So I'm saying, show up the way that you can show up best, all of us. I'm saying to the women, I'm saying, don't put a man in a situation where he got to be a man all the time and show that he got testosterone just because you out here just acting crazy. I'm not doing that. I would never want to be a reason that a man has a record, that a man has some physical harm done to him. I would never want that. I'm not going to behave like that. If I'm around somebody that's speaking in a way that I think is like ratchet, or sorry, I keep using that word, but that a person is not like just kind of calming down, step back, breathe, slow down, be silent. I'm hoping that me doing that will cause them to say, wait, I'm flipping out and getting, you know, my feathers getting ruffled. Let me just slow down just a little bit. Even if it's not all the way, just a little bit. Just so you can think. So you can allow the Holy Spirit to speak in you in that moment. Listen, I love God. I'm so thankful to him. Everything about what I do is for him. When I fall short, don't blame him. It's me. But I want to move how he wants me to move. My purpose is bigger than my flesh. So sometimes I'm going to step in when I don't have the courage. I'm going to step in when there is a consequence that I don't in my flesh want to have to deal with. But I'll do it. If the Holy Spirit tell me to do it, I'm jumping. Regardless of how it makes me look. So I'm sorry I got long-winded, but I respect you and your rights. When I used to watch your channel, when you would come up with those Black history facts, I just loved that and appreciated that. I know where your heart is. So I'm not.
And guess what, Annie? YouTube
Me
took them off.
Me
YouTube
too.
took them
I
off.
was there from the beginning. Me too.
And guess what? YouTube took every one of those shows and struck every one of them and said it was bullying and cyberbullying. They took all of them from me. Every one of them.
Well, I'm sorry, and I love you too, Black man. I hope if what I said, I see you as you. I'm not comparing you to anybody else. Nobody else. I pray over you. I want the best for you. Yeah. You know, I want us all to be heard. I think that this was a very important topic today. It's one that it is kind of heavy for me. I don't know how to be okay around a man and he not protect me. I don't. That doesn't feel good to me. Especially when it's another man that's coming against me. I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to make that comfortable for me.
Mm-hmm. See how you just responded?
I do expect that. And I try to not do something that would cause a man to, first of all, I shouldn't have to prove I'm a woman. I am. But I know that there's some behaviors that will have a person say, wait, let me just kind of inspect her a little bit. I need men. I need good men.
There you go.
So,
hey, Brother Clarence, I gotta say something to Annie. Annie, this for you. This is a compliment for you. Listen, I'm over here and I'm just listening to you right now, and I'm telling you, it's hard to do this to me. But the way when you say I'm no different than anybody else, that's just not true, right? Because you are. And let me tell you why. The way that you just said that and said that with such passion, I believe it. It's not. I'm not saying you're good. It's good. Get out. I'm not. I believe it, and I'm completely disarmed. I not, because look how because let me tell you something. Because you use your femininity, you're not aggressive. You ain't talking like no man. But you completely you said what you said. You meant what you said. But you said it in a way that, hey, I care about you too. Your voice is soft. You ain't up here going all that cussing and hollering. And I think that you need to realize that your worth as well. When you say that I'm not no better than nobody else, you have to understand that you are. Because if you need to have a class to start teaching women to disarm 6'1" big men like myself. Exactly, because you completely took the gun off the table and said, "Listen."
And that's what a lady will do. That's how a lady can do.
But you got to add this in there too. Let me say this first. Big brother BMU. You know, you
Yes,
said
sir.
something that touched my heart. I know that, you know, coming on this platform, and I don't mean Brother Clarence, I'm talking about YouTube itself. You know, people, it's a thankless job. You dig what I'm saying? And especially when you put your spirit out there, you know, people pull you in all different ways. What I will say is, you know, do your best in prayer to not let it change, you know, how you move and address things. But here's a situation like Anae, definitely. Her strength, women need to know that there's more strength in femininity and opposed to them going into masculine. But this
Hallelujah.
is what I will say, you know, and not to compare women to this, but I'm just going to give this example. When you have a dog that's been tied up in the elements all its life, or most of its life, when that man or is trying to free that dog is going to bite that person because it doesn't know. It doesn't know because all of its life it's been treated this way. It's been on the elements. So we have to understand and have situational awareness that sometimes, you know, it's like when I'm dealing with the youngins, I understand that sometimes I have to give them grace as far as disrespecting me because they don't know what respect is. You dig what I'm saying? So I have to put myself in their situation and be empathetic and sympathetic towards them to understand. So an A is very easy to disarm you. It's not hard with the femininity and the spirit and the way she moves to disarm any man, as far as protection, as far as, you know, wisdom, understanding, and anything else other than that. The issue is going to be that women that don't come that way. That's going to be the issue. And this is where, because you know, when we talk about being kings, right? We talk about being kings. We have to understand that being a king is a service. We're in service to the community as leaders. We're in service. Christ was king, but he was a king in service. He washed his children, you know, he washed his 12 feet. Now, again, I'm not saying run into every situation, no. But to her point, there might be a situation that is you're not aware of, that the spirit is moving. And it says that only you, black man, can go in here and shut this down the way it needs to be shut so that she can understand it. Only you can do it. And I need you, and it's just, this is going against everything in who you are and how you move. But I need you to trust me. That's the point. Now, again, I'm not saying every situation is that. So let me say that. And I said it earlier. I'm not risking my life for someone that habitually puts their life in a situation that requires death as the answer. So I'm with you on that. But what I'm saying is, however, there might be a situation where the spirit might say to you, brother, you need to move this way. And you have no other choice but to be still and say, I trust you enough, and move. Now, again, your relationship with the Lord is going to determine how you move. It's going to determine how you move. But it's easy to be disarmed by an A. We say this all the time. I'm not the first. You're not the first. Brother Clarence ain't the first. Rico ain't the first. It's very easy. But it's the ones that are not that easy that the Lord says, I just need you to change her now because someone already planted. But I need BMU to be the one to give water to it. And I'm going to give the increase. That's why I say that we need to be in discernment, praying in discernment, because we don't know. Not every situation is going to be the same.
All right, y'all. I think that everybody has gotten to say their little piece. Now we're gonna start closing out. So you guys, some of you guys got stuff to do. I know I do. So you guys, some of us got stuff to do. So we got to start closing out. And even though, man, we enjoy talking to each other, man, it's nothing but family. But we definitely got to start shutting it down. All right, so we're gonna start with Jay Takashi and let Jay Takashi get his last words in.
So
Jay Takashi.
it's always the 32 young blood. I got it in there, right? All right, I got you. But okay. First of all, I want to say something both of these to everybody here. First of all, I love all of y'all inputs on this. This is an important topic. I actually had to leave for a good 20 minutes and actually have a conversation with my father about this, and he's very split on the two. But but it's like a combination of Rico and Black Men Unfiltered. So I will tell you that. So he agrees with both of your assessments. Shout out to Sister OG. Shout out to Brother Vaughn. Shout out to Bolo TV. Brother be preaching. Black Men Unfiltered. Black Men Unfiltered.
Yeah.
He. I would never say that. Hey, brother, trust me, man. Trust me, man. I did my first interview with you. What you talking about? I love your words, brother. Trust me, I love what you stand for. And also, man, you keep that strength and fire. Because trust me, man, I'm gonna that exact fire that you exude, I'm gonna use it one day when I have family of my own. And trust me, I will protect what is mine. I will definitely do that. And you'll be probably the first person I talk to about that. I ain't gonna lie. Then it'll be Bolo, and then after that it'll be Vaughn, and then Brother Clance.
I say somewhere in there, right?
No, you gotta be in there. You in there personally. Yeah, we gotta talk. but to Sister Ine, I really trust me. You have the voice of an angel, and I do believe, as a former Christian myself, well, right here specifically, I do trust me. I do believe God is speaking through you. No one can speak with the grace that you have, and also just have that love in our heart, and just that it's just genuine, and that's what I miss hearing. And you have that in spades, sweetheart. Keep it. Don't let nobody taint it. And trust me, good men like all the men here will definitely protect you. That's for damn sure.
Definitely.
OG Patrice sister, you out there fighting, doing what needs to be done for fellow men and fellow sisters. The ones that actually are about who are about protecting. And bless your soul, sister. Bless your soul.
Definitely.
Thank you, young man. I appreciate you.
Like I said, I know I don't say it enough, but I really am grateful. I managed to meet you guys first before I got into this whole YouTube business. I will say that. Otherwise, it can be easily corrupted or destroyed just by like the very nature that this whole freaking platform brings. Not yours. The platforms that are out there talking nonsensical BS that will literally drive anyone to probably hurt themselves. And I don't, and trust me, I don't want to encourage that even on my channel. And I want to, try to bring them to here, the Brother Clancy's. But I gotta get other people to speak. And I think Inel was gonna say something. Were you gonna say something?
Who, me?
Oh no, Enid. Sister
no,
Enid.
I was saying thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh no. Oh, no, you're fine, sister. Like I said, listen. I think, yes, I'll say this to answer his question, because I think he was trying to get to the answer all day so I can edit this. I would say, listen, yeah, because I don't think you ever answered it. But you said, are black women worth protecting? Yes, I would say they are. The ones, trust me, listen, and we'll, like Black Men Unfiltered and Bolo and Von Erich have said, we'll be able to detect the ones that trust me, that are worth protecting. I'm not saying pick and choose, but literally the ones that we know we're protecting, like Sister OG, Sister NA, we already know. And like I said, just do your best to, like I said, get home if you need to. But if you're a cat that is prepared, that is willing to sacrifice things, then hey, do what you got to do. But like I said, I want to encourage everybody just to be themselves. Protect, like I said, protect what is yours. Protect people closest to you. But if you can do beyond your reach, I won't say beyond your reach. If you can go outside your circle, then by all means go for it. Other than that, everybody listen, subscribe, like this, love this stream. This was a loaded conversation that needed to be talked about with great people with great minds and different opinions that really have the experience out there that even cats of my generation don't freaking understand, which they should. You know, like I said, be sure to subscribe to Brother Clarence. He does really great work. I'm surprised he has not gone crazy in LA though. I'm really surprised.
You're surprised what?
You haven't gone crazy in LA yet.
Man, I've been living here all my life, man. I know. I know.
No, man, you need to go to Cancun one time.
Maybe I do need to.
You and the lady.
Characters down here, man. I'm used to them.
I got you, brother. Thank you for having me, man. As always, I appreciate
always, brother. Always. You're always welcome to come up here. That's Jay Takashi. If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, get on over and subscribe to Jay Takashi, man. Good young brother, man. Try to do it, do the right thing, man. Okay. Who next? Oh, you know what? Let's get Black Man, man. Let's get Black Man to give his last words, man.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. That was a great,
You out again, man.
Hold on. All right. How about now?
A lot better, a little better.
Okay. I'm on the road, guys. I apologize. But yeah, man, I appreciate you guys, man. And again, man.
You went back out again, man.
Hold on. All right. So I don't have much to say because I've been disarmed. So I don't have anything to say, anything aggressive to say right now. I'm just, other than great conversation, man. I appreciate you. Keep having these conversations. I'll try to as well. And we can keep this thing going, man, where people can have these conversations. So again, this is a rare thing for me, but I'm completely disarmed. And I want to say there's this thing that people used to say back in the day. Joe had a song back in the day called Rose in a Concrete World. Sometimes there's only one thing in the world that's beautiful enough to make everything that look bad look better. And so I just want to give that young lady her props and appreciate her for her kind words. I appreciate it.
Oh.
All right, thank you, brother. If you haven't already subscribed to Black Man Unfiltered, man, what are you doing? Get on over there and check him out, man. Go on over there and check them out. They have a lot of different shows that they got they're pushing over there on the Black Man Unfiltered network. So go on over there and check him out, man. Anything else, Black Man?
Yeah, one more thing. And the next thing I want to put out there is OG Patrice. I got a bone to pick with you because I do understand that you did some more oxtails since last time I talked to you. And I haven't been invited to come pick my bowl up. So I just want to put that out there as well.
Okay, Black Man, I felt that the next time I cook them, I'm going to make sure to send you a special invite.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, big brother. I appreciate you, man, so much.
Peace. Bye.
All right, that's our brother Black Man Unfiltered, man. Okay. Now, none of us ain't got no oxtails, Vaughn. What Black Man gonna get some?
Wait a minute. I know y'all ain't sitting up here talking about my oxtails the way Vaughn be sitting up talking about turkey wings and bacon.
But hey, look, my wife, she does her thing now, and that's why, I appreciate her, man. She takes good care of
situation, man.
She takes good care of me.
Jedi Mike, man.
Even now, there's some greens on the pot. You see, so yeah.
Oh man! All right, y'all. We had a blast, man. We
excellent show, man. Excellent.
Okay. So but we got to start wrapping up, man. I hate to say goodbye, but we gotta start wrapping up, man. Everybody's got to go. We've been on for 4 hours and 42 minutes, man. So, and I thank all of y'all for hanging in there with us. Let's go, Bolo. Bolo, what you think, man?
I think tonight was a good night, man. I think you guys had a very good conversation. I love the dialogue, the different perspectives. I think that we have a lot of work to do as men on each other.
For sure.
I think that there's a lot of us that are still hurting from past experiences that we haven't gotten help for, that we need to get help for, and to be these examples to these younger lions out here that need it. To my sister Anae, you are an example that I wish and I pray and I hope, and so is Sister Patrice, an example of what, an example of a woman could be and a woman should be, right? Doesn't mean that women don't get angry, doesn't mean that women don't get out of order. There's a certain decorum that they carry themselves in. So even when they're in that vibration, it's still, it's still worthy of protecting. And it doesn't offend the man's psyche. And again, back to the men as men, when women get out of order, it shouldn't offend our psyche. We shouldn't take it in effect that they're attacking our masculinity. You are who you are. You don't have to walk into a room and scream out that you're an alpha. Those are the men that you need to look out for. The ones that have to scream out that there's something, because when you are something, you don't need to announce it. The world knows what you are. So I thank you two for being the examples that you guys are. For those women that are looking for examples, they have two, and there are many out there. And Mills, there are many out there.
Definitely.
But because you two are here, I like to thank you two for being who you are, and thank you for being strong enough to come on these platforms, even in your weakness. You're stronger than most to still come up and share your experiences. So I thank the Lord that He has people like you guys that come up here and still have faith in us men. So even though that there are many of us out there that are going through their growing pains. So the last words I'd say on top of that is, guys, a relationship with the Father is very important. Growth is very important. Knowing who you are in Him, that there has nothing to do with pride, ego, all of these things are left. You shed off who you are and you put more of Him. There was something that I said the other day that I'll say again. There was something that Anae said and something that I forget the gentleman that said it, but she had said that, I'm reborn every day. In fact, we were wishing her a happy birthday every day for a little bit. And then Uncle Stu came on and said, I die. And when you put the two together, every day that we're reborn in Christ, we put more of Him on us and we shed off that old man that we used to be, that old person that we used to be, and we put more of Him on. So let go of our pride, let go of our ego, let go of our strife, let go of our past, because those things hold us back. It keeps us from growing. And just look forward. So with that being said, Brother Clarence, thank you. Please, before you go to bed tonight, shine the belt, clean it.
What?
What
are you talking about?
I'm
I
just
ain't got no headphones on. I have no headphones on today, huh?
Yeah, clean the belt. I'm saying, put it back on its mantle. And VB, Mahala, OG, thank you for being who you are. And Anae, thank you for being who you are. Love you all. God bless you.
Love you, too, and we appreciate you, brother.
Yeah,
Love you too.
Yeah. Thank you, brother, for always showing up, man, and giving us that the
Good word. That
biblical
good word.
perspective, as well as the street perspective, as well as the common sense perspective. You're the one of the few people that can put all three of those things together and make it come out as one. So we appreciate you for that, brother. And always, this is your home, brother. This is your home. And anybody else that's over in the village, this is their home. You're always welcome here, brother. So we appreciate you, man. Okay, one last thing, Bolo. When's the next time you're going live, man?
We should be live tomorrow morning, 7 a.m.
Okay. 7 a.m. All right. Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna put him down and don't call me. All right. I pulled him down. You see, y'all see I got him like that? You see I got him. I got him. Wow. Wow. Shout out to Brother Bolo. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, go on over there and check them out, man. Absolutely fantastic group of people over there, man. Go on over there and check them out. Same thing as Black Man Unfiltered. But just go on over there, man. Check everybody out and see what you think, man. All right, home team, man. What we doing, y'all? Patrice has administrative abilities, man. She could actually do the roundup. She could actually do it.
Ooh.
But she ain't gonna do it. You know why?
I'm not ready to do it yet.
There you go. There you go.
You know how to do it. Come on.
I'll just executive produce Clarence, but I don't want to be all saying all that at the end. I don't want to go another half an hour, 45 minutes at the end, Clarence. That's what
Yeah, because I'm definitely not gonna long stroke. I'm gonna get right to the point. With the people that was on the panel, people in the chat. Shout out to chat as well. That who was on the chat? Oh, who came up? Who came up?
Hey, see, y'all lucky, Patrice. Vaughn did good. Annie did good. The end, right?
Hey, that's all you need to do, right?
All right, y'all. What we doing, y'all? And by the way, is anybody cooking, or are we all full?
Oh, I got a little something.
I told you my wife has a pot of greens on right now.
Oh, see, here we go. Here we go, Vaughn. Here we go. The green.
Listen, I'm just saying,
Why did you ask that question?
Not trying to be funny, but
Reese, you heard that. They got a bunch of stuff on the stove. All right, so you heard that. All right. Let's go, Sister Annie, and then let's go, Vaughn, then let's go to Zach, and then we'll close it out. I'll try to keep it short.
You better. This was definitely a good show. I'm sorry it's a little bit different for me. This one just means a whole lot because as women, we are very vulnerable, and that's not a bad thing. And like I said, when I see a man, there's just certain things that, at least in my heart, that I kind of expect. And it felt like a little bit during the stream, and rightfully so. So it was heavy for me just because of just the nature of this topic and the nature of like how women show up and how men show up. But I would wait, Patrice dropped off. Oh. I just pray that we all try to do our very best to move in a way, and of course from my spiritual side, just move in a way that's pleasing to the Holy Spirit. And we need to be able to protect ourselves. Some of us protect ourselves with steel, and some of us with phone calls, and some with, avoiding certain situations. But as much as a person would try to avoid something, because I try to, because before, like I said, a long time ago, I may go out to the ATM or get gas at night, which is reckless. So I'm putting myself in harm's way. And the guy that I was dating at the time, he was like, no, we're not doing that. You're not doing that. Yeah. So I stopped. So we have to make wiser decisions as women about the type of situations we place ourselves in. We have to watch our mouths too. Everything that you want to say doesn't need to be said. And everything that you need to say doesn't need to be said that way. So as much as you can, try to pause enough where you can take accountability for what's about to come out of your mouth and the actions that you're going to display. As men, like I said earlier, if it's not in you to do it, don't do it. To some, they may appear to be that makes you less of a man in their eyes, and you can't change the way that a person views you. But you're the one that's going to have to suffer the consequences of the moves that you make. Definitely. So just make the moves that you're willing to stand behind. And the same with women. I do believe that women are worthy. I wish women sometimes knew that they were worthy and didn't place themselves in certain situations. So I'd say to women, be fair about what you're causing a man to have to show up for. Try not to be reckless. And men, I appreciate every one of you. Every one of you.
Same here.
For just showing up the best way that you can. So that's all I would say. But I absolutely love you for having this topic, and I'm sorry that I got long-winded on each one of the times that I spoke, but I really appreciate it. This one was just a little bit heavier for me than usual. So, but thank you.
No problem at all, sis. All right, I'm gonna pull you down, sis.
Okay.
All right, that's Sister Annie. We'll see her in a little while. All right, where'd you go? Where'd you go, girl? All right, maybe she'll be back. All right, where did that girl go? So anyway, Brother Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
Closing words, closing remarks, words of wisdom.
Yes, sir. Man, you know what? Listen, this was a bit of a difficult conversation. You know what I'm saying? And but sometimes in the most difficult conversation, man, we learn some jewels. We get jewels. You know, some wisdom is dropped. You see what I'm saying? You can chew the meat and spit out the bones. You know what I mean? But what I'm noticing, Brother Clarence, is that, you know, in many of these conversations, there is a lack of love, you know, and I see that because, you know, we're going back and forth with each other, and we're kind of like so debative to where it becomes so contentious, and really there's no love in the midst of it, and that's what causes division. And we see that a lot in these spaces. You know what I'm saying? You see a lack of love. You see a lack of empathy, you know, and the apathy aspect of it is on the rise. Yeah. You know what I mean? But man, listen, you know, I really appreciate this particular conversation because it made me sit back and listen to the different people who are on the stage talking and sharing their points, you know. It brought new perspective to me, even. You see what I'm saying? But like I said, I do not believe that every battle is mine. You see what I'm saying? Some battles that I may face belongs to God. But then again, there are some battles that he will send me into. And once I know that he's sending me in that direction, then I can rest assured, I have blessed assurance. See what I'm saying? That when I go into that battle, I'll come out victorious. And so, you know, with this conversation, man, you know, the brothers and the sisters, and I really appreciate Ine. You know, she did such an excellent job of exuding femininity in a conversation. And this was a great example of what we need to see in these spaces. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of these cats, man, they don't know how to respect an Ine. They don't know how to cherish an Ine. You see what I'm saying? They don't know how to regard an Ine. And I see that in this space quite a bit. But in closing, you know, I would just say that our women definitely are deserving of protection.
Absolutely.
There's not a woman on this earth that does not deserve to be protected. Absolutely. But at the same time, and Brother Bolo will tell you, as soon as you put "but" on it, it cancels out everything you said prior. So I might be guilty of that right now. But you can't cut up and be out here in men's faces. Ladies, this is my warning to the ladies that are listening. You know, because some of you do not carry yourselves the way that you should. You know, and I'm not here to judge you or you know, to be condescending or anything like that, or to shame you. I'm just here to put the point out there. You know, sometimes you just need to back away and sit down and stay out of these men's faces, because you don't know what their response is going to be. You see what I'm saying? You have no idea, you know, so take care of yourself, you know. And with that being said, Brother Clarence, thank you again for having me up. And this was a great show, and I look forward to the next situation, man.
All right, man. We'll see. We'll figure it out, man. So happen some next week sometime, I'm sure. But I'm gonna pull you down, Brother Vaughn. Thank you so much, man, for always coming in and giving those words of wisdom, man. All right, that was Brother Vaughn. We shall see him in the afterlife. All right. All right. Okay, now it's just me and you, EP. What we doing?
Two of the toughest again.
Two of the toughest.
Good show, bro. Definitely was a show that, needed to be had. The conversation needed to be had. I respect and appreciate everybody's perspective. Even if I don't agree, I can agree to disagree respectfully. And I think that I did that, and I think for the most part, everybody else did as well. And that calls for us to be able to hear each other and listen to each other, perspectives, and then give our opinions and commentary after. So it went pretty well. Just speaking on, this whole situation, it's sad that it took this situation to happen for us to have these type of conversations, right? About even like I've never lived in a lifetime in my whole 59 years of being on this earth of even it ever having to be a question that if black men needed to be protected, because I came from an era where Malcolm X absolutely said that we are the least protected, and it's sad in some cases that is still the scenario in 2023. Now, with that being said, too, is there a lot of nefarious going on with the younger generation with our women? Absolutely. But I also know that this younger generation has to have time to grow. They need time to be able to have a different mindset. And a lot of times life experiences is going to teach them that, see? Because when they don't want to listen, you have to let life kind of whoop their ace, right? And we live and we learn and we go on. But I would say definitely that I think it's despicable that this young lady used this scenario to gain resources off of our community. I think it's despicable of the things she talked about that she didn't like about black men and black women, and then cried wolf and want a black man to come to her rescue on false pretenses, right?
Or say wouldn't come to her rescue.
Exactly. On false pretenses. Yes, absolutely. And for us, we know that we have to have better conversations and have these conversations, because just to answer the question, it's a yes or no question, right? Because I've fought on the front line when police were killing black men. So it's no doubt in my mind, I know my black men need protecting, right? And I've dated outside my race and have had those fights.
Right.
So it hurts me as a black woman for this to even be a question for me, as a black woman who have fought on the front lines for black men's lives.
Right.
And I didn't know those men. I didn't know those men, bro Clarence.
Yeah.
I didn't know those men when I'm on the front lines and police is all in my face and trying to be intimidating, and literally a black woman jumps on the back of a police because they was beating another black man. See, these are the things that I saw and I've stood for. So for in this day and age, for this to even be a question and to have it be a situation where black men are saying in these spaces that no, we don't deserve. And I'm not saying that they saying all, but see, I know that the Cardi B's of the world, the Meg the Stallions, the Red Girl, the chick, what's the Chrison, and I know that they come from a very hurt, traumatic, dysfunctional, toxic generation, right?
Yeah.
But if I saw one of those young ladies getting beat out on the streets just because of what the music they playing and what they do, am I going to say they deserve it just because they're over sexualizing themselves? So we have to ask ourselves the question of what we're going to stand for in the end, right? Because see, there's a thing that should be called a code of conduct in our community that we don't have.
Right.
You understand? So I can see and watch the George Floyds of the world lose his life, and everybody know they tried to bring up all the nefarious things about that man's record.
Right.
But black women wasn't out there saying, I'm not going to stand up for him because he did this and he had a record and he did that. It was black women standing out there
Right.
on the front lines for the George Floyds of the world. So to hear men say the
Always.
opposite about black women because they are younger generations that's doing some nefarious things, I find that a bit hypocritical, but that's just me, right? That's my opinion.
All right.
For this young lady to use this scenario when they are real victims out there, that is the problem.
Man. Oh,
The
man.
problem that she used it for clout, for clicks, for views, and for GoFundMe on a false pretenses. That is the problem.
Oh, man.
That is where something is wrong in our community and our culture. That we will do anything and sacrifice anything for attention, for clout, for clicks, for views, and for a quick bag. And then we move on to our next scheme and our scam.
Yeah.
See, I know that the work that I've done in my life and raised my son to do and instilled in him to do, it makes me feel good when I can go to the mall like I did on Friday evening and a young 20-something-year-old man opened the door for me and let me walk through, which let me know that in some aspects, chivalry is not dead in the younger generation. There is some hope. So every time I step outside my door and do something for the younger generation, I have to think about that. They all are not nefarious. All these young ladies out here are not nefarious and doing nefarious things and over-sexualizing themselves, just like all young men ain't pieces of crap, like a lot of people try to play that perspective as well.
Right.
There are small percentages of young generations in our communities that are doing nefarious things. Yes, they are. But in a code of conduct, if I'm fighting against the enemy and my sister's on the front line with me, I'm not gonna let her get her head bashed in just because she does something I don't approve in. And see, and that's where the pendulum can swing left or right, right?
Right.
Like I said, this is just my opinion. I respect everybody else's opinion. But when I see a young man or a young woman out here doing great things and doing good, then that lets me know that everything I've done in my community is not in vain, because somebody listening.
Yeah.
That is why we have to continue to do the work, because somebody is listening.
Yeah.
So yeah, good discussion. I really hope that everybody got something good and positive out of it. I know I did. I live my life as a single woman. I know every time I step outside my door, I have to be extra careful.
Right. Right. Definitely.
Without having any covering of my brothers, my sons, any male figures in my family, and I'm 1,800 miles away. Oh yeah, I move differently out here. I have to.
Yeah.
So when you see a woman like myself that has been in this position for a while, I have a certain way that I'm protecting myself. It's like when I do go out on a date or meet a guy and he opens the door, like I almost forget sometimes about the shiver. He was, oh no, I got the door. Let me get the door, and it feels good, right?
Yeah.
I'm still a woman. I want to be protected. Hell yeah, I want to be felt safe and secure. If I'm in the presence of males, of course I want a man to be able to say, if he see me in a vulnerable position, to say, I got you, sis.
Yeah.
But do I 100% depend on it? Depending on the situation? Absolutely not. That's why I got my two friends, Smith and Wesson, and I pray to God that I get to them before they get to me. That's all I'm saying. And I digress. I'm gonna close with that, bro. Great show. I loved it. The chat had great perspective, great comments and questions. The panel was awesome, and I just appreciate us having this conversation. But I'm kind of like feeling like I'm hoping these type of conversations can kind of dwindle down at some point, because we have to realize, all in all, we need each other. And if we're not there for each other, the ones that count, the ones that's meaningful, we need each other. That's the bottom line. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
All right, girl. I'm gonna pull you down. All right, that was Patrice. Man, What a show, y'all. What a show. What a show. Can we see, it's difficult to answer this question. Are Black women worth protecting? It's difficult. Well, it's not. Let me rephrase that. It's not difficult to answer this question. It's difficult to get a lot of the guys that have this red pill mentality to understand this situation. I think most, and they're they're a minority of men. I think most men understand that women need to be protected. We have daughters, we have wives, we have girlfriends, we have sisters, we have aunts. So we understand that women need to be protected. You know what I mean? Now there's particular women that we will say, hey, I'm not going to step out there and do, if you creating or you on purposely creating a situation where death is imminent, then, what I'm saying, that's, like I said, this is a case-by-case situation, right? You can analyze a lot of information very quickly sometimes, right? And then sometimes it's a split-second decision, right? So, like I said, it's a case-by-case situation. And what I would do is, like the Sister Annie said, I would let the Lord lead me, right? I have people that ask me for money. I don't give them money. And then the Lord, the one person will ask me, and the Lord will touch my heart to give them something, or to buy them some food, or buy them some water, or whatever, right? So I let the Spirit lead me. The Spirit don't tell me, go ahead and dig in your pocket for this person. I was about to do it this morning, right? I was about to dig in my pocket to buy this brother some water. He came limping in. He obviously had some type of physical disability. He came limping in the 7-Eleven, and some man was telling me, hey bro, maybe you ought to consider buying him some water, right? It wasn't like go have the water. It was like, maybe you ought to consider it. Just keep an eye on him, watch him for a second, and if you get that feeling, go get the water, right? So I was already in line paying for my stuff. So he went into the next line. Next thing you know, he pulls out all this money. I said, oh, okay. I said, oh, okay. So the Spirit left me, man. It didn't say go do nothing for this cat. But I was willing to, you know what I mean? I was willing to, use my own time to go and get somebody to catch some water, because it looked like he didn't have no money, and then he pulls out money. So, you got to always, you can't judge a book by its cover. But anyway, y'all, yeah, so we got to, every individual situation is a case-by-case basis. Even helping a man, I'm a man, even helping another man in a situation where he done talked himself in a whole bunch of, into some problems, right? I would be very leery. I wouldn't just go running in. I would have to use my, discernment to say, okay, maybe this is a time where, I have to just pick up the phone, right? We should at least just pick up the phone. If we see something crazy going on, forget all this, the white man. I don't want to get the white man in there, and forget all that, man. If we can stop somebody from losing their life, or somebody from getting great bodily injury, let's at least attempt to do it. If we can't do it, we can't do it, right? That doesn't make you a coward because you're looking at your family. I think Rico was using words because he was a little triggered by other previous people he had been talking to. But I think that in reality, that doesn't make you a coward just because you decide, hey, man, I don't want to put myself in this situation. We all have the right to not do that. That's what this is, America, right? We're not forced to do anything, right? Technically, quote unquote. You're not forced to do anything, right? So if you feel like, hey, man, I don't feel like this situation warrants me putting my life on the line, that's your decision. That's your decision. Some of us will, some of us won't. So it's all up to us as an individual. But we definitely got to say, if we see something going on, especially with our sisters and our children, if we see something going on, even with men, but the priority should be on the women and the children, that we should have a special level of zone of protection around them, where we're not going to let predators step in that zone and do something. That should be on us as men to create that mental predatory free zone for women and children. Now, if they're gonna act up, yeah, man, you're gonna have bad kids no matter what you do for them, man. You could, I got an older boy, my oldest boy, man. I put him in the best schools, best class. Don't matter, man. He wanted to be a gangster. He would find the gangsters and hang out with the gangsters. That's what he wanted to do, right? So that's what can I do? You know what I mean? So don't matter, man. Some of these kids got this kind of understanding in their heart. But that don't mean I didn't try. That don't mean I didn't try to put him in front of everything and try to teach him and try to learn. That don't mean I didn't try, because I had other ones I had to teach, right? And I teach them all the same information, right? Well, this one ain't doing so good, but this one is listening. But this one, I'm not going to stop because the one that ain't listening, I'm not going to just stop, drop everything because of him, right? All right, Jesus said it rains on the just and the unjust, right? Ain't gonna stop, right? Like I told you, because you guys the example the other day. The state of California, they build these interstate highways. Man, the axe murderers drive down those highways. The CM guys drive down them highways. The Charles, the pedos, and the law-abiding citizens, the judges, the lawyers, everybody, man. The saints and the sinners use those roads, right? Saints and the sinners use those roads. So we got to just use our, discernment when we out here. Okay. We got to actually use our discernment here. Okay. So anyway, so what we're going to do is start closing out, y'all. It was good discussion. Y'all come back and y'all tell us what y'all want to talk about. And y'all think black women, like I said, put a one out there in the comments. If you feel like black women are worth protecting, of course they are. I know it should be full of ones out there. So y'all put them out there if y'all get a chance. All right, y'all, let's go run down, man. Let's do the rundown. Let's get out of here. Holy smokes. 5 hours, man. All right, let's see. The chat. The chat is where it's at, man. Your chat is only as good as your enforcers, man. If you ain't got people in the chat that's enforcing the standard by which the whole channel is supposed to be run by, you ain't got no chat. You ain't got nothing, man. And fortunately for us, we got a lot of people, including M Mills, including Reese, including Annie, including Vaughn, including other people out here that try to make sure that our chat is, just has no foolishness or, silliness going on up in there, man. You know what I mean? You can agree with us. You can ask us a question. You can have a difference of opinion, but the disrespect and just the foolishness, man, we don't have. We try not to. We try not to have that over here, and so you can't really enforce that unless you got enforcers that's going to enforce that, right? You got to have people that's willing to make people examples, right? We got that in recent deal, and of course in Mills, we got our two snipers here, man. That hey, you got to fly straight, or you will be quietly escorted to the door, right? Quietly escorted to the door. I remember one time I was in a meeting in the nation, man. I was in a men's meeting, man. The dude stood up, started acting all funny, man. By the time it was so many of us around him, man, we hustled him to the door, man. By the time he was lucky to get out the door, man, because man, it was about 3 or 4 of us. It was probably about 8 of us that was on the dude, but it was it was about 3 or 4 of us, man. 3 or 4 of them dudes was like, he was like the ham sandwich, and they was like the hungry giant, man. They was just waiting to put a hand on him, man. We had to hold them dudes back, but we got him out the door successfully. But the point is, man, you can't have a room unless you got people that's willing to enforce the standards by which the channel is run by. So I thank you, M. Mills. I thank you, Risa, for always being ready to, pull that trigger. We appreciate y'all, man. Thank you, ladies, for always doing that. We appreciate y'all. It makes it run so much smoother when a person like myself or Patrice or Vaughn or any of the other one of us that's up on the panel, we don't have to worry about what's going on in the chat because we know that's covered. We can focus on what's going on up here on the panel. Okay, so the chat is where it's at. The chat's where it's at. Shout to the chat. You know what I mean? Very solid performance chat as always. As always. All right, let's do the panel, y'all, and then we up out of here. Who was on the panel today? We had M. Mills. We had the M. Mills come up here. Shout out to M. Mills. She came up here, right? See, I was telling Sister Annie, I said, see, if they see you, and I told Patrice this first. I said, if they see you coming up here, then the other ones will come up here. And that's what's happening, man. What other sisters will feel comfortable coming up here, man. They will feel comfortable coming. So Patrice start coming up. Then Sister Annie start coming up. We got M. Mills coming up, right? Beautiful sister, man. You're always welcome to come here. We didn't get a chance to discuss a lot of stuff you were talking about, what happened to you in the chat. I would like to do that at another time and get into that because I appreciate you sharing that with us. But I just didn't have a chance to get to it today. But anyway, definitely we're going to discuss that. But M. Mills, what y'all think about M. Mills? She came up today. Very solid sister, right? Very solid, man. She came up, you know what I mean? And, you know, she's the one transplant from over from the village, man. Shout out to the village, Bolo TV in the village, man. But she came up, shot a shot. I think this is her maiden voyage. Successful, 100%, right? Shout out to M. Mills, man. Glad to have you up here. You're welcome anytime, sister. Very strong performance, very solid performance, maiden voyage, but very solid and very strong performance from M. Mills. Who else came up here today? Brother Rico. Rico Young up here. What do y'all think about Rico, right? Yeah, what do you think about Rico? We're not pushing those Corona, the bottles up, right? Some of the time he makes some sense, right? What Rico was just one of those savants, man. You know what I mean? Like if you talk to Rico, ask Rico about something business, he'll snap right there. He will snap right out of whatever drunken thing he's in. He'll snap right out of it and give you some real good advice, right? But then he'll slip back into it after he gives you the good advice, he'll slip back into the stupid, right? But shout out to Brother Rico, man. Good brother, man. Glad to see he's all right, man. Came over here and man, he laid down a lot, man. You know what I mean? And so, like I said, for those of y'all that heard the word coward, I think that I think he was probably triggered by some previous conversations that he had. I don't think he was saying that about anybody here in particular or anything like that. I think he was just triggered by something he had heard earlier. And we all had it happen, right? We all had it happen. But, you know, and the reason why I could say that because he came up here and apologized about that because I don't think that's what he was trying to portray. He was just trying to say, hey, man, if you see something, do something, man. If you see something, do something, especially for Black women, man. Black women, just statistically, they are the least protected as far as the courts are concerned, man. They're just the least protected, right? They have the least amount of justice handed out in their cause, man. So, hey, and whose fault is that? Is it their fault? Not necessarily, right? Because they wasn't charged with protecting themselves. We were charged with that responsibility. It's us. We the one that's not on our job right now. So therefore we gotta step up our game as men and protect those who will allow us to. Protect those who will allow us to. Now, if you trying to protect somebody that will not allow you to protect them, then don't waste your time on people that don't want to allow you to protect them. Do your best, but if you can't protect them, you can't protect them. But we talk about women that will allow you to protect them, will allow you to say, get them, direct them into a safer situation, lead them into greener pastures, right? Look out for them when you when you see something made, you know what I mean? My wife used to always say to me, it's like you ain't even listening to me. I'm talking, we be out so much. She's like, I'm talking and you ain't even listening to me. I'm like, I'm listening to you. She don't know. I'm scanning this dude. I'm looking at this dude's moving funny. I'm looking here. I'm trying to decide where, if I was to get into it with this dude, okay, he's 6'1", he's 230. So I can't just hit him in the chest. I might have to go to the point on this dude. I might have to hit him in the back of the leg. I got all this going in my mind. And she talking about, yeah, the tulips are so nice. And the sun is out and this and that. You know what I'm saying? So some of you women that you looking at us and you saying, man, it's like you're not even here. I'm here. I'm doing like Terminator. Remember Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger in his head, in his eyes, he had threat assessment, right? And he got steel toe boots on, he got a knife, he lists all the threats that's going on with the person. That's what we doing as men, especially in a crowded place. We looking for the person that might cause, that has the potential to do the most damage a lot of times, man. So don't necessarily say, oh, you ain't even listening to me. I'm talking to you and you ain't even listening to me. Right? My wife used to do that all the time. I had to break it down and explain to her. Right? No, it's not that I'm not listening to you. I am listening to you. I'm giving more of my senses to, I'm looking for the person that may cause the most potential harm and trying to see how I would mitigate that. Right? We're in a crowded place. If anybody doesn't come back from this party, they're not going to look at you. They're going to look at me and say, why didn't this baby come back home? Why didn't this child come back home? Why did this woman did not come back home? What happened? What was you doing when that happened? Right? So I ain't gonna let it happen on my watch. But anyway, enough said about that, y'all. We need to, as men, accept that responsibility and go for it. Try to protect who you can protect, women and children, even men, if you can. If they gonna let you, you can. But always do an assessment of your own personal safety first before you physically involve yourself in a situation. Always do an assessment of your personal safety first. I'm never going to tell you to go running out there and do. I don't think I was telling you that either. But we don't want to. Don't put yourself in a situation where your personal safety is at risk, and you haven't assessed your own personal safety. If you can help somebody and preserve as much of your personal safety as possible, that might be a chance. That may be the time for you to get involved. But if you can't preserve your personal safety, hey, somebody fell in the river and there's a bunch of alligators, and the only way you can save them is to jump in and try to beat off on them alligators and pull them back to the shore. Does that make sense? Sometimes you got to cut bait. Anyway, we'll talk about this later, y'all. Let's get back to the show. What about Rico? What do y'all think about Rico today? By the way, that was him calling me. What do y'all think about Rico? Did he do a good job today? Absolutely, man. Absolutely. One thing I like about Rico, one of the things I like about Rico is he's gonna stand on that square. He's gonna make you push him off that square, right? He'll make you push him off that square. But he's a good-hearted brother, man. He's a good-hearted brother. And I can deal with good-hearted brothers, man. Even if they speak a little different than I do, or they have a different position or whatever. I can relate to a dude with a good heart, man. He's a good-hearted dude, man. Shout out to Rico, man. I thought he did a great job today handling himself, man. I remember the old Rico would have been flying off the handles and jumped off the live, right? but Rico, man, he's learning, man, how to just control himself and just say, okay, man, I can't, everybody ain't gonna agree with me, and that's okay. And some of these dudes just the way they are, but it's bigger than them. We gotta show always be showing the other side of the foolishness and nefariousness. Shout out to Patrice. The nefariousness that's out there, that we gotta be. That's what we here for, man. Because everybody else is doing anything else, right? All right, y'all. So that was Rico Young, man. Shout out to Rico. Very strong performance. Very solid. Very, very strong. All right. Who else was on the stage? New Growth. What about New Growth? Have you guys checked out New Growth's page? Check out New Growth, man. New Growth, man. I'm telling you, man, we all see things kind of the same way, but we approach it a lot different. And New Growth is another one of dudes that I'll bring that up. New Growth is another one of them dudes, man, that he has an Afrocentric perspective, yet he has the wisdom to be able to display it in different ways. And a lot of times he may ask a question just to spark a conversation. And he may not even hold that position, but he's a very intelligent guy, man. Very intelligent guy. I'm glad to have him over here on coming over here. It's his home, and we're glad to have him. But what do y'all think about his performance today? Very solid, very solid. I really didn't see this. Is why I try to stay away from those 10 deep panels, because it's hard for everybody to get off what they're trying to get off, because it's so much. And then you got some people that will talk like 15, 20 minutes straight, right? And that's like, when you have 10 people deep, you got to get in and get out, man. You got maybe 3 minutes, boom, and you out of there, right? So it's difficult for a cat like New Growth, man. Got so much to share with us. So, but that's okay. We still appreciate the brother. Go check out his channel, Black Hearted with New Growth. Also, check the brother out. See what he's talking about, man. Good brother. Subscribe to him. A very solid performance, by the way, as always. New Growth is always a solid cat, man. Very solid performance from New Growth. Who else? Sister Annie came up here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Men should be men, and women should be women, right? Shout out to Sister Annie, man. Now, Sister Annie, I'm always telling Sister Annie, I said, Sister Annie, man, you have to come up here because the way you speak, man, a lot of guys need to hear that. You and Patrice, a lot of guys need to hear that, man, because a lot of them never have had a female be encouraging to them. They have females telling them they ain't gonna be nothing. They just using them for this money and this and that. So they ain't never really seen a female that had good-hearted and good intentions for them. So shout out to Sister Annie, appreciate it for today. And she did it once again. She soothed she calmed the savage beast, man. So shout out to her, man. And that's the guy, her, man, moving through her, man. But shout out to Sister Annie. What do y'all about her today? Very solid performance for Sister Annie. Very solid, very strong. Who else? Vaughn Bryant was on there, man. Vaughn Bryant came up here, man. A lot of wisdom, always very solid, right? What y'all think about Vaughn? Very strong performance today. Very strong, very strong. Shout out to Vaughn Bryant. Who else on them? Risa Neal came up here. The sniper came up here, man. Our other sniper. We had both snipers on the panel today, man. Shout out to our snipers, man. But Risa Neal came up here, man, and Risa don't pull no punches, man. Risa said, if you in that van parked next to Risa, hope you got a bulletproof vest on. Hey, especially if it was Risa and Patrice in that car. I hope you got a bulletproof vest on in there. I hope you got in that van. I hope if Risa pull up next to you and you in that van and you even got a clue, oh man, these 3 ladies, I'm gonna go out here. I wouldn't do it if I was you. But Risa by herself goes down, man. Shout out to Risa Neal, man. Always a pleasure to talk to my sister, man. We had to check on her, man, a little bit. We hadn't seen her in a while. We like, where you going, girl? What's happening? We said, oh man, I've been doing this and that. Oh, okay. All right. Got you, sis. But glad to have you back, sis. Who else is on a very solid performance from Risa? As always. Risa's one of the people like Vaughn, like Patrice, like Annie, like Rico. A lot of stuff behind the scenes y'all don't see when it comes to setting up these shows, man. Especially Patrice. Who else? Jay Takashi in the building. Jay Takashi came in the building. What do y'all think about Jay Takashi? Young brother line came through. Shout out to him. Came through, man. And what I like about Jay Takashi is he don't try to approach it from us older people, man. He try to approach it. He always approaches from the young cats, and he gives us the young cats perspective. So shout out to Jay Takashi. Great job. And go over and check out his page at Jay Takashi, man. Shout out to the young brother, man. Good for him. And also solid performance, very strong, very solid performance for Jay Takashi. What about Brother Bolo? I got to start sending Bolo the link. I be trying to protect Bolo and not get him caught up in stuff, man, because I know we be talking about some issues, man. I don't want to get him crossed up, but I'll just start sending him the link. He can decide whether he's going to come over here. But shout out to Bolo, man. Bolo came over, man, and, he kind of straightened some stuff out, man. You know what I mean? Because it was kind of like, well, it was kind of blurry, but, he kind of straightened a little bit of it out, man. So good shout out to Bolo. Going over to Bolo, the Village, go Bolo TV, the Village, go check them out. And whatever scriptures we get wrong, Bolo will straighten it out for you, man. But shout out to Bolo TV, man. Solid performance, very strong. I don't know what he's talking about with this belt situation. I don't know what he's talking about with that. But anyway, shout out to Bolo TV, man. Very solid, very strong performance. And last but not least, what about Black Man Unfiltered? Black Man Unfiltered came over here, man, right? Him and Rico once again start huffing and puffing at each other. And then I guess they just realized, hey man, we both men, we got different ways we're gonna look at it. So I know we used to huffing and puffing at each other over it. But people get passionate, man. Passion is good, you know what I mean? Passion's good. So, you know, shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. You know what I mean? I don't believe him for a second that he would walk by a sister he didn't know and he saw the sister getting assaulted. I don't believe that for a second, man. He could say that all he wants to, but I don't believe that. He's that type of dude that'll just walk by and let that happen. And he got his children there, and his children gonna say, "Daddy, we just gonna walk by and let this live." I don't even think his children would have to say anything. I know he would. Just the type of dude he is. He seemed like he is to me. I never met Black Man in person, but I don't buy that he would just let somebody get beat down just because she wasn't under his covering. I don't believe that. But anyway, I'll let him tell his story. But anyway, what y'all think about Black Man Unfiltered? Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, man. Very solid performance, very strong. Stood on his square, didn't let nobody push him off. Good for him, man. All right, y'all. We agreed to disagree or whatever. Everybody's had it, and that's the point. It's not whether I won or you lost. It's just we had a discussion, and we was able to do the chess match of trying to get the information out and let the people decide what they want to roll with, right? All right, y'all. So we'll be back next week. I don't know which day, whether it be Tuesday or Thursday. Maybe we might wait till Sunday. We'll see what happens, but we'll talk about it right now. We'll talk about y'all. But anyway, we'll see y'all on the next show. Y'all will get notified. If you subscribe, you'll get the notification when we going up. All right, y'all. Peace. We'll see y'all next time.